Good morning, everybody. That's right. It's good morning. We're talking NFL Draft here in the AM. Welcome into PFF's Day 3 coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft, presented by Game Time, the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States, where you can get up to 60% off tickets and the lowest prices guaranteed for sporting events, concerts, comedy, theater, whatever it is, all on the Game Time app. I am Trevor Sikkema. With me here on the desk today for Day 3, I've got Anthony Treash and Seth Galina. So excited to talk about these NFL draft prospects with you all. And Day 3 is very exciting. Not only do we get the most picks here today, it's the longest show, it's the most amount of picks, but also we get the full picture, right? We get to see what the final draft hauls are for a lot of these teams. Treash, this is your first time on the desk this weekend. I'm excited to talk about all these prospects with you, my friend. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I woke up, vibes were running on 100. I was blaring Dave Matthews on the way in, Gray Street. I was vibing. And I thought, it's a great day to kind of lay out, have some beverages, but there's nothing I'd rather do than be here with you and you talking some ball, talking guys that are getting drafted into the NFL.
Are we not? This is an Irish coffee, so I'm having beverages today.
Speaking of beverages, this man told me 2 days ago that he was going to shotgun an energy drink before he came in here. Did you end up doing that, or can we actually expect you to not bounce off the walls today?
No, I am double fisting coffee and energy drink. I'm not going to name the energy drink. There's no free ads, but
no free ads.
No
I like
ads.
it. I didn't even realize that there were two things in the cups. What if you get him confused? If you at any point see Tresh spitting out liquid, it's because he thought he was about to taste coffee and he's tasting an energy drink.
I think the smelling salts kind of got my awareness really sharp before this. That's why if I look like I've been crying, I did, because the smelling salts were really, really high. Ethan gave me those. Those were great.
Smelling salts, coffee, energy drink. The takes are about to be unhinged.
Dude, when I said I'm on level 100, I'm not even kidding.
We're so glad that you guys are here with us, getting to witness what's going to be an incredible day of energy from Mr. Anthony Treash. But Treash, I do want to get your take on some of the Day 2 players that we saw go in yesterday's show. But of course, I want to remind everybody who those players were. So we can start at the very top of what was round 2. We had Joey Porter Jr. going to start things off. Will Levis didn't have to wait too long on Day 2. Surprising that he was even there on Day 2. But he didn't have to wait too long. He went to the Tennessee Titans at number 33. We got Sam Laporta, Michael Mayer, Steve Avila, Derek Hall, Matthew Bergeron, Jonathan Mingo, Isaiah Foskey, B.J. Ojulari. Solid groups to start things out. Then it felt like we got a lot of tight ends here going. Luke Musgrave to the Packers. A couple of tight ends coming up later on the screen, but it just felt like the day, at least at the very top, was dominated by this tight end class. We got some good defensive backs, Julius Brents, Brian Branch. Very surprised that Brian Branch lasted all the way to pick number 45. A couple of big guys in Cody Mock, Keanu Benton right after that. Cam Smith rounded things out to the Dolphins. Wasn't sure if the Dolphins were going to go corner there. I thought they were going to go offensive line, but here we got a handful of notable names. German Dexter, I think, went a little bit higher than a lot of people thought. Rashee Rice, a pick that Sam actually really loved, the Kansas City Chiefs at number 55. Then we got into what it felt like some new names. You go all the way to the Jaguars at 61, Brenton Strange from Penn State. Texans go to Scruggs from Penn State. We get Marvin Mims there at the end of that list. And then we turn to the page and it starts to become a lot of preference players, but a lot of guys alike. There he is, Zach Pickens, the load himself, as Seth Galina would say. I'm going to keep saying that all show long. Eagles go back-to-back. Tyler Steen, Sidney Brown, two good football players. A little bit further down the list, we had Kendre Miller go off the board to the Saints at 71. Garrett Williams, Jalen Hyatt there to round things out. Hendon Hooker going 68 overall. I do want to get Tresh's takes on that, so I'm going to make sure that I remember that in a second. Cedric Tillman going to the Browns. I feel like that's the kind of receiver that they definitely needed there. We saw another tight end off the board to the Packers, Tucker Kraft, so they doubled up on it. Josh Downs going 71. Thought that was a steal personally to the Indianapolis Colts. DJ Johnson, Tajay Spears, Yaya Diaby. Dolphins, in a surprise to no one, it felt like, end up with Devon Achane there at number 84. I thought he could have been a pick at 51, honestly. Trent Simpson going to the Ravens. Wondering if that means Patrick Queen might be on the move at some point. We'll see. Rams going Kobe Turner, Dorian Williams, Wanya Morris, Darnell Washington. Unbelievable that the Steelers got Darnell Washington at pick 93. We want to hear from you guys as well, as we're about to talk about our guys that we felt like were steals or great picks on Day 2. Shout them out in the chat, guys that you believe were great picks as well. One of my favorites right there, number 94. Michael Wilson going to the Arizona Cardinals. Broderick Martin, Siaki Ika, 2 big boys going at 96 and 98. Had a kicker go off the board in the top 100 in the first 3 rounds of the NFL Draft. Jake Moody, congratulations. You were the topic of conversation for a lot of reasons there with the Niners selecting you at number 9. So we go through that list. We see all those names. Tresh, what are a couple of players that you'd want to shout out on day 2 as good picks, notable picks for whatever reasons?
Yeah, I think the one that jumps out to me is Michael Mayer at 35 to the Las Vegas Raiders. And honestly, like, I don't care too much about the fit. He could have landed with any team, and I'm going to say that because he shouldn't have been on day 2. Because he is, in my opinion, one of the most polished prospects in this entire draft class. I mean, he was the most targeted tight end in college football last year and the highest graded tight end in college football. He was the engine to that Notre Dame offense. And you look at the tape, checks every single box beside the speed, right? He's not as dynamic, right? He's not like that exciting new, hybrid breed that a lot of people look for, like a Kelsey or a Kittle. It's hard to find those guys, right? But Michael Mayer, he does everything well. From blocking to receiving, he is an absolute technician. His main focus is to get better every single day. This guy loves ball, and I think he's going to be a very good tight end, and I think potentially a top 5 routine tight end in the NFL in the years to come. So I think Las Vegas, looking at that offensive skill position group, I think Jimmy G's kind of in a good spot. He could put up some numbers.
I'd also say this is probably where you want to take tight ends. Kincaid was the first one taken, 26, I believe.
25.
Like 25.
25. Yeah.
So, and I think this is, we had a lot of talk the past 3 months about where specifically these 2 tight ends were going to go, Kincaid and Michael Mayer. And people were saying, I know people who had Dalton Kincaid in their top 10 overall prospects. So like potentially a top 15 pick, maybe a top 10 pick. Probably not where you want to take tight ends, because we know historically they just the better ones are found in weird places, let's say in the draft. Top picks often don't get a second contract by the team that they're taken by. So getting them later, 26, and then the second round for Michael Mayer are 2 great positions to get tight ends, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking up the tight end position, looking up the guys who were already selected. Luke Musgrave going to the Packers, Kincaid goes to the Buffalo Bills, like you mentioned, at pick 25. Darnell Washington all the way at 93 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Luke Schoonmaker to the Dallas Cowboys as the 27th pick in the second round there. Tucker Kraft, Brendan Strange, Sam Laporta. A lot of tight ends off the board already, but we figured that would be the case. 3 rounds into this thing, that the tight ends would have a big-time run. That's all we heard about leading up until this NFL draft process.
I will say with Michael Mayer, like the hot comp, like the one that you'll see everywhere is Jason Witten. And that's very accurate. And honestly, if you could say, would you take a Jason Witten? If you could guarantee this guy's Jason Witten, where are you going to take him in the NFL draft?
We're going to get to the best play.
If you could guarantee a Hall of Famer, you would take one.
I think he has that type of capability.
I think so too. I think he is. He reminds me a lot of. He's like the JSN of tight ends, in terms of.
Go on.
In terms of. Jackson Smith and Jigba didn't run the fastest 40. Mm-hmm. He's not. He's not the height weight guy. Now, his agility stuff was excellent, obviously, the 3-cone, the pro agility, whatever. But as a route runner, JSN is heady, right, ahead of the game. And Michael Mayer is the same way, right? Just knows how to set defenders up, understands leverage. So that's why, to me, it's kind of the same type of player in a sense.
We'll get back into some favorite picks that we had on day 2, but I also want to get your day 1 thoughts as well, because we didn't have you on the desk for Thursday's show. But let's talk about the best players available that we have on the board here at the beginning part of day 3 with round 4 about to get kicked off. DeJuan Jones sitting up there at the very top. We talked about him a ton on yesterday's show, but it feels as though there's something going on behind the scenes, whether it's medical, whether it's bad interviews, something throughout the process. Sam was saying it on yesterday's show. He's got first-round tape. Like, you can watch his tape and think, this is a guy that I would take in the first round, uniquely built player, but maybe some teams think he's too big. Maybe some people look at the Mekhi Becton situation from a couple of years ago, and Mekhi hasn't been able to stay healthy. He's just such a big offensive tackle. Maybe it was something with the interviews, but DeJuan Jones, obviously a big shock that he's still on the board. Anybody in that group or even outside of that group, Tresh, that it is really surprising that we're about to start round 4 and their name's still on that list?
I don't think anybody's too surprising. I think if I had to pick anybody, it's Luke Whippler. I mean, with DeJuan Jones, we have heard maybe the chatter behind the scenes with him as a prospect. And I do think, just me personally, I think he is a very limited, right? Very top heavy. Balance is going to be an issue. He's going to have some of the best highlight real reps that you're going to see at the NFL level, but he's also going to have some low lights too, right? So I think, it could be a little bit of that or both. But I think Luke Whippler, that's probably the more surprising one of that bunch. I like Clark Phillips. I like Antonio Johnson. I like Trey Tomlinson. But I'm not too surprised that they are here, just given what their weaknesses are and why, what the NFL values. They probably see that as just a little bit of a too risky to invest on day 2.
Seth, what about you?
Yeah, I kind of agree that I'm not blown away that anyone is dropped this far. I think Adebawore probably is the guy that I would say, just because of the athletic profile, is really good. But I like what he's going to get taken. We'll talk about him when he gets taken. The tape is not there yet. But I thought at that position, edge rusher, maybe he plays inside, whatever. That's a position where you're like, hey, look, let's get a freak.
Right.
So that's why I was like, okay, for sure he's going in the top 3 rounds. So that would be the one that I'm most surprised about.
Looking up his mock draftable scores right now. Name is difficult to spell, so I gotta tap dance a little bit here. Well, I'll look up his mock draftable scores in a second, so I could tell you guys his percentiles, because I do agree with you that he was just too good of an athlete. Even if he's not there yet as an edge rusher or an interior player, I agree with you a lot. I'm surprised Kelee Ringo is still on the board. Now, there's pros and cons to him, right? I think the pros are he's a massive corner who has a ton of athleticism and speed. Former track guy in high school, really good track guy in high school, and he's got that straight line speed for you. When you see him in recovery, when he's trying to catch up to these receivers down the sideline, he can absolutely do so. He's got some of the best recovery speed in this class, and I think when he's running in a straight line, you love him there. But it's the turning ability, right? It's that agility, it's flipping the hips, it's changing direction. The NFL, I could understand them not being as confident in his ability to match up against these really good route runners at the NFL level because of that, and because a little bit of a lack of anticipation from him. But still, the size and speed combo from him, I thought was at least a 3rd round pick. You would at least take a chance on this kind of a player in the 3rd round, and here he is at the beginning of the 4th round, still available.
I'll give you the workout numbers for Adebawore.
Please do.
He is in the 90th percentile or higher in weight, 283 pounds. Hand size, 40-yard dash, 20-yard dash, 10-yard split, bench press, vertical jump, broad jump, and 85th percentile in 20-yard shuttle. So,
how is that guy still available?
That's an athlete.
How is that guy still available?
Yeah.
It might go back to the conversation that we had on the early parts of day 2, or I should say late parts of day 2, where, Treash, it looked like the NFL wanted to take athletes, a swing on athletes in the 1st round, but then when the 2nd and 3rd round came around, it was more of those high floor players. It was the guys that we go, okay, we're trying to fill out the roster, let's go with a guy that we can count on. And some of these bigger, better athletes, maybe just because of the tape, maybe the floor's a little bit lower, there's more of an unknown with them. They're still available here on day 4 or on day 3, round 4. Is that the way that you saw it? They took a chance on athletes and then went with higher floor guys, or how did you see the 1st round versus what we saw yesterday?
I think you hit the nail on the head there, and I think that's typically how that goes in the NFL draft. And on day 3, I think we're going to see this run of these extremely talented athletes to start out the day. Just taking flyers on them, and then at the end it's just going to be guys that just love ball. They're going to bed and they're holding onto a ball and they're sleeping with it all night. That's what they're going with at the end of day 3. But at the beginning of day 3, you're probably going to see some of those athletes come back on. So I think you're exactly right in that. It is interesting, to see which teams value which and, what they're kind of going towards. Like the Bears, for instance, really interest me in their draft. They probably have the most boom or bust draft that I've seen in the last few years just based on what they did. Really like Tyreek Stevenson. I think he's going to work out, but we know there could be a pretty low floor there with Darnell Wright, Gervon Dexter, the load, Zach Pickens. So, it is interesting to see how that kind of goes, but I think you're right with that kind of process. That's kind of how I saw it, and I think that's typically how it goes.
Do you think, Seth, that that's the trend of what Treash was saying, where, okay, we're almost going to have a mini version of what we saw over the last 2 days? It's going to be a condensed version, where at the beginning of day 3, teams are going to take more of a swing at athletes, and then rounds 5, 6, 7, it's going to be those higher floor players.
Yeah, there's almost still okay, we went to bed and you're the GM of a team and a guy like Adebawore or Kelee Ringo is available, and you're like, man, I got to take a chance on this guy, right? And then so everyone's feeling this way, like, okay, well, he's not going to last that much longer. That's what everyone thinks. He's not going to last to the 7th round, so I might as well take my pick on him now. And then, like you said, when you get to the end, it's just ball players. Who wants to be a ball player?
Like Carl Brooks, Bowling Green, PFF's highest graded edge rusher last year. I mean, measurables could not be worse. He's just, it looks bad. You look at it on paper, you're like, this guy can't play in the NFL, but you watch him and you're like,
pretty refined pass rusher.
Exactly. And that's where you kind of like, okay, this guy loves ball.
Does he sleep with a football?
That's the question I'm asking. If I'm a GM, that's the first question I'm asking in every interview.
Okay, the does he sleep with a football best available that we have? I feel like Carl Brooks could be in that spot. Ivan Pace, the linebacker from Cincinnati, I think he's definitely in that conversation. Chandler Zavala from NC State, he was high on a lot of people's boards. They love what they saw out on the field. The health is a bit of an issue with his back. Anytime you're talking about a lingering back injury, that's not so great, especially for an offensive lineman, but no question about it, absolutely loves ball. Chase Brown from Illinois loves ball. Deuce Vaughn, do we think Deuce Vaughn gets picked today?
I hope so.
I think he gets picked. I think he gets picked.
I would rather have Deuce Vaughn on day 3 than some of the guys that went on the first couple of days.
Wow. Ivan Pace, I already mentioned Ivan Pace being a loves ball guy. Andrew Voorhees. I mean, when you tear your ACL one day and then have the #1 bench press score the next while on crutches, that's a you love ball.
Jonah Tavai, San Diego State.
Okay. Loves ball.
You got to love ball at that size. You gotta love. He's a small dude. Got the job done in college. Not sure it's gonna work in the NFL, but I loves ball.
I was going through my notes actually, and then I just happened to land on a guy where my bottom line on him was just, you can tell this guy loves ball. This one Johnson from Toledo.
That's all my notes.
If you would just command F and just loves ball, it's just basically everybody that's gonna be picked.
That's gonna pop up a few times
at some point today. No, I mean, look, you need it. You need those players on your team. J.L. Skinner loves ball, loves the contact, loves to hit.
Jonah Tavai, San Diego State.
Right, that's what he just said. Yeah.
No, did you say that?
Are you not in the room with us right now?
Hey, he's zoned in. He's zoned in. Brother, he's got coffee and an energy drink out here.
I'm breaking down UDFAs.
I believe the New Orleans Saints are on the clock due to a trade that we had before the round started. So, are we officially on the clock yet? I don't really know. I don't really know if we've kicked it off, but to start round 4, we're going to have the New Orleans Saints. Seth, any idea where they're going to go? You said that you have nailed the Saints pick because you know their type. So who are they going with here? It was Brian Brzee. Was it Keon White? No, they didn't take Keon White. No.
It was Foskey.
Isaiah Foskey. It was Isaiah Foskey, and then it was Kendrick Miller. So those are their 3 picks so far. Anybody on the board? I mean, could they be a Keely Ringo spot?
Yeah, I can see them going corner for sure. I think they're kind of okay with corner because Alontae Taylor and Paulson Adebo have hit in the last couple of years. And then you're obviously pairing him with Marshawn Lattimore, who has definitely hit. So I think they go in a bunch of different directions. If it's a corner, I like a guy like Corey Trice. I know, Treash, you like him too. I could see them going in a bunch of different directions. They might go back and take a guy like Nick Herbig. He's been a guy that they've liked that type of player, I think, to move around and maybe off ball, maybe edge, stuff like that. So
I like Herbig. I think he was super productive, clearly, at Wisconsin. I'm a little bit worried about the Zach Bond similarities.
Right, and they took Zach Bond. That's why I'm thinking.
Right, and it's like, what is Nick Herbig in the NFL? Because his best tape,
what is Zach Bond in the NFL?
And that worries me because I watched Zach Bond's tape when he was coming out, and I said the best thing that this guy does is rush the passer.
Yeah.
So just let him rush the passer in the NFL. And they haven't exclusively let him do that, right? They tried him more as an off-ball, then they moved him to the edge. I think they actually started him to the edge and moved him to off-ball. So it's been a journey for him to try to find a home-based position for a guy that you preach versatility with. He just didn't have a spot that he really dominated enough to get on the field. I'm kind of worried about with Herbig because he's the same measurables. It's basically the same profile. It's just, do you believe he's a better football player than Zach Bond was?
It's always tough, that specific versatility, which is like edge and off-ball linebacker. Look, in the secondary, we see it all the time. On the defensive line, in terms of outside, inside, we see that. But it's the edge to off-ball linebacker that we've seen 4 times ever. You know what I mean? I think Micah Parsons, obviously, great example. KJ Wright at times for Seattle. There's not a lot of that type of thing. So if you're looking for that type of player, maybe that's a back-end guy who loves ball and wants to play special teams.
Loves ball. That's what we're searching for.
It is interesting, though, because you hear it with the quarterbacks, and you'll hear some coaches may say, like a guy, Anthony Richardson, it's like, man, I'm not changing my offense, and I'm not going to try and develop somebody. That's a big investment. And it's like you look at guys that are just not quarterbacks, like a Nick Herbig, like a Ivan Pace, and it's like they're just so specific. They fit with only just a few different types of schemes and what they can really do. And even then, it's like, okay, you need to really kind of scheme up what they're going to do to really justify playing them on a consistent basis.
The Saints really they slept on it and they could not sleep last night because they must have, right? Because they're like, we traded to get this guy right now. Like, we cannot wait any time anymore to get the player that they're about to pick. Mickey Loomis probably could not sleep last night.
Well, it's because they didn't trade up in round one.
And that's
he's just like he's like Treash in a couple of hours. He's coffee energy drink in, and he's like, you even listen to some of the questions that he got pre-draft, and they're like, oh, are you planning to trade up or whatever? And his answers were like, right now we have 8 picks. And like that's how he answered it. He was just, you could tell he's got like a smirk on his face because everybody knows that the Saints are going to want to get aggressive at some point in the draft. They scratched that itch here. They are officially on the clock. I don't believe that they've picked yet, but we are officially underway here for day 3 of the 2023 NFL draft. So anybody else of the best available that's sticking out to you? Some people like Jacorian Bennett. I'm curious as to where Zach Evans goes in this on today. The halfback out of Ole Miss, former #1 overall recruit in the country. Does the NFL believe in this guy's talent? Where does he go somewhere on day 3? And then I think the biggest topic of conversation is 2 quarterbacks who have had a lot of intrigue. Dorian Thompson-Robinson from UCLA and Jake Haener from Fresno State. I think if you like one of these guys, you like him for a little bit different reasons. People would tell you that DTR's probably got the higher ceiling. Jake Haener maybe is just like one of the highest floors that you have in this class, can be at the very least a backup in this league for a long time. Either of those quarterbacks do anything for you guys to select in the 4th round, or are we waiting a little bit?
I'll tell you, the Saints have been mocked with a quarterback for a few months now. And a lot of people were saying, hey, at 29, they might take Hendon Hooker. So maybe this is a quarterback spot for them, and I wouldn't be mad at that, to be honest. I like both those guys, Haener and DTR, a little bit, right? I think DTR has shown that he's progressed. You don't want to put him in the same group as Jalen Hurts, but in the same way that Jalen Hurts just got better every year. Maybe that's DTR also, and Haener is just a really good quarterback, I think.
If they take a quarterback, we could see a pretty decent run on these passers, I think.
Because are you saying if it's one of Haener or DTR, then you get Max Duggan in there, you get Clayton Tune in there, maybe Stetson Bennett. I mean, I feel like we're going to bring up Stetson Bennett's name a lot today. We should have set an over/under.
Like the Saints took Ian Book a couple years ago. We
remember. We do remember.
They could go anywhere. Who started a game for the Saints?
We don't remember that.
Nobody trying to forget, but I could see them doing that. And they took the Penn State kind of quarterback one year. Oh my God!
The Penn State kind of quarterback.
He never played. He was gonna be
Christian Hackenberg.
Yeah, it was Christian Hackenberg. No, he was gonna be like a Taysom Hill type of player for them, and I forgot his name.
Trace McSorley.
Not Trace McSorley. It wasn't Trace McSorley. I'll figure it out. But so I can see the Saints taking another quarterback. Now they're in a different position now because like with Breeze for all those years. There was always like, okay, we're going to find the next Breeze. We're going to find another great backup, and return him into thing. Maybe it's the same thing with a veteran now in Carr, but they're in a different
The pick
spot.
is in here, and this is a player who, admittedly, I should have done a better job of actually saying his name more on this show and at the end of last show. Nick Saliveri, the offensive tackle from Old Dominion. I think this dude's just a rock-solid prospect. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive at offensive tackle in the NFL, but he's another one in a class full of those guys who played tackle, probably more of an interior guard. He's a guard who I feel like just plays the game at a very steady level. He's not getting beat like a drum. Sometimes, yeah, he'll get outmanned a little bit. The speed will get to him on the outside, but if you stick him on the inside and he's got help on both shoulders, this is somebody who I think really understands the position, understands the leverage, the hand placement, the consistency of it. So maybe not an overall imposing force, but somebody who I love as a preferred backup and somebody who maybe has a starting job as a guard in his future. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I know this was kind of like a hot name that I like this guy more than kind of maybe the NFL might. I think this is an athlete that you take in round 4 to start out day 3, so I'm not going to knock the pick too much. I wasn't too high on him. I thought the biggest thing is just taking in contact. I think he's going to have an issue with that at the NFL level. I think his hand usage needs to improve. Just kind of looked lost at times. The awareness, it was very much spotty. So I think at the NFL, maybe he takes a little bit of time. Don't want him out on the field right away, but maybe he does develop into something. He definitely checks all the trades boxes. So, I think it's a good pick to start the day.
We've got one pick in here. We got the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock. They're adjusting the big board. If you guys are adjusting the big board for your family's future, it's got to be with our friends over at Fabric Life. If you're looking for life insurance, and I know it can sometimes be daunting, but it doesn't have to be. Fabric by Gerber Life does a fantastic job of giving you an online platform to see all the different options for life insurance, the investment solutions, everything you need to set up your family for the long term. Go to meetfabric.com/PFF. That's MEET fabric.com/PFF. You can take a quiz to figure out exactly what type of life insurance and investment solutions that you need right there. It's just 10 minutes to take the quiz, and you can see a personalized plan right there for you. It's made by parents for parents, so you know that it's going to be a streamlined process. It's going to be affordable, and they're going to help you out. They're trusted by over millions for over 50 years. They got over 1,600 five-star reviews, so check it out. Go take the quiz. Get your family some life insurance that you guys deserve, and one that is personalized for you at meetfabric.com/PFF. Raiders pick came and went. It's cornerback Jacorian Bennett from Maryland. This kind of continues a cornerback trend that I think is going to continue throughout the draft. Now, I like Jacorian Bennett. I know Jacorian Bennett's got some fans around the NFL Draft Twitter community. Still very surprised that he goes ahead of a guy like Clark Phillips. And I watched Clark Phillips initially from Utah, loved him. A little bit of time went by, so the measurables from the combine went, okay, he's a little bit shorter than I even thought, a little bit slower, not as quick as I thought. Went back and watched the tape, watched the game specifically where he played in the nickel, and I was like, he's not holding up nearly as well. So much more comfortable on the outside. So maybe that's why you go with these other cornerbacks while Clark Phillips sits there on the best available. Any thoughts on him not being the pick here, or Jacorian Bennett himself?
I think not only that, but I think the NFL just undervalues slot corners to begin with. I mean, they are a very pivotal piece to the defense. They're extremely valuable, and if you're bad at that position, it's going to be a rough day, no matter who you're playing. But, I think it's kind of what you said and just them undervaluing it. But Jacorian Bennett, ball skills, he's got the speed.
He does have the speed.
I think the big thing, I get nervous if he's in press, man, feet, kind of an issue, but it's day 3. He's got the traits. You're taking advantage of that. And again, like I said, the ball skills, exceptional. So, can't knock the pick too much. But, Clark Phillips and Trey Tomlinson, I think they're very much the same. Undersized guy, going to have to move into the slot. And not a lot of teams want to take guys like that early.
Well, I think one of the issues is when you look at the tape, and most of these guys who get drafted at corner are outside players. Mm-hmm. We look at, Antonio Johnson's another guy who specifically played inside and has not been drafted yet. And I think if you would have told us this a year ago, where he was mocked in the top 15 in a lot of mock drafts, looking forward mock drafts, that would have been crazy. But the problem is you're now kind of a linebacker. Right, in a lot of ways, you got to support the run. You're part of the run fit in certain areas, certain coverages and fronts. So tough to project that when you're an outside corner like Trey Hodges playing outside corner. Now you're saying, well, your job is completely different. You're like a hybrid linebacker now. So I think that's why it's tough to figure out how to evaluate guys who you want to play in the slot.
If you're going to take a chance on an athlete at corner, how is this pick not Keeley?
Right. Well, then you wonder about what were the meetings like?
Is there a medical issue? Right, we see that all the time.
And Keely's young too.
What is he, 22?
Yeah. So to me it's weird, but hey, I don't know.
And you hear it a lot too from some of these guys. Prime said it once before, and that it's stuck in my head. Just how difficult it is to play nickel.
You just want Prime.
Well, first name basis. He has him on speed dial.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm in college football. Everybody's talking about Prime and what's going on at Colorado. So, yeah.
Optimus. Yeah. Right. Optimus Prime. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, Transformer.
Yeah. Okay. Just
more of a bumblebee guy myself. But
I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry. Deion Sanders. Go on.
He's going to transform.
Play nickel corner. Yeah.
Colorado
you play nickel
from
corner.
a 1-win team to a 0-win team.
Are we going to talk college ball now? We'll say that for round 7.
Not yet. We're not even in round 6 or 7 yet.
Year. You got Michael Penix Jr., Bo Nix.
Where are you going to watch it? What channel?
What do you mean?
Never mind, go.
We're getting off track. We're getting off topic, and it's already the beginning of round 4. Anyway, playing nickel is really tough because you have to have short area quickness. You got to be very aware. You don't have the sideline to help you. You have so much space to cover. You got to be very physical, like you said, in the run game. It is extremely hard to play, and it's really hard to project. I mean, you got to work with some of those guys. And like a Clark Phillips, like you said, was it great? When he was inside, and when you look at it,
how do they keep?
How are they doing this?
Pick is in.
Eagles pick is in.
What?
It's Keely Ringo.
Oh.
Yeah, like
They're just Georgia Bulldogs.
Philadelphia Dogs.
Howie Roseman is looking at the historic Georgia defense over the last 2 years and simply saying, okay, if you're not going to pick him, I guess I'll pick him. Getting Keely Ringo in the 4th round? Come on, man. It's an unbelievable deal for the Eagles.
Is this the pick? So they got this pick from Arizona. Is this the pick for the tampering trade?
I don't remember.
That's hilarious. All right, yeah, Keely Ringo. It's got everything you wanted. I think, again, we look at a guy like this 2 years ago when he had his first breakout season. We were like, oh, this is definitely a top 10 pick in the draft. And then I think the tape was just never matched up that hype. I just didn't think it would fall this far to pick 105. That's really...
Well, I think it's the movement skills, right? Going back to what we were talking about before the draft even started. You get nervous about corners, no matter how athletic you are in a straight line. You get nervous with guys who have a difficult time flipping the hips and changing direction. Just because, of course, you can anticipate sometimes things really well, but at the end of the day, especially if you're in man coverage, which it feels like Ringo is in a lot, right? If he's got the size and speed combination, you're going to want him to play in man coverage a lot. A lot of that is the receiver knows where he's going. You don't. So you have to be somebody who can react very quickly. You have to be very fluid with your movements, and Ringo just wasn't. So I can understand why you're not taking that guy in the 1st round, but taking him at the top of the 4th when you already got Jalen Carter, when you already got Nolan Smith.
I love it.
This is an incredible pick. By the way, I did look up the age. Keely Ringo, not even 21 yet.
I mean...
He's 20 years old. One of the youngest players in this draft class.
Wow.
So that's why it's like that. He checks a lot of boxes, and it's just that movement, lateral stuff you're talking about. That's really the only one.
And when you look at like what's the most important trade at the corner position, it's that, right? If we look at
Change of direction.
You look at receiver winning in tight quarters. I always say that's the biggest thing you got to do. Corner, it's matching that, right? And he just doesn't really do that. And I think too, I get worried about the instincts. Never really developed. You can sense that he gets frustrated at times throughout the portion of a game. But again, like you said, it's day 3. Keely Ringo, we used to think of this guy as a 1st-round prospect.
Yep.
He's got the size, he's got the speed. Howie Roseman does it again.
This is true BPA to me, too, right? I mean, you're freeing yourself up to take a chance on a player like this. And even if it is true, even if, you struggle to move, you struggle to turn a little bit, again, it's a different conversation when you're saying these things about a guy going in the 1st round as opposed to a player going here at the beginning of the 4th round. Colts on the clock, their pick is in. It's BYU offensive tackle Blake Freeland.
Yeah,
my boy. Is this your boy?
Yeah, we're friends.
Did you bring him up like once in a conversation at some point this weekend, or did you just say his name?
Yeah, I did. Once in my whole life, I brought him up, and now.
Was it in a pleasant way or no?
It's the tape isn't great. I'm gonna be honest. Like the tape
agree.
is not. It's not great. He is probably a little too lanky for that position. Even though, we like taller offensive tackles. It's like the weight doesn't match it enough, and and it's hard for him to get leverage and to stay square and anchored. Like the strength is not really there. So look, 4th round pick is not the end of the world, but the tape was not great.
I felt like he was an athlete playing offensive tackle instead of a athletic offensive tackle. I just thought the priority of the way that you would describe this guy is flipped and not in the good way. I didn't think that he had the play strength. I didn't think he could hold up against the competition that he went against. It's easy to fall in love with the movement because he moves so much better than other guys, but he does feel like a tight end who's just got a little bit of extra weight on him instead of an offensive tackle who's a little bit more nimble than you want. So anytime that's the case, I'm a little worried. I understand why you bet on those players because
for sure,
bigger, easier moving athletes, again, day 3, you can take a chance on him, but I wasn't the biggest fan of his tape.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to do a lot of development with them. You guys said everything. Play strength, big issue. I mean, he's plays too high, waist bender, independent hands. He's really got to work on that too. You add all that up, and you get a guy that's just going to take some time. Right? And I really thought he would be a good fit for an outside zone offense, that could kind of get in there as a swing piece.
Well, that's all they did at BYU.
Yeah, I mean, that was their offense, so it was a little bit easier for him. He was protected there. And we'll probably break down the BYU offense later when Jaren Hall gets picked more. But, again, exceptional athlete, cut off blocks with ease. That's why he kind of went here.
I want to get your thoughts overall on the Colts class. They end up going with Anthony Richardson at all, or in when it's all said and done at number 4, they don't end up picking Will Levis. Apparently, it was a conversation. It's not like it was a runaway. They never were debating on whether Levis could or could not be that 4th overall pick. So Anthony Richardson at 4, Julius Brents in the 2nd round, Josh Downs in the 3rd round. We got Blake Freeland here in the 4th. But what do you think about those 3 picks there, Tresh?
Yeah, first off, I got to give a shout out to our guy, Brad Spielberger. He was the only one I talked to that was adamant. He's like, no, Colts, Anthony Richardson. They're taking AR at 4 no matter what.
Well, shout out Brad Spielberger. He was tied for the most accurate mock draft in the industry over at the Huddle Report. So big shout out to him.
Plugged. He is plugged in.
Our guy is
like,
plugged.
Right into an outlet.
We call him the outlet.
We should start calling him the outlet. I'm going to start calling him that. I love Josh Downs there. That's incredible value in round 3. I mean, he's, in my opinion, he was 38th on the PFF big board. I think I would have taken him a little bit even earlier than that. Size is the biggest issue. This is a class full of undersized guys, and that is a big concern projecting him to the NFL. But with him, like I just talked about, wide receiver, most important thing, winning in tight quarters. He's got some of the best cookage tape in the red zone near the goal line. I mean, he's just such a smooth route runner. I think he's just that polished enough where I am not so much worried about the size as I am with some of the other guys, because I think he has shown he can really do it all. And I think it's going to make life easier on Anthony Richardson, specifically on some of the easy stuff underneath. I think with Anthony Richardson, we all know you're betting on the traits there, right? It's going to take some development, but I'm not going to sit here and just keep, dog on him. He's a good athlete. We all know what he is. No one is expecting him to be a polished guy right away.
It does seem like he fits the profile of like NFL starting and like top 15 NFL starting quarterbacks that we've seen recently. I don't care about the tape. I just want a guy who can make plays as a youth player, as a young player, and learn the game. I don't want to say like I've become like post-tape when it comes to quarterback. It just seems like this position is so hard that you can't be a statue back there if you're going to start right away, which all these guys have to start right away.
And I think the biggest thing with that is, like, he's not taking a bunch of unnecessary sacks.
He's really good in the pocket.
Yeah,
he's really good.
And I think that's the biggest issue you see with a lot of college quarterbacks, that first year in the NFL, it happens again, and you take a lot of sacks, and it really disrupts the entire offense. It makes things really difficult. I've been pretty clear, Anthony Richardson, I don't know if I would have taken him that early, but...
Would you have taken him in the 1st round?
Near the end, probably. Okay. I think there's just a lot of issues there, especially with the easy stuff doing that. We know about the accuracy. I'm not as confident in his decision-making. I know, there were some moments towards the end of the season where, he was, moving to his next read, doing full field stuff. He did manipulate a couple defenders, have some nice throws there, but he also had some really, really bad decisions kind of counteract that. But I do think he landed with a staff that I would be very, very confident in developing him. I think he's in a fantastic situation in Indianapolis. I love that staff, love the front office. I really do think that if he's going to succeed, I think Indy's a good spot for him.
I don't want to be too post-tape, post-film, but it's like I'm beginning to not even care about my own evaluations at quarterback in terms of decision-making, specifically decision-making. It just seems like I had all these ideas. Well, if you play in this type of offense, then that'll translate over. And it's like that just doesn't. It's the hardest position to evaluate for everyone, not just me. And it just feels like we have to live in this world where, hey, I can't make these assumptions on decision making based on the tape. But what I can do is say, you're an athlete. You can move around in the pocket to avoid sacks to keep yourself alive for the first 2 or 3 years in the league. And then the third thing is the stuff that we don't have access to, which is like, can you learn? Like, can you process information? I know that we talk about the S2 test and whatever.
Well, that's why that's such a big topic of conversation, right?
And it's like,
we're trying to quantify it for the first time.
Exactly. And I'm not sure if it's the S2 test that I don't have any thoughts about specifically the S2 test, but I agree that we need to find that these teams are looking for a way to find that. Whether it's the S2 test, whether it's this or that, whatever, this is what you really are looking for, because you're trying to find Josh Allen, right? And you're trying to find Justin Herbert, who, again, like both guys whose tape was like, okay, whatever. And then turns out they're freaking geniuses. Herbert's a genius. Josh Allen works super hard and is probably an underrated genius in terms of his processing. But both those guys have insane traits. right?
I mean, that's the most important piece of the puzzle, right? I mean, do you understand what's going on the field? I mean, that's how you play quarterback, and that's how you win at the NFL level.
Right.
And, I think it's interesting because, like you said, everybody's trying to find that Josh Allen. Everybody's trying to find that Justin Herbert. And I think you look at those guys, and it's like, okay, what happened with Justin Herbert? It's like at one point we did see him play elite.
For sure.
At an elite level of college. His first year, phenomenal. I think he had an elite PFF grade. Everybody thought this was going to be the next guy, and then he started to dip off. Josh Allen, the grade was never great if you go look at his profile and premium stats, but he had some of the best high-level throws that you're going to see, right? Just an absurd count. And I do think big-time throws can be influenced by the system a little bit, but in Josh Allen's case, when you watch him, you go through him, it wasn't. And you could see that high-level stuff. It was just kind of cleaning up some of the mechanical stuff, and he was able to do that, which is a little bit of an outlier. And I think you look at Anthony Richardson, it's like, okay, he did some high-level stuff, specifically on the ground, right? As a passer, he had some moments. You did see the cannon of an arm, but it's just like,
but
can he do all that?
As a passer, so for sure you're going to get the running ability on like designed quarterback runs, for sure. But you're also going to get the running ability kind of like Fields is right now, where it's like, I'm in the pocket, I don't like what I see, I don't understand what I see, whatever it is. I can get out of the pocket and make a play, and I'm still creating in the passing game, even if it's with my legs.
Had a couple of picks go off the board here. Jake Andrews, the center from Troy, to the New England Patriots. Anthony Bradford, the offensive lineman from LSU, goes to the Seattle Seahawks. Dylan Horton going to the Houston Texans at pick 109. And then finally, we have him come off the board here. The Indianapolis Colts back on the clock. They selected Adetomiwa Adebawore, the edge rusher / versatile defensive lineman from Northwestern. Fascinated to hear what's been going on with him. Because if he's fully healthy, and it's not an interview thing, no idea how this guy goes pick 110. Even though I feel like the Colts probably should have flipped who they picked with Blake Freeland and Adetomiwa Adebawore, but it's right here. They're basically the same selection, just a few picks apart. So I'm really liking the Colts class. We already touched on the Colts, but any Adetomiwa Adebawore thoughts? Because I did want to touch on some of the guys that got picked before him.
A high-level athlete, just like Blake Freeland. I'm a little bit more confident in Adebawore. I mean,
you said it, taking a chance on athletes here at the beginning of this fourth round.
And, like I said, tools are off the charts. Foot quickness is absurd. There's a lot of issues there with him that I think he's really got to work on. The tackling is one. I'm not sure if that's ever going to get fixed. He's got to unlock his hips more. He's short, playing high, losing power. Yeah. Balance is an issue. I think.
No, he's not a good passer right now.
Yeah,
might not be a good overall football player right now.
Okay, I was trying to be nice, and a nice way of saying he's just not good yet.
But that's important to say yet, right?
Yeah, yet. He has the traits to get there. It's just you're going to have to spend some time developing it for sure.
The players that were picked beforehand, I'll let you guys, if you got any takes on them, you can. From what I saw of Jake Andrews, especially at the Senior Bowl, smaller center prospect, really great natural leverage, and this dude is just an absolute fighter. I mean, there were reps where he would get beat at the Senior Bowl, clearly, like the guy is about to get by him, but he would not give up. He stayed latched on as much as he possibly could, and he's a fighter in the middle, so I love that. I love the natural leverage, love the mentality that he plays with there. So a lot of centers going in this draft, as we can see there from the Patriots. Anthony Bradford, a guard from LSU. Had a lot of fans. I feel like as of late, he wasn't somebody who people got to very early on. We weren't sure if he was going to be a big name to have in this draft class, but a lot of people like the power profile that he plays with if you're looking for a bigger interior offensive lineman, which definitely the Seahawks need, right? We link the Seahawks maybe to Steve Avila or Osiris Torrance. This is of the same type of mold Bradford is, except you're just getting that guy in the fourth round. So maybe it's just a really good planning for him. Falls into his lap. They take that chance there. Dylan Horton, former safety, that ends up going, I believe, from SMU to TCU. They switched him from safety to edge rusher because they wanted him to be an off-the-ball edge rusher at about 235 pounds. Gains about 20 pounds. Now he's a full-time defensive lineman, so the refinement not there as a defensive lineman because he's still converting that journey from safety over to defensive line. But somebody that you like, he's just a good football player, and they're hoping that they can improve the technique with him. So any thoughts on any of those three guys from you guys?
I think you saying like the centers, like I'm still wondering like why is Whippler and Oluwatimi still on the board? Like those are, I thought, two really good center prospects.
I thought both of those guys, for as much as I feel like both of them are limited athletically, thought they'd go ahead of Jake Andrews. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I did too. Like that's the whole thing. It's like I get why they maybe aren't being taken yet for that reason. But then Jake Andrews kind of comes off the board. I'm a little confused, but I'm going to let the Hall of Famer, kind of prove me wrong there because he is the best.
We got DeJuan Jones finally off the board here, fellas. Cleveland Browns, pick 111, finally take the Ohio State right tackle. We've talked plenty, I think, over the last couple of days. Shoot, even going back to Thursday, we were wondering if he could be the final pick of the first round. Chris Collinsworth was right here talking about maybe he goes to the Chiefs. They've got a right tackle need. And not only was he not the pick there at the end of the first round, but every team in the NFL has now had a chance to select him and pass, including the Cleveland Browns, who took Cedric Tillman earlier. What do we think about Jones?
He's so big. He's so big, and I do think he, like, I just brought it up with Brick Freeland going, but it's like there's big without like the tape to match it up, and there's big with the tape to match it up, and I thought DeJuan Jones had the tape to match it up. Now again, if there's off the field stuff, who knows? That's obviously probably, I guess at this point, why he would fall, because why wouldn't you want a guy with height, weight, speed, and tape, right?
I do think that this is an interesting conversation because I do think that there is such a thing as being too big to play in the trenches.
For
and
sure.
I get worried with DeJuan Jones in that area. Because some of his losses in college weren't great. Are you watching him right now?
No, I just brought up his measurables. 6'9". I didn't realize it was 6'9". For some reason, I thought it was like 6'7".
Nice.
374. So 98th percentile height, 99th percentile weight, and then obviously matching up with 99th percentile arm length and 100th percentile hands. 11.63 inch hands, which is like
Massive.
I mean, he was a basketball star in the state of Indiana.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to play some college ball. I mean, he was.
Did you play against him in high school?
I was horrible at basketball. So bad.
You didn't answer the question. Did you play against him in high school? Because if so, then somebody's got to have camcorder tape of that happening.
I did not play basketball because I was so bad. I'm not even that much of a fan of it. Coming from the state, I know, shame on me.
Yeah, shame on you.
But with DeJuan Jones, man, he's going to have some issues going up. Everybody's going to have issues going up against T.J. Watt. I think he is. I think speed rushers are going to give him issues. I think he's going to have some big-time problems playing at the NFL level because he's just so high.
The people are going to get underneath him, and like he might be a little too top-heavy, and then it comes all crashing down like that. I get it. So maybe this is maybe at the end of the day, this is a good round for a player like that. But he was really good at college, right? So.
For sure, but like his losses too, you still saw that happening, right? And I think you're going to see, it's like you look at his tape, and it's like he had some of the, like I said, the best highlight reel stuff. Like that's going to come down at the NFL. Those losses are going to get more extreme because you're going up against guys that are professionals, and he didn't see professionals that much.
We got the Patriots on the clock. They traded up. We're going to get their pick in a second, but before we talk about the Patriots, we're going to talk about the Patriots this weekend, and we're going to talk about them big picture. Got to remind people that this stream is brought to you by our friends over at Underdog Fantasy and the biggest fantasy football tournament of all time, Best Ball Mania 4. If you don't know what Best Ball is, it's very simple. You just enter in Best Ball Mania 4 over on Underdog's slick mobile app. You draft your team. There you go. Set it and forget it, as Underdog will optimize your lineup every week to create the highest scoring one of all the players that you drafted. Best Ball Mania 4 is your shot at a prize of $3 million if you win first place. They got $15 million up for grabs in total. Get signed up today on UnderdogFantasy.com or via the App Store using the promo code PFF. You'll get double your deposit up to $100. That is Underdog Fantasy with the promo code PFF. Must be 18 years or older and present in state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ncpgambling.org. Patriots. Feels like an extremely Patriots draft at this point, and I just saw who they just picked, and it's just an extremely Patriots draft. They go Christian Gonzalez up at the top in the first round. Keon White next with their second selection. Marte Mapu, the versatile safety.
Not a
kicker. Jake Andrews was their most recent pick, and then Chad Ryland.
A kicker.
Who is a kicker?
He's a good kicker.
All right, enough out of you.
Is he a fourth-round kicker?
Is there any such thing as a fourth-round kicker?
We were having the conversation because of the Jake Moody pick last night. We were talking about this on the walk back to the Airbnb. If you had a kicker who was automatic, couldn't miss, no matter where you lined up from to kick the field goal, people were like, would you take that in the first round? And I was like, guys,
It's 1 overall.
You're taking that player 1 overall. You're taking that player over Patrick Mahomes, right? You guaranteed 3 points every single possession. It's, I mean, like that's so obviously that's that very extreme of kicker analysis. But I don't have much to say about kicker picks throughout this day. He's good. He's good.
Yeah, he went to Eastern Michigan, tore up the MAC, and then went to Maryland.
Can you tear up a conference if you're a kicker?
Yeah, dude, you can.
Are you kidding me? You have all these people sweating your games midweek, and you have a game-winning field goal on the line. I don't know if that actually happened. I can't recall. But, I mean, he probably would have nailed it because he was nails.
Do we have thoughts on Mac Jones? Speaking of tearing up the Mac.
I have a lot of
Speaking of tearing up the Mac, there were rumors that the Patriots could have been in on maybe trading Mac Jones during this draft, moving on, getting aggressive for going to get one of the quarterbacks in this class. Obviously, that didn't happen. It's still Mac Jones' show in New England.
Yeah.
What's the faith level for him right now?
It's just the faith is where it's going to be his whole career, which is like just mid. Like he's going to max out as like a mid quarterback, right? And like this is the problem, especially when you take him in the first round, middle of the first round like they did, without the athleticism, where it's like, okay, well this is it. This is who you are. And then you get into the whole issue of evaluating quarterbacks when there's insane talent around him, and especially like Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, I guess would be the 3. But it's just like he's almost maxed out.
I don't know. I think he's a good case of like we're thinking of the quarterback position like you have to be elevating everybody around you at all times or else you're not good.
He got picked 15th overall though.
Yeah, but a lot of quarterbacks have gone 15th overall. A lot of quarterbacks have gone in the first round and that just weren't ever going to be that kind of guy. Mac Jones was that. Well, you look at what he was at Bama when he's in a good situation, obviously. I mean, he tore it up because he's smart.
Tore up the Mac.
Yeah.
He's Mac.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
He's Mac.
He tore the Mac, but the Mac is him.
I mean, I think if he's in a good situation, he's going to be a good quarterback at the NFL. He needs a good situation. But again, how many people are there that can elevate the cast around him? How many?
But the problem is, when we look at the game right now, you need the top 10 quarterback. Like you almost can't win the Super Bowl unless your supporting cast has to be so good. It has to be literally what we just saw, Philadelphia Eagles supporting cast. If you don't have that, which is like almost a generational supporting cast to have that good of an offensive line from 1 through 5, and have the two of the top 5 best receivers in the league, or 2 of the top 15 best receivers in the league, whatever. That's generational, and we're just not going to see that very often. So, like, to assume that, well, we'll just put Mac Jones in a good situation. It's like there just aren't a lot of good situations. So then pick him at 15 when you could have had Bailey Zappi later putting up the same numbers.
They did.
Which they did.
Come on. It was like 2 games. But no,
but you understand the point. Like, maybe it's not Bailey Zappi, but it's like
you draft a quarterback in the first round, you want him to be
He has to be elite. So if you draft him in the first round.
I think that's a really good argument. I in some ways I'm kind of going here, choosing both paths here, but I look at this quarterback class and it's like, okay, how confident are we that these 4 polarizing guys that we all talked about? You include 5. Like, how confident are we that they're all going to be those types of players?
No, I have zero confidence in any quarterback taken.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that there's a profile of the quarterback who becomes the elite player in today's day and age. And it doesn't look like Mac Jones.
Yeah, but so like overall though, all encompassing, it's like if you look at my big board, that's why I had Bryce Young was 1, because I'm confident that he has that capability, right?
He has the ability to be a playmaker outside of structure right away in the NFL to, again, help him learn the game while not being Josh Rosen.
Yeah, and all the other guys, I don't know.
Well, Richardson, yes.
Did he do it from a passing perspective, though? Because
I think he was really good in the pocket, getting around pressure and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Again, once the ball leaves his hands, hello. But before that, no, I think he can.
It's that with like field awareness, right? That's the part that I don't know about. Like, can he do that? Like, does he have the awareness?
All right, we got 3 fan favorites that just got picked. So I want to get into this. The Chicago Bears just selected Texas running back Roschon Johnson. Right before that, the Carolina Panthers took Chandler Zavala. And then one more pick before that, we had Clark Phillips going to the Atlanta Falcons. Falcons needed some DB help. They've done a lot to invest in that over this free agency period. You bring in Jesse Bates, you trade for Jeff Okudah, now you're drafting Clark Phillips. Feels like they've done a lot to really help out that group.
I like Cam Phillips a lot. I really do.
Clark Phillips.
I like Clark Phillips a lot. Just like really smart player, I think. Understands what routes are coming at him. We talked about this a lot yesterday too, like understanding via the formation, via the personnel, via the split, like this is what routes are going to come at me, and he's playing good off coverage, and he jumps the route, and he's a good player like that.
I do. I like Clark Phillips. I'm worried though, man. I'm really worried about him. I'm worried about the size, the arm length. I think is first percentile in the NFL. I mean, you probably can't play him in any sort of press on the outside. He's much more comfortable as an outside corner. I think he's competitive at the catch point, but he doesn't necessarily have the recovery athleticism.
Yeah.
He won more off of anticipation than that athleticism.
Right, and it's like when you don't have the recovery, you got to win off anticipation. And he was good in college. And that's another thing. Like I'll add this to it. Like we talk about like being post-tape with the quarterback. Like to a certain degree, decision making at all positions is hard to evaluate going from college to the NFL. So this is another example.
I think, like we look at Clark Phillips. You look at it as just his best moments. He had some of the best plays made by anybody in this draft. Anybody. Like the anticipation. Yeah, I mean he jumped some routes that were pretty disgusting for some nice plays. I mean he's got some bounce too, and I think you look at the slot. That's an intriguing quality. That's something that you kind of need there. But I'm with you. You get worried about he is a slot only. I want your opinion on this though, because I was looking at the Falcons depth chart, and I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know how
Which
to
part
feel
of it?
about it.
I'm looking at it right now.
All of it. Specifically the secondary, because I have a feeling that's a group that could, I'm not going to say like be the best secondary in the NFL, but I kind of like how they rebuilt that group in a year.
No, I definitely agree with you. Obviously, A.J. Terrell on the outside is fantastic. I love Jesse Bates. I'm kind of like hot and cold on Richie Grant, but if you got him playing next to Jesse Bates, I think that's fine. I still believe in Jeff Okudah. I like the trade. He, again, was super hot and cold last year. There were parts of the year where it looked like, okay, he's really becoming the version of himself that you wanted to see when you drafted him 3 overall. But there were some up and down moments. Coming off the Achilles injury, you figured that was going to be the case. I think he is somebody who could play inside or out for you. You probably want him more on the outside. So ideally, I think the Falcons are setting up a depth chart where it's Bates and Grant at the safety level. It's Terrell on one side, it's Okudah on the other side, on the outside, and then you draft Clark Phillips to hopefully be a nickel for you. They got Mike Hughes, but I think that they're hoping for that. But again, I watched the tape where Clark Phillips played in the nickel, and it wasn't great. Yeah. He just didn't have that confidence because he wasn't that kind of change of direction player. And so I'm worried if you think because of the size that he's going to be a nickel for you, his traits and his athleticism don't really line up there. We're getting a bit behind, so I want to speed up a little bit. I like Chandler Zavala a ton. When he plays, especially when he played next to Ike Ekwonu, I thought that he was an absolute monster. Guess who he gets to play next to now in Carolina? Ike Ekwonu. So I think that it's a great combination. Another one, too, that they have there. One that was really good in college, but the back injury definitely worries me. If he's out there and he's healthy, he's a starting caliber guard at the next level. But it's just a wonder if that injury is going to hold up for him. Any quick thoughts on him before we move on?
Just I like that the Panthers are going to address offensive line and keep addressing offensive line to help your future star quarterback. Right?
Yeah, have to do it.
Dad also won Chopped.
Yeah, his dad was on Chopped.
Yeah.
He won?
I think he won.
Wow.
I just remember
that's pedigree.
I was doing work for the PFF College Football Preview magazine a few years ago, and I came across Chandler Zavala, who hadn't played for him yet. And I was just reading up on his dad, and I was like, I'm going to keep an eye on this guy. And he actually is a pretty good player. Strength, agile. It's just, again, like you said, that's the big concern there.
Well, I love that Carolina is, like you said, continuing to invest in the offensive line. It's got to be
and receiver yesterday, too.
Yep. Roschon Johnson to the Chicago Bears. How do we feel about Roschon Johnson? Behind Bijan Robinson, so I was basically everybody's consensus RB1 in this class, and there were people that said Roschon Johnson, if he wasn't at Texas, we'd be talking about him as a top 5 back in this class. I didn't quite see it at that level, but there are a lot of things to like for this bigger back now here, getting him in the 4th round. What do you guys think?
Unbelievable after contact. I mean, he can create on his own, and that's the biggest thing that translates from college to pro at the position. So, I mean, I agree with you. He's averaged 4 yards after contact per attempt all throughout his career. 139 broken tackles on 392 carries. Really elevated those numbers over the last couple of years. Some of the best in the country, really. So I like the pick. Seth, what do you think?
No, I like the pick, and I like him in Chicago too. Like, I think it fits now that you lose David Montgomery, who's a break tackle machine. Him and Khalil Herbert kind of do the same, can be the same type of duo. So I think that's a good pick.
They have Deontay Foreman, so it's almost kind of like you figure Roschon Johnson or Deontay Foreman's going to take more of those style of carries, because I think Khalil Herbert's a little bit different of a player. So in a running back rotation room, they're probably having Khalil Herbert as one skill set, and then one of these guys as another. But I don't think it's bad. I don't know how much the redundancy really would take away from this. They got Travis Homer as well, who's had some good plays when he was with Seattle, but I still like this pick. I still think there's a path for him to play.
With having Travis Homer there is like Travis Homer is like one of the better third down running backs, because he's one of the better pass protecting running backs in the league. So he's got to be on the field in a lot of situations, especially with how porous they've been on the offensive line and protecting Justin Fields. Obviously, Fields puts that on itself sometimes, but yeah.
A little bit of an upright runner just because he's a taller, bigger back. Sometimes I think that messes with the contact balance a little bit for him, but he's powerful. He looks like he would suck to tackle, right? And anytime that's the case, you love drafting those kind of players that defensemen look at and they go, I don't want to tackle this guy. That's the way that Roschon Johnson plays. But I also think he's a little bit more nimble than that. I don't want to just call him a brute. I think he's got some all-around skill set, even though he is more of a power back. We'll see how many carries he can get in that Chicago room this year and the next, and then see if he can become eventually a starting running back in that group. Colby Wooden to the Green Bay Packers with his next selection after Roschon Johnson. So Wooden's off the board. I think he's a little bit of a tweener, but that's kind of what the Packers defensive line's all about, right? Get these versatile guys. Wooden used to be played a lot on the interior, but only showed up to the combine sub 280, 278. So what are you doing with this guy? Do you want him more as an edge? Do you want him to gain a little bit of weight and be a little bit more of an interior player? I think that's the ultimate question for a guy who brings some decent versatility to the Packers D-line.
I think that was spot on. I mean, if he's going to go anywhere, it's a team that's probably going to use him in different ways because he is a tweener. And, I think the biggest thing for him, even though he is undersized on the interior, he didn't really play like it, which was encouraging, right? I mean, he had some really strong hands, some good reps there. So I think he's in a good situation to kind of maximize his potential at the NFL level.
Seth, your boy.
City South.
City South.
Love it.
From Bromont, Quebec. My friend is dating a girl who lives in Bromont, Quebec.
Congrats. Oh, wow. Thank you. Congrats. That's pretty cool.
Hope they get married.
That's my analysis
Shout out
on this.
to the New England Patriots. He was picked to the New England Patriots there, so they're bolstering up the beef there. Do you have anything? Do you have any words on your Canadian brother?
To be honest, I didn't watch him.
Okay.
Dude, I loved it.
Oh, yeah?
Do you?
I kind of,
All right.
dude, this Patriots draft is a Patriots draft, but I kind of like it.
In a good way.
Yeah.
You can never say anything other than it's a real Patriots draft. You just don't know what that means. Does it mean Cole Strange in the first, or does it mean Bill Belichick's loading up?
It's fun. He's kind of loading up right now.
Okay.
And City So, he's older, but he comes with a bunch of experience, over 3,500 snaps, 3,600 snaps in his 5 years at Eastern Michigan. Cornerstone piece there, physically built to play guard. Really the only issue that I really noticed with him, his strike accuracy has to improve. It wasn't an issue, obviously, playing at Eastern Michigan. It's going to be an issue at the NFL level, but he checks a lot of boxes.
That's the question. Can you improve your accuracy at the NFL level?
Oh, we're going back full circle. Quarterbacks. Let's go.
I mean, that kind of actually is. It's basically every position.
Every position.
Footwork accuracy, hand placement accuracy, ball placement accuracy.
Catching accuracy.
It's just a game of accuracy. It's a hand-eye coordination kind of a game.
We just figured out the draft.
I opened up a can of worms.
Braden Daniels, the offensive tackle for Utah, goes to the Washington Commanders. Curious on your thoughts on the Commanders. Obviously, you could rope in some Daniels thoughts here if you want, but them going back-to-back defensive backs. Emmanuel Forbes, Jartavius Martin, Ricky Stromberg was their next pick here. They're going offensive line again here with Braden Daniels. I didn't think they were going to go back-to-back defensive back, but what did you think of Forbes specifically? Did you watch Emmanuel Forbes? Because I'd love to get your takes on him. He's a very polarizing player because of the weight.
Dude, I think I saw a lot of people just didn't like the Commanders draft. I kind of liked it. I think the Martin pick a little too early, but I love Forbes. I love Stromberg. I think those were guys that I would have taken exactly in those situations. Emmanuel Forbes, I mean, I think he was a top 3 cornerback in this class. Obviously, the muscle mass isn't really there. That's the biggest concern projecting him to the next level, but he's got some savvy plays on tape. He's got that length. He's got the speed, the play IDing ability. I mean, it's there.
Footwork.
So, yeah.
He's incredible.
I mean, yeah, the flexibility. I mean, he's got it. Plus ball skills. I think that's a really good pick for him. Stromberg, I think I'm a little bit higher on him than anybody. I think the eagerness and ducking, it's a big issue with his, always has been, but I think he's in a good spot there. So I like this draft class a little bit. What do you guys like?
Forbes is a great example of what we've been talking about in terms of cornerbacks recovery. The recovery speed for sure, which you need, but the idea that you're going to get beat eventually. One of these plays you're going to get beat because you don't know what route's coming. But if you can take the least amount of steps possible in your recovery process, you can still make a play and cover the receiver and avoid that separation. And Forbes is like maybe the best in the class at that. Like he's really good at that. So I'm into it. But he's the weight is small.
With this class, there's no.
But I guess like if you were gonna be a lanky dude, might as well be at corner, right?
Well, he's a former wide receiver.
Right,
So
exactly.
played wide receiver and corner in high school. That's why I think the ball skills very naturally show up for Emmanuel Forbes. I just wondered kind of what you thought on him and your overall analysis. Braden Daniels, the tackle that just went to the Washington Commanders. Athletic dude, a little bit smaller. I think he weighed in sub 300. So I think he's around 6'4", 295. It's funny because he played guard, and his skill set is more of this athletic offensive tackle that you would bet on. And you wouldn't think that would start at guard. You would think that would probably start at tight end. Maybe you're moving to mid side, but didn't play left tackle until this past year. So he's got that athleticism to him. Obviously, being sub 300, you like the movement skills. Chamari Connor, for the safety from Virginia Tech, just went to the Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, we're at the point in the draft where the PFF user picks are going to start to all be Tanner McKee.
Well, that's been the case since pick 101.
Oh, not anymore, brother. Not anymore. It's basically Luke Whippler, Antonio Johnson, or Tanner McKee. That's a good segue.
Yeah.
Let's get into some best available. Handful of the best available.
I thought we were going to break down Tanner McKee, and I was like, all right, here we go.
No. We will
talk about slow match RPO.
We will break down Tanner McKee, but we'll wait for him to get selected there. When it comes to the best available, though, Antonio Johnson and Luke Whippler, those two guys are at the very top of the group. We mentioned, what does the NFL think about Nick Herbig? Are you an off-ball player? Are you an edge player? I think that's probably why he's still on the board. His best work's at edge, but man, if you measure up his measurables with edge players, doesn't look great. Trey Hodges-Tomlinson, got Darius Rush, Corey Trice, some good corners there. Tyler Scott's still on the board. I'm shocked, man.
Yeah, I thought the NFL covets that type of speed.
Come on.
I wasn't big on him.
I didn't say the tape was like insane. I just think the NFL covets like the speed's crazy.
Yeah, there are a lot of guys that kind of fit that profile though in this class, right?
He's not a rare player. Carter Warren, the offensive tackle from Pittsburgh, going to the New York Jets. So they are getting a tackle that gives them a little bit of versatility there. I was chatting with somebody a little bit earlier, and it's like, man, I don't hate Will McDonald as a player by any means. But
you hate him as a person.
I hate what he represents. No, I'm just kidding. But in all seriousness, the Jets stuck at number 15 after moving back and swapping with the Green Bay Packers, and because of that, they lose out on Broderick Jones, who the Steelers jump up with. And all of a sudden, you go, man, we have been mocking Broderick Jones in the New York Jets for a long time, and now that he is not a New York Jet, and that they did not pick an offensive tackle specifically. One injury, and that unit's not great. And you've got reason to believe that they're two starting offensive tackles, even though they're projected, they're not going to last the full season and into the playoffs. So it's kind of tough for them. You understand why they're going with Carter Warren here to get some sort of depth at offensive tackle.
I would also add in, and I know that Rodgers had a thumb injury last year, but even before the thumb injury, he was at this point in his career, like Brady last year as well, Breeze at the end, Manning at the end, Roethlisberger at the end. They don't want to get hit anymore.
No.
Like they're done. It's over. They've taken 1,000 hits in there, more than 1,000 hits in their careers. They're done with that. They want to stay upright. And if they can't protect him, it's going to be a rough season. Even if like from a clean pocket, Rodgers can still play, if they can't protect him, he doesn't want to be there anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking with Sam about it when I was on the NFL pod for an ill Steve Palazzolo earlier this week.
He's
that
fine.
funny?
He's fine.
Yeah, he's
fine.
great. He had
fine.
some great reps on the draft show. Carter Warren, I don't know how much he's going to help the cause, but we were talking about it just like, even though Nathaniel Hackett is there, he has experience playing in the system, Aaron Rodgers. How is he going to perform with a completely new set of weapons, new offensive line? I mean, that's where I kind of get worried about. It's like, okay, like you don't have a lot of time here. It's kind of like Super Bowl or bust this year, right? Because you don't know what's going to happen next year.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
Next offseason is probably going to be another, is Aaron Rodgers going to retire? Is he going to play? Type of thing. So, I mean, I think that is a concern. I get why you maybe wanted to address the offensive line early. I like Will McDonald a lot.
So it's hard for you to hate on the pick.
Yeah, I don't hate on it too much because I do like him that much. That's probably right around when I would start thinking about taking him. Mm-hmm. But just given everything else, I mean, it's just a tough call. I mean, these front offices, it's not easy being an NFL general manager or anybody that's in those types of positions. It's a tough decision that can really change the landscape of your franchise. But at the end of the day, I like Will McDonald, so I'm not going to hate on it too much. But with Carter Warren in particular, who we're talking about because they just took him, I'm just not sure how much he's going to help there.
I mean, he's got the long arms. The pass rush or the pass protection grade was good this past year before he got hurt. I believe he tore his meniscus this past season. So he was improving. I think he got better every single year. If you guys want to see the year-by-year breakdown of how much better he got every single year, you can do so on the Draft Guide if you got a PFF subscription. So you can go check that out. With a lot of these day 3 players, round 4, round 5, round 6, you can get a lot of data on them if you go over to pff.com and you download the Draft Guide if you got a subscription. So that's a good way to do that. Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock here at pick number 121. I want to get into a little bit of a big picture Jags talk. This team kind of came out of nowhere to win this division. Seth, how much faith do you have in where Doug Peterson has this team going? Is it something where you could see them repeating with the division? Your hands are up, so I assume it's just going to be a big, I don't know, Jim. So what do you think about this?
No, I'm all on board the Jags hype train because they have the quarterback. That's it. They have the quarterback.
And nobody else has a developed quarterback.
Like especially in that division,
yeah.
For sure. Trevor Lawrence is going to be, if not already is, a top 10 quarterback, maybe even higher than that by the time the next season ends. He's that good. They've surrounded him with some really good players at receiver now, when you add in Calvin Ridley. Now, all of a sudden, Christian Kirk doesn't have to be wide receiver 1, which I think is going to suit the whole team a lot more.
He was
Evan
good,
Ingram, he was good, and then he's going to be even better in this role, I think. Evan Ingram going to be better in this role. Everyone dropping down a peg, I think, is amazing for them. And then getting a guy like Calvin Ridley, who, again, look, when a guy hasn't played in a couple of years, you get a little nervous. But obviously, if we're just basing it on the fact, like the last time we saw him play, he's an amazing receiver. You don't love losing Jawan Taylor.
Not great.
A guy who you felt like you were developing and to be a long-term player at tackle. But Walker Little played good in the times that he did play last year. Cam Robinson not being there for the first 6 games or whatever it may be because of the PED, that's a whole nother story. But you hopefully replace him with Anton Harrison, who can play right now. So I love it. I love the Jaguars going forward.
I do too. It's just like I get worried about the offensive line, for example, right? Cam Robinson's nothing to really write home about.
No,
it's not
but he's
an all-star,
like a
but
player
he's good.
that can play at that
he can
position
play.
at an average level, and that's probably good enough for a lot of teams, right?
Yeah, and to that point, it's like you're only as good as your weakest link.
Yeah.
That's how it is on the offensive line. That's how it is in the secondary. And I look at this offensive line, and it's like they could have some issues early. And, you don't want to kind of get behind in that area and have that be the reason why Trevor Lawrence is really under pressure, 40% of the time in a handful of games. I'm just, hypothetical here. But, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they drop a few games early because of that reason where the offensive line is just really hard to overcome for Trevor Lawrence. But, I do think at the end of the day, though, I honestly would be really surprised if they didn't win the division next year.
Okay. All right. That's what I wanted to know.
And look, as much as I did not like the pick last year, you're getting the second-year player in Trayvon Walker, who was the number 1 overall pick. So you're hoping for that development, in a world where number 1 overall picks develop in their, take a huge step forward in their second year, like could have a really good player. I'm not saying that's a for sure thing, because of the pick was a little bit of a reach, but still.
All right, Jags about to announce their pick. We're about to get another one in here. But before we do, I want to remind you guys about the Game Time app. This is the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States for good reason. The reason is you can get last-minute tickets and make sure you're saving a lot of money. They got the lowest prices guaranteed. Sometimes you can save up to 60% on what you think that you're going to pay for tickets, whether it's sporting events, whether it's a concert, whether it's theater, comedy show, whatever it is. Download the Game Time app. Use the promo code PFF to get $20 off whatever your first purchase is. Game Time app, PFF, $20 off. Any type of ticket, and they guarantee it's the lowest prices right there in the palm of your hand. Very easy. Save money, get yourself some tickets, have some entertainment there. Ooh, Ventrell Miller, the linebacker from Florida, going to the Jacksonville Jaguars, so not too far. Oh, we talk about this on my podcast all the time. Low moving costs, right? When you talk about a team trying to save some money, you just got to get a truck.
Calling the Jags cheap?
No, I'm not calling the Jags. Any team could do this, right? You don't gotta call cross country movers for them. You just rent a little U-Haul, throw in the back of the U-Haul, come on over to Jacksonville.
How far is Jacksonville from Gainesville?
It's like 2 hours.
Okay.
Nothing. Easy drive. You could do it. They might hire you to do it. You get some extra tips.
I need the money, so.
Okay, that's good. Ventrell Miller, thumping linebacker who has been a starter for them for many, many years. He spent 6 years at the University of Florida, so a ton of different experience. Is he the coverage linebacker that you want? No, but that's why he's getting picked here in the 4th round. He is a guy who loves to hit, loves the physicality. I got to talk to him a little bit before the draft process. I asked him about his football background, how he started, and he's like, well, I played running back and linebacker basically all throughout Pee Wee to high school. And I was like, you played the 2 most physical positions of the game? Just all through, like you played both sides of the ball, running back and linebacker, all the way through high school until he got to college. He's like, yeah, man, I just love it. So that's the kind of linebacker that you want. I think he's going to be a core special teams player for you as well, a captain at the University of Florida. So guy's a middle of the defense player. And something I said, okay, well, why'd you end up being a linebacker instead of a running back? He's like, well, a coach told me one time that linebackers have to be totally different. They've got to be that middle of the defense kind of defender. You've got to be able to communicate everything. You got to know what everybody else's roles are to switch things off, to communicate things very well, to adjust to things on the fly. But you also got to be the leader when it comes to leading by example. So I think Ventrell Miller, this is a fantastic pick for the Jags, and not just because of the low moving cost, but also because of the player that he is.
Because he loves ball. That's the biggest takeaway
Ventrell
from that.
Miller loves ball. Yes, he does.
I would also argue that this is why it's hard to evaluate linebackers and why we do a bad job overall evaluating linebackers, because you are the quarterback of the defense in terms of...
Speak for yourself.
Because of these type of things. We talked about it yesterday. Like, it's not really about sideline to sideline speed. It's like how fast can you make the decision of where the ball is going to be in the next 1 second. And then the coverage stuff is interesting too, because it's really the only position where you're trying to cover stuff blind, right? Because everything is happening behind your head as a linebacker, and that's why it's so hard for these guys to come in and not be successful as coverage players. And that's why when you get the guys who were born with eyes behind their head, like Fred Warner, like they show up and they are unbelievably valuable, but it's just tough to find those guys.
Well, he developed it over time.
He did.
Going that way. When you said that, Nakobe Dean came to mind, and just like all of his highlights from Georgia came in, I was like, man, that guy was a monster. Wish he'd be a little bit bigger.
2 guys who got picked over the last few minutes. John Gaines, the second, the interior offensive lineman from UCLA, went to the Arizona Cardinals. I like Gaines. He's a super versatile guy. I mean, I think the footwork is very nice for him. Anytime that he can get the shoulder square and get the punch timing right, I think he's a good offensive lineman who can maintain blocks pretty well, but sometimes just marrying the handwork with the footwork isn't always there, which I don't know. It gives him reps where he looks overwhelmed, where you know that his strength profile is not like that. So I think he's just got to marry that up a little bit more. But he played right guard, he played left guard, and he played center for the UCLA team. So he is a super versatile 6th offensive lineman. Again, when you're looking at day 3, that's the kind of players that you're looking to select. Cameron Young from Mississippi State, the versatile defensive lineman there, goes to the Seattle Seahawks, and then Tavius Robinson, the edge rusher from Ole Miss, goes to the Baltimore Ravens. You raise your hand? Yes.
4th Canadian off the board.
Oh. Or is it the 5th?
The 5th is going to be Chase Brown.
Hasn't been picked yet. Yeah, so that was the big 5.
Yeah, Cameron Young, I'll say, like, the Seahawks need interior defensive linemen, and I thought there was something you can do with Cameron Young because he's really quick off the ball. I think after that, it's not great in terms of his pass rushing acumen and things of that nature, but things you can do with him, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I think I get confused here because what about Moro Ajomo?
When he comes off the board, we're going to give each other high fives.
We are. I mean,
why?
You don't love him?
I mean, he's good, but I just
get him off the show.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know if there was like a I don't know.
Me and Seth are gonna high five. We're gonna just laugh at you.
All right, great, fine.
Crawl on the table.
But no, yeah, I think Cameron Young got length, little to no pass rush impact though. Doesn't really have that athletic trump card. Going back to John Gaines though, he's got the tools. I mean, like you said, he's versatile, athletically gifted too. So.
Tavius Robinson, I did not think was going to go this high in this draft, but 6'6", 257 pounds. I mean, he's got very alluring size and length. From what I saw of him, he was an incomplete kind of a player. I thought he'd go, if you're taking him, probably somewhere more 5th, 6th round. So I guess it's fine. You take him at this spot. But SEC player, you're betting on the length, you're betting on the size.
Not to go back on the Jaguars.
You can do that.
But have you guys seen?
We're all over the place.
Have you guys seen the list of Trent Baalke, who's the general manager of the Jaguars, running back picks as a general manager for San Francisco and now Jacksonville?
No, fire him off.
So he's taken a running back in every single draft. He's taken a running back, different rounds.
Okay.
Here's the list, a real who's who of running backs that did not pan out: Kendall Hunter, LaMichael James, Marcus Lattimore, Carlos Hyde, Mike Davis, Kelvin Taylor, ETN, Snoop Conner, Tank Bigsby this year. Not very inspiring.
Okay, wait. ETN, good.
ETN,
Mike Davis.
ETN was obviously the highest pick, round 1. Yeah.
Mike Davis.
Mike Davis, not in San Francisco, but
fine.
He was okay. Yeah. Carlos Hyde, fine. I mean, but not a second round pick. Fine. Okay. He picked in the second round though. Yeah, that's rough. Anyways, he loves it. He loves running backs and tight ends.
He's playing his game.
That's Balk's fetish.
Gotta respect it.
Oh, wow. I did not expect this pick either. Darius Davis, the wide receiver from TCU. All 5'8", 165 pounds of him.
With his teammate.
Who?
Oh,
Johnston.
Quentin.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
He was there picking the first round. You're right. Just TCU offense unite.
Yeah, I mean, Davis can be an
Must
impact.
have liked what they saw.
Yeah, I mean, he can make an impact return game. He's got speed.
So that's got to be what this pick is, right?
Yeah.
And as we're going to continue to talk about these guys throughout all of day 3, we're going to start to talk about special teams impact. I mentioned it a little bit with Ventrell Miller. This is another player in Darius Davis that you figure he's probably on the team for what Treash mentioned, special teams.
Yeah, and guys who love ball. You know, nobody's too big for special teams.
I thought that was the 7th round. We're not in the 7th round though.
No, what we're getting there.
Apparently,
we're starting to get like the real ball lovers. You know what I mean? Probably not. But Darius Davis, he's going to make an impact there. I think everybody out externally from teams underrate like how much teams value special teams. I mean, it is a very integral part to the process, and some may argue it's because you don't ever want to, think the play to convince the players that it's just doesn't matter. You want to give them to buy in because bad special teams, it kind of can hurt you a lot. We've seen that before. Just kind of have to be good enough in it. So Darius Davis, that's probably the impact he's going to make.
All right, so the Chargers draft, as we're waiting for the next pick to come in here, we got Quinn Johnston, you got Tuli Tuipulotu, Diane Henley, and now Darius Davis. The ask was get speed on both sides of the ball and then get some depth at edge rusher.
Yeah.
I feel like they did that.
I agree.
Given the class.
They hit the positions and the type of players that I think they need. Obviously, you can argue about the evaluation of the receiver, though I think Quentin Johnson in this class is the only guy that really fits at that pick. Pick 21 first round is probably the only guy who fits like the type of receiver that they need, which is big, tall, fast. So and I think Johnston was a guy who is a better route runner than I thought he would be when I put the tape on. Yeah. So that's exciting. The catching ability is not good. I hope it's a confidence issue with him and he can build that up, and then because if not, there's problems. But I'm hoping that you can fix that because everything else is really good.
I just get really worried. Like, you never saw any development with that. It was just like, even this past year, just body catches everywhere. But, you know, I think like the big difference there with him is just like the stop-start ability at that size is just remarkable.
Cleveland Browns just picked Isaiah McGuire, the edge rusher, bigger edge rusher from Missouri. I'm not sure if y'all have strong takes on McGuire, but you like the size, you like the power profile.
I just thought, like, with the tools that he had, it didn't show up on tape enough, like on a down-to-down basis, but there's something to do with him, I think.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest takeaway was I thought his numbers would be better than they were, for sure, but there's a lot to like about him. I mean, I had him ranked pretty highly. I think he's, you know, good at using his hands and his length to his advantage. Got a lot behind him too. Excellent bend, cornering ability for his size. You know, he doesn't have a deep array of moves. It's just very much a spotty come-and-go player, but fourth round, I really, really like the value here.
And I think there's a lot of versatility with him too, right? Because of how powerful his profile is, the size that he comes with. He's got the length. You can play him inside a little bit. You can use him a little bit as a 4-eye. You can use him as a 5-technique player. So I think there's a ton of versatility that comes with McGuire. And you and I were chatting a little bit about this yesterday. He's the pick to the Cleveland Browns. The Browns just need more defensive linemen, right? They've got to get Myles Garrett help.
The Saints just traded up again.
Or did they?
Yeah.
With the Jags?
It's the fourth round. Calm down.
No, they're in it. They're finding these players they need. Yeah. Last time it was for Nick Saldiveri at the very top of the fourth round.
The rumor that I heard was that they just traded with the Jaguars, and the rumor I heard was that they were going to trade with the Jaguars in the first round, because they were afraid that Brzee wasn't going to be there, and then they looked into him still being there without the trade. So
how do you think
they've been on the phone with Balky? Loomis and Balky have clearly have each other on speed dial.
It's like our Zoom's talking pass concepts this entire offseason. What do you think of Brzee? Got him speechless.
Speechless. No, I don't think. I think obviously you're banking on something that probably wasn't on the film as much as it should have been. Mm-hmm. But 29th overall pick, so I'm not mad at it per se. But I just think you're waiting for something to happen with all the Clemson defensive linemen.
Right.
And the only guy the guy that I really liked who hasn't been picked yet is KJ Henry, older prospect. Mm-hmm. But he's like probably the one that showed you the most on tape, at least from this past season.
Yeah.
So Brzee is just interesting, and the Saints just took Fresno State quarterback Jake Haener.
Wow.
Although I said this might be the pick at the beginning of this round.
Wow.
They've tried to do this for a lot of years, and they haven't hit on anyone, but maybe this is the year.
So I love that this happened because you called it. You called it before the show even started that this could be the spot where Jake Haener comes off the board. Did you watch Jake? What did you think about Jake Haener?
I liked him a lot.
I do
obviously, too. You've loved Jake for multiple years.
Jake's my boy.
Yeah, I mean, size, durability, like obvious concerns, right? But man, efficient release, motion. I mean, he has some of the best anticipatory throws that you really could see in this draft class. I mean, beautiful throws. He's proven he's capable of getting through his reads, finding the right receiver. Again, it's just like the size and durability, and he does have like that sense of panic a little bit on longer developing plays, but I like it. I think this is a good pick here in round 4, day 3.
I just looked up. Remember I said they took a quarterback from Penn State who was supposed to be their new Taysom Hill?
Who was it?
Tommy Stevens.
Oh, wow.
Oh, right.
Did not work out. No. He is now the quarterback for the Calgary Stampeders.
Man, for as much as people look at Jake Haener and they might go, okay, he doesn't really have the size profile, doesn't really have the prototypical NFL arm. 92.1 intermediate passing grade for us.
Really accurate.
91.3 deep passing grade for us. And I think that goes back to the anticipatory passes, right? And I think that when he is not under pressure, when he gets to operate within the offense, again, an elite passing grade. Now, he doesn't have the mobility to get out of the pocket, so the grade when he's being pressured isn't as good as you want, but there's so many good, I think, clutch plays from Jake Haener over the last couple of years.
This is where these type of quarterbacks should go, and not 15th overall in the 2021 NFL Draft.
I think the most impressive thing.
If you put him, this is always the issue. If you put him in the Alabama offense between 2018 and 2021.
Yeah, tell us. He wins the Heisman.
Bro, he wins the Heisman.
Yeah, you would too.
That's the point. That's the point.
No, I'm joking. I'm being exaggerating here. I think with him, the most encouraging thing is that like he wasn't getting his hand held as much as some of these other quarterbacks.
Yeah.
No,
It's a tough offense.
Right. This is when we talked about Jay Kaner at the top of the show. Floor for Jay Kaner, damn good backup. Preferred backup, I think, in the NFL. This guy could play in the league as long as he wants. Is he ever going to be a consistent starter? No, but I think he can be a spot starter for you. He's somebody who I think could come in at, what are you pointing at?
The Lions are trading starting running back. I'm quoting Ian Rappaport. Starting running back DeAndre Swift to the Eagles.
So they did it.
I mean, we knew this was going to happen the second they took Jahmyr Gibbs. And obviously they signed David Montgomery this offseason. So,
are you sure it's Ian Rappaport? Because Twitter's the Wild Wild West now.
It's true. Let's make sure.
Wow.
Ian Rappaport, 4 million followers.
So we thought this might be the case when you take Jahmyr Gibbs at 12, right? And that's really the only way that it does make sense, is that if you are completely out on DeAndre Swift. Because there's no way you can even live in a world where you have David Montgomery now, who they signed in free agency. You draft Jahmyr Gibbs at number 12 overall. And you can't even almost give DeAndre Swift a chance at that point. Because if Swift would have been incredible this upcoming year, you go, all right, what do we do now?
Exactly.
We've got major draft capital and free agency money. You would then have to probably re-sign DeAndre Swift, and it would have been a nightmare for him. So I think that this trade was coming the second that they made Jahmyr Gibbs the pick at number 12.
No, I agree. They couldn't have the three of them play this year together. It wouldn't work because you have to have Jahmyr Gibbs on the field if you're going to pick him at 12. You know, if Gibbs goes in the second round, maybe we're thinking about it differently. But at 12, he's got to play. And you just Montgomery's making like something like $6 million a year. So like, both those guys have to play. You don't have.
They got so Philly's now got Kenneth Gainwell, who I think is a fine back. What?
Oh my God.
What happened?
Got another quarterback.
Oh my Lord.
I love this.
The Rams just took Stetson Bennett in the 4th round.
He's their John Wolford replacement.
Yes.
It kind of fits.
Your hands went in the air in victory.
I don't know why, but
I was gonna say what's going on here.
I think it was just natural because I think Ethan told me he had a prop bet that he was going to go 4th round and it was like heavy money. So shout out Ethan Moran for that.
Wow.
I really do think Stetson Bennett was like a great quarterback for Georgia this past year. The year before that, I think he was helped out a lot. He was still helped out a lot this year, but he grew in a lot of important areas. I mean, he operated the offense with perfect timing, just like the year before. But when things started to get down, he really, really showed out this past year. I mean, just the ability to stay calm in those obvious passing situations. That's what hurt him the year before. Remember that SEC title game, lost to Bama. I mean, they were just throwing different pressure looks on 3rd and long. He could not handle them. This past year, he handled them. And I really do think that
helps to be a 25-year-old quarterback.
Okay. All right. Bring it, knock him down. You just got drafted.
Go ahead, knock him down.
Yeah, knock him down.
No, I actually think this is a great pick because of the athleticism. I keep going back to the same thing. He can actually get out of trouble in the pocket. So again, you're able to just make plays. He's going to back up obviously this year, but like he can make plays, and you just figure out if the decision making is good enough for the NFL level as he's making those plays.
I really do think that it's going to be, like, I'm not sitting here saying, like, oh, Stetson Bennett's going to be, going to lead him to the playoffs or anything, right? No, I think he could be, like, a good backup for him. And with Matthew Stafford, maybe he's out there a few games. Maybe he's pretty spunky. He can mess around and win a few games. I think he has that type of ability. He's not going to force a throw, exhaust all his options, not going to get panicked. That was the biggest thing this year. He lost that sense of panic when times were tough for him. I think you saw the intelligence that he plays, just his football IQ really showed this year in particular. And that's why I really like him as a day 3 option. And like you said, he's a great athlete, the escapability. That he had a run against Auburn where you could really see the Jets get turned on. It was just one of the fastest runs by a quarterback this past year. So I think this is a great pick for the Rams and former PFFer Zach Robinson.
My big take here is I would have taken Stetson Bennett in the 4th or 5th round. I didn't think it was going to happen, but I would. I did not think that he got enough credit for how much better he got this past year. The year before, It was just the defense. That's all you needed. Just hand the ball off to the running backs. You've got Brock Bowers, who came out of nowhere for you as a freshman. And the defense was one of the best defenses that we've ever seen in college football. That's all it took for Georgia to win the national championship the first time. This time around, Stetson Bennett was a major reason of why they got back to the title game, why they were able to be undefeated, and what they were able to do this past season. I really do think that confidence, the way that he played, was extremely impressive. He's got nice escapability. Obviously, we heard during the process, the attitude, the personality of Stetson Bennett wasn't going to be for every team. We heard that it was a turnoff for some teams, and other teams look at him and be like, hell yeah, we love this dude. Winner, and he's got that mentality. And for the Rams, clearly, they were all in on it. I like this pick, man. Given his resume and how much better he got this past year. Now, when I say that he got so much better this year than he did the previous year, I'm not saying that he's poised to continue to take these leaps at the NFL level. I think he is what he is. I think he's a backup guy. Maybe, like you said, he can be spunky, win some games for you. But that's kind of what Stetson Bennett is. If that's the case, that's fine with me in this 4th, 5th round.
That's right.
Especially with Haener off the board. Wouldn't have taken him above Jake Haener.
Yeah.
But here,
did you hear that? That was a pretty good pitch.
It was a good pitch. I agree.
You're dogging on him. You don't think he's going to be good.
I just said he's going to be good.
I
would say I'd probably err on the side of any quarterback. To be honest, I would err on the side of any quarterback picked in the NFL draft will not be good. Like
most of them won't be.
Most of them won't be good. So maybe I'll just be conservative and say that.
I'm just happy like Stetson Bennett came off the board when he should.
Eagles traded DeAndre Swift for pick 219 in this draft and a 4th rounder next year, and they also got back pick 294 or 249, sorry, from this year. So little bit of a pick swap this year, and then you're losing a 4th rounder next year to go get DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, it's fine. They lost
I think it's
Miles
great
Sanders.
deal for the Eagles. Come on, they're making a title run.
I'm
Any
fine
injury, any depth on their team, it's not going to mess with them.
They're good.
Yeah, I mean, Howie did it again. I mean, like, he's having a great draft. I know it's like a big meme, like Howie's like a genius, but dude's in his bag in this draft. He's kind of cooking. Yeah. I would really like this pick by the Dallas Cowboys, though.
Ooh, all right. Talk to us about it. Announce the pick. Viliami Fehoko?
Yeah.
Okay.
129th overall.
All right.
Ball lover right here. I mean, he does have a lot of intriguing qualities. He is like that tweener size. He's played the edge mostly. He's a little bit too hefty for that. You know, he is tall, went up against weaker competition, but highly, highly productive. He has a ton of pop in his hands, really good hand usage. Just the moveset that he does have from a pass rush perspective, I do think it's advanced. Also has NFL bloodlines, cousin of Vita Vea, correct? Your boy, Trev. So I think this is a good pick in the 4th round. This is exactly the kind of player I would target here.
Wait,
as you can see with that data right there, 66 pressures, 3rd in the FBS, elite PFF grade. Gotta love it. If you're taking guys like this, kind of want production to back it up, and he has high quality production each of the last few years for San Jose State.
Vita Vea, that's your boy.
Oh, right. Of course. Yeah. Seth, any takes? Or are you just echoing it?
Just echoing.
That's right. Good player.
What do you think
Good
about
player. Like him, just like whatever Tresh said, I'm on board with.
Dangerous game.
Whoa.
What?
It is a dangerous game.
Tyler Lacey, the edge rusher from Oklahoma State, he just went to the Jacksonville Jaguars. But I want to get your opinions on the Cowboys. We'll get to the Jags in a second. They take Mozzie Smith at 26. Did you like that pick? Luke Shoemaker, when other tight ends were on the board there in the 2nd round. Curious if you like that one. DeMarvion Overshown, obviously went to the University of Texas, so he gets to stay in the state of Texas. They probably got a good look at him, and we're comfortable with the hybrid role that he could play. And then obviously Fehoko, which you just talked about there. Thoughts on the Cowboys draft, addressing those positions, and Mozzie Smith, Schoonmaker at the top?
I mean, moving costs for Overshown, too.
Oh, yeah. Low moving costs.
Saving money.
Love to do it.
I was pretty high on Schoonmaker, I thought, and this is like way earlier than I ever anticipated him coming off the board. I think his role at Michigan, and I'll talk about Mozzie Smith, a lot of blue for Jerry Jones.
A lot of blue.
Shoemaker, I thought his role was pretty simple in that offense, right? He didn't really do a lot. Most of his production was just underneath drags, getting vertical north to south after the catch, and he was good at that, right? But, I think he's going to have to work on just an all-around skill set. Mozzie Smith, that's exactly where I had him. I think he's a good player, just a power player. He can play a little bit too high. A lot of these kind of guys that play high can get a little lethargic, but he's got the blend of length and strength, pretty rare. Just a tough, hard-nosed player, consistent disruptor versus the run. Just not going to really generate much pass rush production. I think that's what you're kind of getting with him. But I do think that you can be confident in him having a high floor against the run, and that's very valuable at that position.
And that's what they need right now. It's a high floor versus the run, right? Because the rest of the defense is pretty good. Just got to stop the run up the middle.
I did want to talk about Tyler Lacey a little bit. We've got another pick in. The Bengals picked right after them. But Lacey, I think that this is a special teams player. He's a multi-year starter for Oklahoma State. Gives you the body type to where you can play him a little bit on the interior, but he's a little light for that. You probably want to pack a little bit of pounds on him if you think he's more of that 4-eye or 3 technique player. But if you want him more on the edge, I think he's fine around the 275 that he weighed in at. But just a really experienced dude, plays with a lot of heart. It feels like a special teams and backup kind of a role for them. And the Jags love those bigger, longer matchup type of players along the defensive line. So I feel like that fits Tyler Lacey to a T. Charlie Jones coming off the board. Purdue wide receiver to the Cincinnati Bengals. You love him? You like this guy?
I like it here, yeah. I mean, like the biggest thing I was concerned about with him, just like the physicality aspect, how can he handle that at the NFL level, especially along the route? He can get pushed around so easily.
That's my first note.
Yeah, but like in round 4, it's really not like an issue that you're going to be like, oh, I can't take this guy. You know, just at this point, you know, you go with what he is, and he's very reliable. That's what he was for Purdue.
Maybe he moves into the slot. You know, Tyler Boyd's not going to be there forever. Different player than Tyler Boyd for sure. Like even if they both play in the slot, but maybe that's the role for him, and I think that could be a good spot.
Definitely, surefire hands. Got the athleticism, really sinking and exploding his routes. I mean, I love this.
I thought he was one of the best route runners in the class, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just when you look, I know he's not going to attack vertically as good as some of these other guys, but getting off the line of scrimmage, the footwork, the handwork, creating that early separation, Charlie Jones was one of the best, and he put in the work to do so, right? This guy who was a walk-on, I believe, at Buffalo, or he was just a special teamer early on during his time at Buffalo, wanted to play in the Big Ten, transfers over, walks on actually at Iowa. It's the same thing, more of a special teamer, didn't really get on the field. He's got 1 year of eligibility left, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna try things out at Purdue. Let me go for the third school, and boom. He just absolutely caught fire with Aiden O'Connell as his quarterback there. They had a great rapport and a great connection, and you saw a ton of production because of it. But he absolutely put in the work over the last 3 or 4 years to become the receiver that we have here. I figured that this was probably the range for him, but for a guy who's as much of a technician as he is, he's a good depth player to have on your team. You know what you're getting at least when you're putting him out there on the field.
High fives all around.
Apparently, on one of the network draft shows, it was revealed that Les Snead, general manager, Los Angeles Rams, had Stetson Bennett as his QB1.
No.
So they got great value. Great value for them.
No. Who said this?
Who said this? I don't know. We have it on mute over here.
QB1 of what? The day 3?
One of one.
Day 3?
I mean, I had him above Hendon Hooker for what it's worth, but yeah.
You had Stetson Bennett above Hendon Hooker?
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's hot.
We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
No, just because we really did hype up Charlie Jones to the Bengals. There's no like draft class that I don't really like. I think everybody's kind of
San Francisco's is not good.
Well, they
picked a kicker at 99.
I like Jair Brown a lot.
I don't, but go on.
Anyway, favorite drafts. I think it's either a competition between the Los Angeles Rams or Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, they got their quarterback once.
Yeah, they got their QB1, so I mean, you got to tip the cap to them. But, you know, the Cincinnati Bengals, like the only bone I have to pick is I probably would have gone with Michael Mayer over Myles Murphy, but like I don't absolutely hate it because Myles Murphy's a good player at that spot. You had DJ Turner and Jordan Battle. Those are my 2 favorite picks because I think you get really good value. You beefing up the secondary. What did we say earlier? You're only as good as your weakest link, especially in the secondary of the offensive line.
Secondary for sure.
Yeah. And we've seen that with the Cincinnati Bengals kind of be an issue. I'm not going to name any names, but we all know who we're talking about here. And I think you get somebody like DJ Turner, Jordan Battle. I think they can really sure that in those spots up there for him.
The more I watched of Myles Murphy, the more I became Myles Murphy pilled, where it's like, the athleticism is too good for it not to work out eventually. Even though the tape is like whatever.
You hope that the athleticism raises his floor a lot.
Exactly.
Like he's never going to be overwhelmed at the next level.
Yeah. So yeah, no, but it is a good draft. I'm on board with it being a good draft.
Steelers pick us in, but before we get to that, because it is a notable name that's coming off our best available board, Fabric by Gerber Life. It's designed by parents for parents to give you guys affordable life insurance and investment policies, you know that because it's designed by those people that it's going to be something that you can rely upon. Go to meetfabric.com, meetfabric.com/PFF. Take the 10-minute quiz. Get yourself a personalized life insurance policy for you and your family. Exactly what you need. You're paying for nothing more. A lot of people say that it's overcomplicated. It's not. They got an easy online hub for you to see everything right in front of you so you know exactly what you're signing up for. They got a 30-day money-back guarantee so you can shop safely and securely. They've been helping millions of people for over 50 years, over 1,600 5-star reviews. It's a big deal. So go to meetfabric.com, meetfabric.com for all of your life insurance and investment solution needs. Go check them out. meetfabric.com/PFF. So the notable name that I was talking about, Pittsburgh Steelers, take edge rusher Nick Herbig. What a freaking draft from the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're just picking all of the best available whenever they come on the clock. That's what it just seems like they're doing. They have a hell of a haul right now. Steelers A+ draft for me. This Nick Herbig pick just continues to strengthen the A+ that it is.
You know, like, honestly, if I look at what my favorite pick is, it's probably everybody's least favorite pick in this class. That's Broderick Jones.
Why would that be least favorite?
A lot of people like Joey Porter. A lot of people like Benton, Washington.
All right, just in these Steelers class.
Yeah,
that's what he's saying.
in the Steelers class, yeah. Because, like, you look at Darnell Washington, Keanu Benton, and Joey Porter, like, you can, like, for me personally, like, there is some flaws in there where it's like, this isn't like slam dunk. I'm a little scared in some ways. Broderick Jones, I like a lot. I think that's pretty good value for him, even at 14th overall. But yeah, I mean, it is a good class. It's just like, I do think there are some issues, but I think this is, the users love it.
They should love it. Nick Herbig is too good of a pass rusher to be picked in. Are we on the 5th round yet? Are we on the 4th round? All right,
a few picks away.
We got like four picks at the back end of the 4th round. I think Nick Herbig's too good for this. He's too good of a ball player, right? As we would say. You guys can see the PFF stats right there, but the guy was just too productive. Even if he's a little bit of a tweener, you taking a chance at this level or at this point in the draft makes so much sense.
Yeah, I agree. And like the tweener aspect does show off in negative ways as well, where it's like can get moved in the run game a bit on the edge, quite a bit. But the explosiveness is right there. He's got a lot of moves, tries to spin move. Actually, I thought he had pretty good pop for the size. Like, he's not a big player, but he thought he could knock back people better than I thought he would be able to. And yeah, the explosion is there. So I think this is where he should have gone. And like you said, I know it's like, oh well, they have TJ Watt, so take another Wisconsin player, like whatever. But like, it kind of fits.
And like, he's young too. It's not like he's old. I think he's only 21 years old, and he has all the traits to move to off ball too. If you need
I think that's where his home is.
Yeah, for sure.
He had a 91.1 pass rush grade in 2021, 91.4 pass rush grade in 2022. So elite pass rush production over the last couple of years. But yeah, at 240, you're just an off-ball linebacker. But maybe it's kind of the same. They're not the same player. But the way that you think about Drew Sanders as an off-ball linebacker who gives you that plus ability to rush the passer, that's kind of the same way that you would talk about these guys. Now, they're built differently. I think Drew Sanders is a much longer dude. He's got better length to him when he's attacking the pocket. But Herbig is such a fantastic pass rusher that you think about them in a little bit of hybrid roles the same way if you're making both of them these full-time off-ball players, not on-ball 3-4 guys.
This is a discussion about that we can have now about like how many plays per game are for any position are like NFL translatable. And Wisconsin, their defense is a good example of there not being so much. When you watch Herbig, it's like he's looping, he's stunting, he's doing that. And it's like, yeah, you're going to have to do the NFL, probably not as much as they did at Wisconsin. And then it's like, how many reps do you see him one-on-one pass rusher? Like, that's how you win or lose as a football player in the NFL. And so I guess I wonder about that. I mean, you talk about it with offensive tackles playing against new defenses in the college football, safety play, you know, all that type of stuff. So just, we don't have to talk about it, sure, whatever.
No,
You just talked about it. What do you mean?
I mean, that's kind of something we are going to work on behind the scenes, doing scheme study and how that can kind of influence a player's projection to the NFL, whether or not they can translate at a high level. You know, Tennessee the super spreader offenses, whatever it may be, that Wisconsin's defense. So, it is interesting, but I think overall with this player, I'm with Trav. Do you like this?
We're talking about Herbig still?
Yeah. I mean, I think this is a good value here. But no, it is a good, deeper converation. We could probably spend a lot of time talking about
we got another 8 hours, so.
I like this. I like this pick too, man. There's a lot of notable names here on the Chicago Bears draft because with their latest selection, they take Cincinnati wide receiver Tyler Scott at pick 133. Way too low for Tyler Scott.
Yeah,
he's too athletic. Don't give me that. Don't give me that look. He's too athletic. He stretches the field so well. I think there's still some left in the tank for him to be an even better route runner.
Right. This is where I get on board with it, where I'm like, I could see there being some more coaching available to him in terms of his route running, and then you add in the speed that he has naturally, and like maybe there's a good player there.
Yeah, I mean, it just wasn't a nuanced route tree at all.
No.
And like the way he is small, he's undersized, but like he would just run so upright. It just like it.
I love when we
weird.
have the same notes on a player.
Do you have that?
I both wrote that he's fast, but the routes weren't nuanced. Just very like I'm running an in route. No matter what's happening in front of me, I'm running an in route, and I run an in route. and it's like yeah, it works to a certain degree in a lot of different moments. It might not work as much in the NFL, but very fast.
We just talked about the scheme stuff.
Yeah.
My overall picture with Tyler Scott is like he's a good college wide receiver. I'm not saying he was horrible.
Yeah.
Like he was a good college wide receiver. I'm just not sure how this is going to translate to the NFL. And like it's day 3. Like I'm not going to sit here and like say it's a horrible pick, whatever. It's just like I'm just giving my reasoning why I'm a little bit lower on Tyler Scott than some people, but got the speed.
He definitely has the speed. I think he is too athletic to not take at this point in the draft. So this to me had to be his floor. Vikings just picked right after them. They took Jay Ward, the corner from LSU. Speaking of guys who love a ball. Could be a safety, could be a nickel corner guy, so he's a versatile player for him. Probably just a core special teamer if we're being honest.
Right. I just think LSU, watching as much LSU as I did last year, just like not even as a draft evaluator, as a fan of LSU. Like LSU needed Jay Ward so bad last year just to keep everything in order on the defense. So I'm happy to see him get picked.
PFF grades, not ideal.
Yeah.
Overall PFF grade, he's got some of the lower grades of the guys who have been drafted so far. But again, I'm not so sure he's going to have a starting role with the Vikings, although the Vikings need help in the secondary. So picking a guy that, what Seth talked about, almost like the glue of that secondary, perhaps those are the traits that they just really wanted in there anyways, a good communicator, a guy who's got some versatility for you. So could be a very solid pick for the Minnesota Vikings ultimately, even if he's just a depth player and a special teams guy. To me, I guess that could make sense there as well. Raiders traded up, so they are now on the clock at 135. Do you have any Jay Ward thoughts? We move on to the Raiders.
No, I'm curious to see if this is going to be a QB.
Aiden O'Connell.
Aiden O'Connell? Who's the next QB that gets taken?
Tune.
Who's all right, so
I would go Clayton Tune.
Let's play this game throughout the rest of day 3. Let's talk about who's going to be the next quarterback taken. Who do you guys think? Who do you guys think it's going to be? Dorian Thompson-Robinson's still on the board.
For me, it would
Max
be
Duggan's
DTR.
still on the board.
For me,
Clayton Tune's on the board. You can say DTR?
I would pick, in this order, Clayton Tune, Tanner McKee.
Oh, Tanner McKee's still on the board.
And then I'd wait a little bit, and then I'd go into like Aiden O'Connell. But I don't know. I can't get a good read on who they're probably going to take here. My guess, maybe I'm going to go Tune if they do take one. Watch him not even be a quarterback, and we're just wasting time.
You mean for the Raiders? No. I'm not even talking about like just for the Raiders. I'm saying who's going to be the next quarterback taken.
I think it just depends on who the team is.
Right, but that's the fun of it. Put somebody on the line. Make a call. Who are you going with?
When does Tanner McKee get drafted?
DTR.
Okay, you're going with Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure if people are.
We're also in this weird frame here in the back end of the 4th round. Like this is basically this is the last pick of the 4th round, where you just look at you. All you need to do to convince yourself is to find one trait that you like about a player.
Right.
And then I'll build the rest. Like as a coach or as a manager, as a player personnel guy, I'll build the rest.
Amy in the chat says Max Duggan. Birmingham says DTR.
I'm curious to see like
Got a
where.
couple more DTR calls.
I'm curious to see how the NFL values all the rest of these quarterbacks because they're so different.
For fun, I'll say Jaron Hall. Next round pick.
You know what? I
saw Jaron Hall play in Allegiant.
Las Vegas.
Yeah.
So maybe he's going back to Las Vegas.
He did not play good at all in that game. Threw an interception first pass.
Oh.
Michael Mayer played excellent. He's going to tear that stadium up, light it on fire the next.
Yeah,
decade.
he was excellent in that. He was excellent in every game, to be honest.
Yeah, he played really well.
Pick is in. I'm just waiting for
I
to come across the wire.
Feels like the first overall pick.
Come
it's
on.
Like,
They're just trying to squeeze out the broadcast. This is the last pick of the 4th round. That's why they're taking their sweet time with it.
It is a quarterback.
Oh, is
it?
It is.
Oh, it's Aiden O'Connell.
Yep. The Purdue
That
Boilermaker.
is a joke to start.
I did not know if the NFL was really going to be in on Aiden O'Connell.
I did not know if the NFL was ready for Aiden O'Connell.
I mean,
No, like,
listen,
literally.
that is actually,
Yeah,
that's the conversation that we're having here, because I was chatting with Sam Monson about this actually after the show with some of the guys that were available, and Sam goes, if you watch Aiden O'Connell's big-time throws, like if you categorize that and you just watch his big-time throws back to back to back, you go, second-round quarterback, right? I mean, like you would probably want to take a chance on here at the beginning of day 2. And if you watch all of his turnover-worthy plays, you go, guy's not going to make it. Like, he's just not going to make it in the league. He is so up and down. You see that, okay, here's a good way to quantify this. You guys see on the screen right now the overall PFF grade, 67.2. The previous season, he had an elite passing grade of 90.6. He had an elite passing grade the previous year, and then it was a 67.2 this year. So up and down. He's Jameis Winston-like in that regard to me. He'll give you 3 big-time throws and 3 turnover-worthy plays almost every single game, and it's just which one yields the bigger plays for you. And so, obviously, you got to hone in on the consistency. There's a reason why Jameis Winston was not signed to the franchise contract that a lot of people thought he would be after being picked number 1 overall. It's because of the volatility of his play. Aiden O'Connell's the same kind of gunslinger, the same kind of quarterback.
I love the comparison to Jameis Winston, because like Jameis Winston, there are times when he goes blind for a second and doesn't see a robber safety or a linebacker, and he throws it right to them. But other than that, I mean, when it's good, it's really good.
Yeah.
Other than the interception, it's great.
Tough offense to play in, ish. Like they're not running Josh Heupel's offense there, that's for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of quick throws, a lot of NFL quote unquote stuff there, quick game, slants, and all that stuff. And
I just got a flashback to one of our college shows from a couple of years ago. We were arguing who should start for Purdue, Aiden O'Connell or Jack Plummer. It's just so different
Wasn't a
quarterbacks.
debate.
Well, they grow up so fast.
they do.
Heartfelt moment.
Jack Plummer's, I think he played on his 9th college football team now.
He's on Cal.
But he went from Arizona to Cal, right?
No.
Oh, I'm thinking of someone else.
You're thinking of Will Plummer.
Plummer.
We're going deep right now.
Thinking about my plumber. All right, so
The funny thing about Aiden O'Connell is that he is just so decisive. Like, he's not going to waste any time getting the ball out, but like, he just doesn't care where it's going. Like, he gets it out too quickly sometimes, which is not something.
I said that Jameis Winston was the best ticket in sports.
Love it.
Right? That's what I thought. Every time that he was starting for the
30
Buccaneers,
for 30.
he's the best ticket in sports because you just never know what you're going to get. You guys can get great tickets to see the show that is Aiden O'Connell as well if you download the Game Time app. They have the lowest prices guaranteed because they are the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States. Sometimes you can save up to 60% off on these tickets. So look, if you're around and in the area, it's a Sunday, you and your buddies, you're like, what are we going to do today? Just go on the Game Time app. You can go see Aiden O'Connell. I mean, it's just going to be the best 3 hours of entertainment that you're going to get if he's going to start at QB. Download the Game Time app. You can see all sorts of stuff. Like, you get a vision of where your seats, what vision your seats are going to see once you end up purchasing them. You can get a lot of other tools that'll give you the price guarantee lock for the lowest price that's there. They'll give you 110% back if you find cheaper tickets, so you get a guarantee there as well. And it's just 2 clicks, right? You find the ticket, you click on it twice, you pay for it, boom, it's right there on your phone. It's super easy. Download the Game Time app, use the promo code PFF, get $20 off whatever your first purchase is. Game Time app, PFF, $20 off your first Aiden O'Connell game, and you're not gonna look back after you have that kind of entertainment there. So, Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock? No, they're not. The pick is in. Yasir Abdullah, the edge rusher from Louisville. him and Yaya Diaby were the two that people were most intrigued with, and I guess it kind of makes sense that the other one goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. In the draft guide, I'll read a little blurb from the draft guide to promo the draft guide here. Anybody who's reading that at home. Abdullah, very undersized as an edge rusher, coming in at 6'1", 237 pounds, but he has some juice to him at that size. Racked up 59 pressures on 306 pass rushing snaps last season. So not necessarily a Trent Baalke type, but somebody's got a lot of fire to him.
It is interesting. He is like a ball of fire, like truly. Play speed's awesome. He's athletic. Snap timing's there. Like, I'm just not sure he can even be a designated pass rusher at the NFL level because like he was just too small.
Too small.
Way too small, and it showed up against some of the Power 5 guys. But you know, you're taking a chance on an athlete. Maybe do some creative stuff with them.
This is bad hosting by me, but why does Houston have a forfeited pick?
They decided, they're like, we're good.
Oh,
we have too many.
Right.
We don't need them.
Right. Yeah. I see a forfeited pick here in the 5th round. Maybe the chat can let me know. Maybe I'm totally forgetting about something here. But Commanders actually just traded up to 137, so that means that the Washington Commanders are on the clock. Let's talk about, I haven't gotten your take on the Houston Texans at the very top. They end up picking 2 and 3 in this draft, but it cost them a pretty penny to do so. Essentially, they go from 12 to 3 to go get Will Anderson along with C.J. Stroud, who they took at number 2. But they give up next year's first and they give up next year's third to do it. Was it worth it?
They're still going to have the Browns first next year. So, like, that's something to at least
still,
hang their hat on.
You would also rather have given up the Browns first round pick than their pick.
That was the kicker for me. I was like, I don't know about that. Like, I mean, honestly, the whole thing, I just don't know if I would have done. But positive vibes to start. I think C.J. Stroud's in a good offense. I think he's in a good offense that'll help him out a little bit. I'm very confident.
PFF Bobby,
Bobby Slowick. I think if it's pretty, I'm assuming it's probably going to be Shanahan's style. Would be shocked if it wasn't. I think he's obviously very intelligent, and I think he's going to really maximize C.J. Stroud's ability. That being said, taking him at 2 and then trading up for Will Anderson at 3, I think it's risky. I'm honestly not big on the rest of the class in general. Juice Scruggs, I thought that was a little early. Tank Dell, again, I get really concerned about the size factor there. But I think this could be a defining class, really, for the Houston Texans.
Well, it has to be.
Yeah, because they're going all in on it. And
Houston Texans.
I'm sorry. I'm jittery.
The technicians.
Houston technicians. I'm going to start calling them out there over a wagon. I'm not that high on C.J. Stroud. I think there's going to be some issues facing NFL pressure. I think when the windows get smaller, he's had some good throws, don't get me wrong. But I think when he has to throw into more tighter windows at the NFL level, it's going to show up. I think he's got to be more consistent. Me and Seth have talked about, mostly I've ranted to Seth about C.J. Stroud's mechanics over the last 2 years. It's usually once a week I'll message him about it, just like the updates. I'm curious to see how consistent he can be, because I know a lot of people said that's his greatest trait, super accurate, you can guarantee what you're going to get. I'm not so sure that's going to be a thing there. We know this offense. Just looking at how he plays, I wouldn't be surprised if that accuracy drops significantly, kind of like Justin Fields. I'm very interested in this team. I think this is a team I'm going to circle, and I'm going to be excited to watch just to see what happens. But it's interesting. I think that's the interesting way to look at it.
So apparently Houston forfeited the pick because of salary cap violations. That's what the chat is telling me. So in a world where I was told the salary cap doesn't matter and that it's a myth,
you're going to lose your.
You're out here losing
137.
5th round picks because of it, which we are officially in the 5th round now.
Good pick here.
So.
Oh no, keep going.
I'll talk about the Texans and then we can go to this pick because I'm the host. And
of course.
So it smells like to me that this Houston Texans situation is a situation where owner said, I need a quarterback. And DeMeco Ryans said, this Will Anderson fella needs to be on my defense. And there's a compromise to a certain degree, right? And they felt like they had to go all the way back up to 3 to do that. And they did it. I think the C.J. Stroud discussion is interesting because he's not the type of quarterback that I've been saying should be picked in these top type of rounds, because he's not. Like, we saw it in some games where he made plays outside the pocket, outside of structure, but overall in his career, that wasn't his game. That offense, just like Alabama just like Ohio State, just like Georgia, Ohio State's offense has too many good receivers for you to look bad. Sorry. Too good of offensive line, too many good receivers for you to look bad. So then it just becomes a situation where it's like, is his decision-making going to be top level the second he comes into the NFL? And there's no guarantee. And now, without the playmaking ability, can he survive in the league for 2-3 years before that decision-making does come around? Maybe he is a genius. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this is the one thing we don't know is decision-making when it goes from college to pro. And he doesn't have the other traits that could prop the floor up. That is my concern. Because obviously the tape is great. Like, I'm not saying the tape is bad. The tape is really great, but there's flags, red flags.
Hold on, I don't want to get. It's a good discussion on CJ Stroud, and I want to get back to it at some point. But we got a couple of picks in here, and they're notable names, so I want to get to them. Your guy KJ Henry goes to the Washington Commanders at pick 137. What do you like about KJ?
No, for me it was just like you're watching. I'm sure a lot of people did it like me when you're watching like whoever the consensus top players are, and you have two players on the Clemson defensive line, Myles Murphy and Brian Bresee, who you're watching a lot of, and then all of a sudden it's like, man, every play, who's the guy who's actually making an impact on this D-line? It's KJ Henry. Older prospect, I get that, but man, he's got some juice, he's got moves, like he got like a little bit of bend, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So I think this is a really good pick for him, for the Commanders.
Smart. He's smart too. Yeah. The high football IQ, just you could see it against the run. You saw it, racking up batted passes. Anybody at Clemson would tell you, you mentioned you had Myles Murphy, you had Brian Bresee, you got Tyler Davis, and you got this guy, KJ Henry. He's probably their most productive, best player on that defensive line last year. Just a very safe player. He's not going to be a star, but I think he's a very, very safe pick. Did you like KJ Henry?
I thought he was fine.
So you didn't?
No, yeah, I didn't think.
That's the reaction.
Call his ass out.
Yeah.
I thought he was fine. I really did. I thought he's a depth edge player to me. So I always felt like he was somewhere
maybe
beginning
a DPR
of day 3.
type of guy. I don't know.
Right. So
like
that's kind of what I thought about him. The next guy I liked a lot more. Darius Rush from South Carolina. He goes to the Indianapolis Colts to pick 138. Super interesting athlete. Throughout high school, I read that he was just the best athlete that the high school had, so they put him at quarterback. So he played quarterback on offense, he played corner on defense just to try to make an impact as one of the best athletes on the field. When he got recruited as a wide receiver. Gets to South Carolina, Will Muschamp switches him back to the cornerback position, and as he has tried to hone in on being a full-time cornerback, I think he looks good, man. I thought he had a really nice Senior Bowl. I think that really helped his draft stock as well. I guess I say that, and he went in the 5th round. I thought he was going to go a lot higher than this, but I liked Darius Rush about as much as I liked Cam Smith, his teammate. And Cam went 51st, and Darius Rush out here going 138. So huge value here, in my opinion, for the Colts getting Darius Rush.
And to that point, still honing in on how to play the position. Probably his biggest weakness is just overall his press technique. I mean, there's a lot of issues there from his feet and just overall, with punch timing and all that. But I like it a lot. And I also like this next pick a lot.
Clayton Tune. To the Arizona Cardinals.
Clayton.
Man, I was thinking about that. I mean, that was my next guess and I went with Jaron Hall, and I should have stuck with Clayton Tune as next quarterback off the board. Having a little bit of a run here. So you say that you like this one a lot. The Houston product, ton of passing production coming from Houston's offense. But what'd you like from Tune?
Yeah, from Dana Holger's season. I mean, that's a good offense down there in Houston. He's got the playmaking ability. That's what I like. I mean, he can make plays outside the structure of the offense. Again, group of 5 level, faces some good defenses, but mostly against bad competition. But he can make plays. I mean, that's the biggest note there. He's accurate to all levels in any situation, strong deep ball, doesn't suffer on the move. Good testing too. The issue is why he's probably just going to be a backup, and maybe he may not pan out. I don't know if he can read an NFL defense, flat out. We have no idea, and that's the quarterback discussion we had earlier. That's the issue I have, just the overall processing aspect. We don't know. That's just a big question mark. But given his strengths, I really like this as a day 3 pick in round 5.
Yeah. Last 2 years, 90.2 grade outside of the pocket. Right? Playmaker.
Wow.
Playmaker.
Look at this. We got quarterbacks coming off the board, folks. It's an absolute frenzy.
Whoa, another one? Oh.
Get them while they're hot. Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
I was just about to make a
UCLA.
comment about him not being selected.
Like at all?
Or no, just not at this
just
point.
yet, you mean?
I wouldn't take him. I'm not
At all?
I'm not that big on him. I think the vertical pass is just a huge, huge issue. He has, I'm not going to pull up the numbers right now, but it's just.
Or a PFF show, you probably should.
I didn't want to dog the kid. I'm happy he got drafted. This is a big moment for him, but it's
you
just
gotta be
like
honest.
it hasn't been good. And like also, you look at like just the overall picture, like all-encompassing data. He has 26 more turnover-worthy plays and big-time throws for his career. That's not like you typically don't see college quarterbacks make that type of jump. Like that transition to the NFL is not going to work. Good athlete. Obviously, like you said, he showed some improvement. You got to keep an eye on him in the drop back pass for sure, because he can take off at any moment. And he can get through his progressions, decent enough arm. But yeah, just too many head scratchers where he just fails to see zone defenders. He can't throw off platform and out of structure. I don't know. There's just some issues there that I would be very concerned about. Even on day 3, I think, obviously all the other quarterbacks that I would take are off the board. I probably would have taken Tanner McKee over him because it's getting towards the end. But yeah, I think it's just not my flavor really.
Like you gain stuff in the quarterback run game when you want it, because you can call those type of plays for him. Thing that I really like, underrated, hand size. 10.13 inch hand size. That's 90th percentile.
Oh, he's never
for a smaller, for not a big, he's 6'2", so that's 6'2", 206. So I say not a big player with really big hands, and I think hands are super important for quarterback play. I think. So, yeah, like I said, there's that Jalen Hurts comparison where it just got better every year. He got better and better and better. The team, it helped that the team and the coaching around him got better too. But the sky is somewhat.
I thought you were going to say sky's the limit. I thought that's where you were going. I thought those were the next words out of your mouth. Sky's the limit for DTR.
The sky blue color that they wore at UCLA is the limit.
I don't know if that makes it any better, but
that makes it worse actually.
I think the Vikings are on the clock now. At least that's what I'm looking at.
I got curious, so I looked up
screen.
quarterbacks that had that hand size that played in the NFL last year.
Okay.
Like as the floor. Josh Allen, Russell Wilson, Dak Prescott, Gardner Minshew, Nick Foles, Jordan Love, Kyle Trask, your boy.
Kyle Trask got big hands?
I guess.
Oh, damn, he's winning that starting job.
That's
This
why
is
he
one
went
of those
round 2.
things where
Just hand size.
It's just hand size.
it's like I think
He does throw a good spiral, though.
Yeah.
So you got big hands.
Looking good. But he's good at like carnival where he can really throw it, like the carnival games.
Well,
We have one over
every
here.
NFL QB is good at the carnival games where you got to throw it.
I don't know.
I think hand size for receiver and quarterback is super underrated, and it's like, have you ever all you have to do is hold a football and realize, hey, hand size is pretty important here.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You were gonna say something. What were you gonna say?
No, that was it. I was just fascinated with it.
Oh, my hands.
I wish I had
don't know.
more to say about that, but literally hand size is, I've been around a lot of quarterbacks.
Would you say that's Joe Burrow's face?
Yeah, but he's a genius. So
Oh,
it's okay.
right, of course. So that.
Yeah, you can make up for it in certain ways, but it just helps you. It just helps you throw the ball from different arm angles, from different positions, on the move, stuff like that. I think it helps tremendously, and obviously for receiver, catching the ball.
Hey, Vikings have a handful of picks now as we're kind of getting towards the mid-round, final rounds of the draft. They took Jordan Addison in the first round. Didn't have a second-round pick. Third round, they took Mekhi Blackman. So that was it. It was big Sam Monson draft because he liked both of those guys. They took Jay Ward a little bit earlier in the fourth round. Now they have 3 fifth-round picks, a 6th-round pick, and a 7th-round pick. So they're coming up on the clock. They went with defensive back, but do you think at this point in the draft this could be a Vikings question, but also just an overall question. Are you still going for need, or are we in the ball players?
To me, I'm BPA right now for the rest of the draft.
Okay.
If there's a guy who's pretty high on our board that is still there, I think at some point you need to trust your board and your evaluation skills, and this would be the time to do it. And are you drafting a guy who's going to start? If you're at that point in the 4th round, if you're like, oh my God, I don't have a guard, I don't have a left guard, like you're busted already.
Yeah, that's you're in a bad spot.
So just go best player available.
I mean, this is the pound the table phase of the draft. Like if
like
there's anybody,
just the your guys kind of a thing.
Yeah, like if anybody has strong conviction on a guy, like this is my guy. He's gonna be a starter not this year but next year.
I think that's a great transition into guys who are still the best available. I'd love for you guys to take a look at some of the players that are best available, not even necessarily the top 10 that we have here. And are there any my guys? You guys mentioned Moro Ojomo from
Corey
Texas.
Trice. Moro Ojomo, Corey Trice, A.T. Perry.
Antonio Johnson, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
I'm very surprised that
Trey Hodges has like some of my favorite tape to watch, but I don't know if he's necessarily one of my. Fuck it, he's one of my guys.
Carl Brooks was a top 100 player on our board.
You didn't need to convince yourself too much of that.
The pick that just happened is one of my guys.
Ja'Kalen Roy.
Ja'Kalen Roy, man.
I like that.
Highly productive player. Would have been a blue on the page on Steve's
on the laminated list.
Laminated list.
He is.
Oh, hold on. Stay in
your
lane,
productive player.
I'm gonna message him and ask.
And
he's going to be like,
he has the juice as a pass rusher. He is off the ball in a hurry. He's got moves. He's got all that stuff. Wow. Really. I try not to be super biased here.
Well, are you surprised that he's available here in the 5th round?
A little bit, to be honest, because the production profile is so good. He's a chaos machine. Machine.
Wow. I love it.
Yeah.
Love that title.
The athletic profile is probably why he's here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. That's why.
Yeah. It's not great, but the upper body strength is
so good.
Chef's kiss.
Powerful bull rush, man.
Oh, yeah. He was like bench pressing folks out there.
Unbelievable. Knockback on his pop.
You got the shivers just thinking about it.
Yeah.
This is somebody who I figured was going to be a priority player. Like you said, somebody who brings a lot of power. He's wearing 99 in the middle of that defense, right? You knew what you were getting with him. He was going to be able to get up into the chest of a lot of those offensive tackles, kind of handle the point of attack the way that you would need to. So I figured it would probably be something around here. Man, this next pick that just got made by the Cleveland Browns just came across the wire, and I had to sound fancy and say coming across the wire. Cam Mitchell, the corner from Northwestern. I like him. I think this is a super smart player. It might be a little bit limited with the size, but I felt like this guy continued to get better and better as the year went on. You see the 9 forced incompletions, the 6 coverage snaps that he had this past year. I think he's better than that 66.7 coverage grade. I'm going to say it.
100%.
I'm going to say it.
100%.
I think he came in when Greg Newsome missed some time due to injury and kind of got into the lineup, and then they realized, oh, shoot, we got to actually keep this guy in the lineup. So even after Greg Newsome went on to the NFL to play for the Cleveland Browns, which I just clicked in my head that they're teammates again, which is really cool story. So I also read that they are pretty good friends in real life. So pretty cool moment here.
Awesome.
And this is just a corner that I love his coverage skills. I love his coverage instincts, and I think he's going to be a damn good book for him.
Dude, he's sticky. He's always in the hip pocket. He's really good at raking through the hands. His transitions are
the change in direction, the way that we talked about Keely Ringo and what he lacked in his game is the strength of Cam Mitchell in his game. I felt like that change of direction, that fluidity, that's something that gravitates you towards his tape.
Yeah, like you said, the only issue is just like the physicality aspect.
A little bit small. Yeah.
And like when he needs to get physical, he has to put everything into it, and it gets him off balance, and that's how you get beat. But I think this is a good pick. I watched him a little bit later in the process, and I really liked him, and I wish I would have had him higher. This is a good pick. This kind of reminds me, because I was just looking at him and looking at the other corner on the board, like who's going to take a swing on Eli Ricks and Kayshon Boutte?
I don't know who's going to take a swing on Kayshon Boutte. Eli Ricks is somebody who I would take a swing on. I was very high on him going into the season.
There's no reason,
go ahead,
besides everything that happened in the last year, for Kayshon Boutte not to have been wide receiver 1 in this class.
I'm not with you.
It's just but he should have developed. Like, he had a great 2021, and he should have gotten even better in 2022 and been wide receiver 1. And we know that did not happen.
LSU should have won the national title.
And LSU should have won the national title.
My favorite tape of Kayshon Boutte's, and this is coming from somebody who is not very high on Kayshon Boutte. I was not very high on him even coming into the year. I think he was wide receiver 4 or 5 for me. A lot of people had him as the unanimous 1, and I was like, I got my concerns here. I don't really see a wide receiver 1 athlete there. I liked his was it 2020? Whatever that first year was of his. The
COVID
first year was the year that I liked the most. I felt like his effort was fantastic. His discipline and his focus were fantastic. The catching ability and the reliability from him was good. I feel like he was crisp in his routes.
None of that
and
by 2022.
all of that went downhill.
It's crazy.
All of that went downhill.
Crazy.
And then you don't see the pop. You don't see the explosiveness. You think that he's slow to get off the line of scrimmage. He's got build-up speed that's not going to survive at the NFL level. I mean, all of those yards that he got in between, I think it was his freshman and sophomore season, that 5-game stretch that was crazy. It's busted coverage or schemed up yards. He's not like totally creating all of these for himself. And I was like, all right, well, at that point, I don't really buy into I don't totally buy into what his hype could be as a receiver. And then this past year, man, you start with that Florida State game.
Yeah, it's
dropping
really
passes.
He looked like
body language on the field.
He looked like he didn't want to be there, and supposedly he didn't want to be there. So
I mean, you could see that you're very passionate about that. If
Well,
somebody was pounding the table for Keyshawn Booth in the draft, and Trev standing and pound the table the other way.
He's not going to get drafted.
I'd let somebody else draft him.
That's what I'm wondering at this point. Like, I watched 2022. Like, everything you said, I thought the same thing. I was like, yeah, this isn't good.
No, it's not
good. But then I was like, I'll go back and watch 2020 because I remember I liked him. And then I was like,
I just put my draft note on him was like, I just put 3 ellipses. Like, I'm sorry, not 3 ellipses, unellipses. Unellipsi? No one knows what
Talk about the thing that happens with the moon?
What's the 3 dots is what?
Ellipses.
Ellipses. I put the elliptical machine next to him. I was like, you better get on that thing, buddy, or
I'm
else
sorry,
you're never going to make it in the NFL.
We didn't throw you a lifeline sooner, but we just needed to watch you. We needed that entertainment here. I like this Jets pick that just came across the wire. Before we get to it, got to remind people that this stream is sponsored by our friends over at Underdog and the biggest fantasy football tournament ever, and that is Best Ball Mania 4. If you don't know what Best Ball is, it's simple. You just enter Best Ball Mania on Underdog's slick mobile app, which you can download anywhere. You draft your team, and that's it. You just set it and forget it. Underdog optimizes your lineup every single week for you to put the highest scoring lineup out there. So no stress about thinking, oh, man, I forgot to check it this week. No. They got you covered. Best Ball Mania 4, it's your shot at a first-place prize of up to $3 million. They got $15 million in total prize that you can win. Get signed up today on UnderdogFantasy.com or via the app. In the App Store, use the promo code PFF, and they'll give you a double deposit up to $100. Underdog Fantasy, promo code PFF. Go check it out on their app or UnderdogFantasy.com. The pick that I was teasing, New York Jets. Thought that this could have been a connection somewhere here on day 3. Israel Abinaconda, the running back from Pittsburgh, going to the Jets. Speedy, straight-line dude. Explosiveness. 4.3 type of speed. Tresh? Like this dude? I know you're a college guy. You've seen it. Obviously, he had some great production. You see the grades on the screen. He's had a handful of games where he's absolutely gone crazy with the yards. Yeah. But do you believe he's more than just a speed guy, or do you think he's just a speed guy?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, anytime I see his name, Israel Abanikanda, come up, I always think back to that Vatek game. He had 322 yards, 6 tutties this past year. This is Ben Lindsay's boy upstairs in the trenches. Can he be a complete back? I don't know. I get kind of concerned about that, but it's day 3, it's round 5. This guy's a explosive athlete, right? If he has a hole, he's gone. A home run hitter. We've seen that. That was that Vatek game. So I mean, I think it's an all right pick. You know, I think he's going to be in a situation in New York where it's kind of a crowded situation, but if he finds a way, he finds a way.
I don't think he has enough change of direction ability or flexibility when he's going full speed to really be a total package back in the NFL. But at this point, it's early 5th round. The guy's got the explosiveness and the athleticism that you want to get in your running back room anyways. Yeah, if you give this guy a little bit of daylight, he maybe could take the distance for you. He could break open those home run hitting shots where it's 60, 50 yards down the field. He gives you that ability to do it. I think he's a little stiff. I don't think he's got that wiggle. I don't think he has that ability to, when I'm going full speed, put your foot in the ground, hit a one cut on somebody, really make you miss an open field. But you love the angle erasing speed that you get from Abinaconda.
The problem is in the NFL, you got to get to those spots where you can be in the open field and erase angles, because the majority of this job is breaking tackles in and around the line of scrimmage, right?
Flexibility, I think, is so important. Like, that's slept on. Like, you got to have that.
I think in all sports, the most underrated 2 traits, and they're kind of the same thing-ish, is flexibility and balance.
100%.
Core strength.
core strength.
Especially playing running back, right?
Exactly. But I think about it I always use Leo Messi. Forget if you guys don't know.
I've never heard of him.
Please explain who he is.
What is this? Is he a
best balance of all time in history? That's what makes him one of the best of all time. His balance is special, core control, all that stuff. So I think it goes throughout all sports and daily life.
Of course. Yeah.
Like I was actually thinking about this, just like how, like what positions on the football field is best. We all hear like, oh, you got to be a multi-sport athlete. You never see people like specialize in one thing and get good at it. It's like you can really kind of get into the nitty-gritty of it. Like, okay, quarterback, what's good here? It's like
core control.
Golf would be good because
core control,
all your core.
Yep.
That's all it is.
Playing shortstop, core control.
Bang.
Draft former shortstops is what we got here.
Former shortstop.
The New England
Derek
Patriots took Antonio Mafi, the interior offensive lineman from UCLA, pick 144. Patriots just all about the beef today. Well, beef and kickers. They drafted Jake Andrews. They drafted City So and Antonio Mafi, and then they also happened to draft Chad Ryland. So just beef and feet.
I don't like that sentence at all. Well,
Mafi, power guy, huge, giant.
Through.
He's going to be a bulldozer for you in the middle. We thought that maybe the Patriots were going to be in on a guy like Osiris Torrance, right? Steve Avila.
Yeah.
Maybe if they were looking to upgrade their offensive line somewhere on day 2. Those big, powerful offensive guards, and they wait a little bit on it. Yeah, we're seeing a run here in day 3 for them.
Movement skills.
And Antonio Mafi is.
Movement skills are rough, in my opinion.
Well, when you're, what is he, 6'4", 339? Is that the official measurables? Yeah, that's what we got him listed at.
That's a problem. But
you kind of drafted him when you know you're going to
grip
draft.
strength, he's got it.
Right.
I like it. It's a good. I really do like this Patriots draft, though. I do like it. I really like. Just I think a lot of people are gonna be like, "What is this? This is not for me. It's not my cup of tea. Nothing. No jersey sellers in this bunch." But I like it.
We have Jamie Robinson, the versatile safety from Florida State, going pick 145 to the Carolina Panthers. I do really like Jamie Robinson a lot. I was super impressed with him when I was standing next to him at his combine presser. People were asking him about his versatility because this is a guy who plays free safety, strong safety, but also will come down, play near the linebackers, play at the nickel corner spot. And they kind of asked him about him being a versatile guy. And a lot of times when you ask players about this, they just naturally start to talk about their athleticism. Or they go, well, I've got length, I can stay with guys, I feel like I move pretty well to play them in man coverage and match up really well. And instead, Jamie Robinson said, look, when you have that versatile tag on you, it's a mental responsibility as much as it is a physical requirement. And he talked about how on Wednesdays he'd be in the safety room with the safeties, and on Thursdays he'd be in the linebacker room with the linebackers, and on Friday he'd be in the cornerback room with the cornerbacks. So he's trying to understand the game plan for all of these different positions so that when they go out there on Saturday, when he is asked to play one of these roles, he knows what the mission is of the week. I've never really heard a prospect put it to the media members like that, and that was something that I was like, man, this guy definitely understands the approach of what it takes to get on the field and how the mental aspect of the game, the instincts, the awareness, all that stuff is just important sometimes as the physical attributes of it.
Loves ball.
Jamie Robinson absolutely loves ball.
Now, I really like. That's pretty cool. I mean, I think that's an important aspect, and you can kind of see that when he's on the field, just understanding what's going on around him, just the spatial awareness, and also like the angles he's taking. The tackling has been super sharp all throughout his career. The flexibility too. I think we just talked about that. Amazing. He plays like he's not an elite athlete. It's more of an effort-based athleticism. Plays 100 miles an hour all the time, but he's so in control, right? It's not like, just kind of playing with his hair on fire, crazy, giving up big plays, but I think this is a good pick. Going back to Carolina, he was at South Carolina before Florida State.
That's a good point.
The one thing I'll put ahead of balance, flexibility, core control when it comes to sports people.
The big sports balls.
Spatial awareness. That's the number one.
Yeah, that's kind of like a non.
I know it's a broad idea, but like that's number one.
We should do that.
Decision making.
Just rank these. I mean, there's so much.
I saw a study a long time ago about like midfielders in soccer. It was like in the English Premier League and stuff, and there was literally like the guys who you think are the best, and it was like Lampard, Gerrard days, and it was like those are the ones who make the most eye movements over the course of a game.
You got a lot of soccer comps today.
That's all I watch is soccer. I don't even watch football anymore.
You a big soccer guy?
Yeah.
Wait, who's your team in soccer?
Manchester United.
Oh.
And the FC Montreal.
Don't know who that is. No, I think it's a good conversation to have, and like how to effectively build on those traits, right? Because it's not like something like you're born with naturally. Like
it's 100%. You can improve spatial. You can improve peripheral vision. You can improve all that stuff, man.
You guys ever heard of the Talent Code? Highly recommend that book.
You can improve all that. Sorry, what was that?
It's a book called The Talent Code. It's really, really good and kind of goes into like how, aside from like the physical stuff, like you can't improve like a DeJuan Jones size. You know, dude's 6'9", he's born that way, right? I mean, that's just the way it was handed down. But in terms of like everything else, just those kind of traits like the flexibility, the core strength, the control, all that can be developed on, and like how like these hotbeds kind of coming through. I'm doing a free ad now. I hate myself for it. It goes hand in hand with that. And it is an interesting thing to think about, like how these NFL players, how they got here, what positions they play, and how just like the pathway to getting there, because you can get there in very different ways, but at the end of the day, it's a similar path, right? You worked on these specific traits to translate, and that's why you see all these like, oh, you got to be a multi-sport athlete. It's mostly because there is some relation to what you are doing at your position that kind of helps you become a talented player.
The New Orleans Saints just took Jordan Howden, the safety from Minnesota. Didn't watch him. So I got no takes.
I'm kind of surprised.
Did you watch him?
No.
Oh, okay.
I haven't watched him in a while. Last time I watched him was like 20 before last year.
Well, overall PFF grade is 78.7.
Nice.
Coverage grade is
Good,
80.6. 7 forced incompletions,
I
7
like how we're just
coverage
all, like,
stops, and 7 run stops. Number 23 from your Minnesota Golden Gophers.
That was nice, dude.
Jordan Howden.
I'm gonna go get a snack. Actually, you're good enough. You could just do this for me.
We were all very open and honest there, and
Like we're getting to the point here.
Yeah, we have to be.
I'm mad only because it's the Saints and I wanted.
I'm not gonna lie to the good people.
Right. I wanted a guy. I want the Saints to pick guys who I've seen and ideally who I like, because that seems like a rare thing that happens for the Saints.
Big picture, NFC South. Who's the favorites?
It's got to be the Saints. Quarterback situation is the most stable for sure.
Wait, what?
New quarterback in. You sure?
Derek Carr versus Kyle Trask. Yeah, I'll take Derek Carr.
Baker Mayfield. Excuse you.
I'll still take Derek Carr.
Do you want me to pull up our Slack messages from when Derek Carr signed with the New Orleans Saints?
I'd rather you didn't. I have a Derek Carr jersey. I bought one.
Awesome.
No, I didn't.
Okay, I was about to say like a Saints.
No, but I can look. The Saints are going to have Saints. Like the whole NFC South has an easy schedule. Well, the Saints have an easy schedule. Let me just say that. The Saints have an easy schedule. They have a veteran quarterback. Mm-hmm. I worry about the defense finally regressing after 5 straight years of really good play, especially now they lost a lot of guys on the D-line. Cam Jordan is not going to be the same player that Hall of Famer, in my opinion, but not going to be the same player going forward anymore. He wasn't a great player last year anymore. Demario Davis getting up there in age, so nervous. But
are you making the case for somebody else, Treash?
I just
in the NFC South?
Yeah,
I think it's one of the most wide open.
Brady's coming back. So Tampa. Byron Leftwich is gone. They text him, and he's like, "Oh, okay, cool, I'm back."
Trev's in the denial stage.
I won't believe that somebody else is playing quarterback for the Buccaneers until I watch them run in the tunnel in Week 1.
Well, my friend,
it's going to be Kyle Trask.
It's going to be Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask.
He's not going to be Kyle Trask.
Well, no, I think it is.
Mayfield at the least.
I think if you take quarterback out of the equation and just look at pure roster, like the Bucs have the best roster. Problem is you got Baker Mayfield as your quarterback, and
the offensive line's not great. In Tampa.
Hang on, I'm getting there. Baker Mayfield is Stetson Bennett type. He's spunky. He can mess around and maybe win some games.
At least there's some unknown with Stetson Bennett.
And to that point, we haven't seen Desmond Ridder a bunch. We haven't seen Bryce Young yet. I know it's really hard to play at a high level as a rookie. Bryce Young is very advanced in the way he understands the game. Carolina's got a decent enough roster. Maybe there's some pretty notable holes, but it's the NFC South. Maybe they can kind of make a small push. Maybe Atlanta, Desmond Ridder takes that next step. They have a good roster, new and improved defense like we talked about earlier. I mean, at the end of the day, it's definitely, I think, probably the I don't want to say the worst division, but it's like the weakest just in terms of like where every team is right now. So I like, honestly, if you said any of the 4 teams won it, I wouldn't be too surprised, but it's probably going to be, you know, the 4 seed, uninspiring, one game and out type of situation.
I agree. Brady's coming back. The Tennessee Titans at number 147 selected Cincinnati tight end Josh Wiley. This dude is, what's the phrase? Looks the part off the bus. He passes the off the bus test, right? You go, oh, hold on, that guy's a tight end. He's almost 6'7", 250 pounds. Looks like a big athlete. Plays like a big athlete. I mean, he's pretty dang athletic. He just doesn't always put it together in that regard. He's got that size, speed, strength combination, but it doesn't always show up consistently in his game. That's why you see a lower overall PFF grade, but an athletic bet to take here in the 5th round. What do you guys think?
I can't get over how tall he is with how short of arms he has.
What was the arm length?
I know somebody.
He is in the 93rd percentile in height. He is just under 6'7", and he has 31.5-inch arms, which is 6th percentile. So he is 93rd percentile height, 6th percentile arm length.
I know somebody. He played nose tackle.
Okay.
A friend of mine. If he sits on his butt and puts his legs out, like on the floor, okay? Like he's on the floor like an L shape, whatever, sitting on his butt. His hands don't touch the ground.
No way.
Yeah, he can just swing his hands and they will never touch the ground. That's
How tall is he?
5'11".
So it's like Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's the same way.
Oh yeah.
Brock Purdy's got tiny
I
arms.
can't imagine. No.
It's crazy.
That's all I'm going to think about until I get off this show. And the second I sign off, I'm just going to sit down on this floor and put my arms down and see how.
Oh, Brock Purdy has 1st percentile arm length.
Dude, seeing it in person, I was blown away. It was at the Shrine Bowl, and I was like, oh my God. Like, I didn't really process it when I was watching him. It's just like I don't want to dog on him. Like, he played exceptionally well last year, but like, it seems like if he has to dig deep in his pockets, like he probably can't pull a quarter out the bottom of his pocket.
It's insane that we're talking about Brock Purdy being the franchise in San Francisco when they still have Trey Lance. Can I just say that? It's insane.
I've never been too big on Trey Lance.
What are you bigger on, Brock Purdy?
No.
Mr. Irrelevant?
You liked Brock Purdy early in his Iowa State career.
Talking to me or Treash?
I loved. I thought he had exceptional timing and anticipation.
You did.
So you
and that's what won at the NFL.
Take a victory lap, man.
I didn't. No, I'm not going to take a victory lap.
No, take the scouting win.
No, because I said when first game Brock Purdy was going to start, I was like, dude, this is going to be bad. This is going to be rough, and he proved me wrong.
Shanahan's a genius, man.
You don't
That's
got to
what it
remember
comes
that.
down to.
I do like this pick.
Chicago Bears. Noah Sewell.
This is a guy that was getting like, those early way too early. Like, you're going to see it here in a minute. Like, soon as round 7, Mr. Relevant's picked, you're going to get some 2024 mocks.
Yeah.
This time last year, Noah Sewell was getting first round mocks.
Yeah.
And then just didn't happen. But, I mean, this guy, straight line, he can take, going downhill is kind of a sight to see.
Yeah, when he gets his momentum going, you don't want to be standing in front of him. But
for sure. But I think in the 5th round. This
oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
His favorite quarterback.
Your boy. That's your boy.
Sean Clifford just got drafted by the Green Bay Packers in the top 150.
That's crazy.
Before Tanner McKee.
Sean Clifford got drafted over Tanner McKee.
Oh, no. Where's Mike?
Somebody throw Mike a lifeline. Oh, no.
Sean Clifford.
Go ahead. Try.
Be positive.
Try.
I am being positive. He had a good career at Penn State.
Yes.
Led him to some good ball games.
Beat out Will Levis.
Beat out
Will Levis. Ended on a high note at the Rose Bowl.
Keep going. Yep.
Loves ball.
Yep. Loves ball.
Loves ball.
Loves ball.
But
good
can
athlete.
he throw a football?
Well, it depends what you mean by football, right?
Look, there's a little bit of athleticism in there, right? He's not a statue. Sometimes.
We've got Tanner McKee, Jaron Hall,
4.59, 40-yard dash.
He's going to be
Max
25
Duggan,
in
Malik
July.
Cunningham, Tyson Bagent. I can't believe he
Did a
got
better
picked
job.
over
His
these guys.
pocket presence was better this past year.
He got better every year.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah, took better care of the ball and
This is tough.
played great against Utah. I mean, 92.8 PFF
I'm
grade
truly
against,
floored here.
Utah.
That this is when you look at the best available, like even non-quarterbacks. We don't even have to compare them against quarterbacks. Antonio Johnson, Corey Trice Jr., Luke
Corey
Whippler,
Trice, man, needs to get picked.
Anthony Johnson from Iowa State, Moro Ojomo,
Needs to
A.T.
get
Perry,
picked.
Carl
Needs to get
Brooks,
picked.
Chase Brown, Ivan Pace, Andrew Voorhees.
The highlight of Sean Clifford that they just showed on the NFL Network is him throwing a bubble screen.
Be nice.
Look, I'm just telling you like it is.
This is
Wow.
What's
And then
wrong
next
with
pick is also
what's wrong with
interesting.
Tanner McKee? It just like it's still kind of baffling to me. I figured like Tanner McKee would have been gone before.
I wasn't very big on Tanner McKee, and I
wasn't either.
I had this conversation with Mike. In all seriousness, like he's just not a very twitched up human. Like even when he's loading up to throw the ball,
No,
it's
it
not
takes a
like
lot of time,
the
man.
arm doesn't like come up
Yeah.
quick, the wrist doesn't explode. When he's realizes that he has to leave the pocket, it's kind of like he's running in quicksand. It's like he's running in mud.
I gotta do this.
It's tough to escape. It's tough for him to get out. It's tough for him to get the ball out.
Stanford is 118th in yards per play under pressure since 2021.
He reminded me, genuinely, Tanner McKee reminded me of Kyle Trask because I thought the best ability that Tanner McKee showed was touch passes. So like those wheels out of the backfield, you got the tight end going out and up. Anything where he had to put some air underneath it and drop it into the basket, I actually thought that Tanner McKee was good at that. But the rest of the job, which had to do with violent, explosive movements, I didn't think he had any of that.
Yeah. No.
So it's not really a shock. Now it's shocking to me he's getting picked after Sean Clifford.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I have in my notes, I said I'm not taking him until the middle of round 5, and that's where we are. And I just didn't think Sean Clifford would get picked before him. I think everything you said there is just like on the nose. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean he just crumbles under pressure. Like it's going to be an issue at the NFL level. He is very similar to Kyle Trask, and everybody knows how I felt about Kyle Trask when he was coming out. It's very similar in a lot of ways. I think that's a good comp. Good comp, Trev.
Yeah. Anyways, Justin Shorter, the wide receiver from the Florida Gators,
From your
goes to the
Gators.
Buffalo Bills at 150.
Speaking of Florida,
Former 5-star recruit, former Penn Stater.
Bounced around a little bit.
Started for 2 years at Florida. Unfortunately, I didn't think that he made that much of an impact. He just didn't turn into a refined receiver. He came in with athleticism, I think is why he was a 5-star, but he could not make the most out of the athleticism, or maybe he just doesn't have it in the tank. I don't know. I think that Justin Shorter is a fine wide receiver, but there are other receivers that are still on the board that I felt like the NFL would take a chance on before a guy like Justin Shorter, although I understand why you're not taking A.T. Perry. I was super high on A.T. Perry going into the season, and then you watch the tape a little bit more, you get into the details, it's like, all right, he's producing a lot for you, but
It's fake offense production.
he's not separate.
But I like him though. I will say that.
I do too. I like him,
But the production is.
there are reasons to be wary.
Yeah.
He's a big receiver who doesn't really make contested catches with strength. I know he's got a handful of contested catches you could point to, but those aren't consistent with the opportunities that he has. And when it comes to his vertical separation, because you watch his plays, you go, holy cow, we got a big, tall wide receiver who can separate vertically and win deep down the field. A lot of his separation that he gets vertically is pushing off of corners kind of at the end to create that separation, create the throwing window where he can catch the catch point. Now there's an art to that. I don't want to be too harsh on that because that is a skill. But if you're doing that already at the college level against college athletes, what's it going to be like at the NFL? I think that there's going to be a lot more contact, a lot more competition at the catch point for A.T. Perry. So I understand why teams may be a little bit lower on him, but still.
To that point, it's like you look at Quentin Johnston and him, like pretty similar in some ways, but the problem is the big difference. Like I mentioned, Quentin Johnston's stop-start ability, insane for his size. A.T. Perry, it's like my stop-start ability. It's just not good.
Yeah.
It takes a long time to stop and go, and that's kind of like the big issue with this game. I kind of like this pick from Seattle, Mike Morris, edge from Michigan.
Fire away, my friend.
Big edge, a lot of strength, number of ways to win. Another big guy that just plays high. I mean, that's the common issue with some of these defensive linemen in this class. There's just so many guys that just really need to. Sometimes they can't control it, but he just really doesn't tap into his full power capability because of that. And a very limited athlete, issues against the run. I think that's what I'm really most worried about. Just kind of seemed careless at times, but he has some intriguing qualities. Like I said, just with his frame and just the advanced abilities from a pass rush perspective. Seth, you want to tell us about this next pick?
Not really.
All right. Good stuff. Love to hear it. I like Mike Morris. Yeah. I think he's a really nice, versatile defensive lineman. When I watched him play, I felt like his strengths are going to be better as an interior defensive lineman. On the edge, he almost just looked too big. He almost looked out of place, and I felt like he wasn't winning off of bend or flexibility. He was winning more off of his strength profile, turning that speed into power. And maybe you're just going to want that anyways. You get him on the edge. You can use him in some wider alignments, get him a little bit ahead of steam to go up against some offensive tackles, get in their chest, push him back to the quarterback. But like more of his skill set was towards that interior. So I wonder if you pack a couple of pounds on him, give him that late night peanut butter sandwich kind of a diet. You throw 10, 15 pounds on him, get him in the weight room, get him as strong as he's ever been, and try him out at 3-tech.
I mean,
let's get some food takes before we go on from you. What are your thoughts on peanut butter and jam sandwiches?
Well, hang on. I just want to say Seattle's kind of beefing up that defensive line.
Beef and feet, dude.
Derek Hall, Cam Young, Mike Morris, beef and feet.
Draymond Jones in the free agency.
Yes. My take on peanut butter and jelly, for those who care, I love peanut butter.
Okay. We didn't ask for this.
Don't like peanut butter and jelly. Seth asked for it. Thank you, Trev. Just never been a big PB&J guy, but I love peanut butter. It's one of my top 3 favorite things on this planet, next to sparkling ice, lemon lime. It's great. Can't think of.
So you just don't like the jelly then?
It's just too much, too sweet.
Okay, all right.
I love peanut butter though. Everything peanut butter.
All right. Well,
for those
I don't really know how to transition food into Game Time app, but it's the best place to
eat food
your
at the game.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock.
Well, we're not going to get to that yet. Hold on. We'll recap it. First, I got to tell people about the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States, and that is our friends over at Game Time. Game Time will give you the lowest tickets guaranteed, sometimes up to 60% off what you thought you were going to pay for these tickets. You could be sitting around on a Friday, Saturday night, just wanting something to do with your buddies. You're at happy hour, and you just go, what are we going to do tonight? Somebody fires up the Game Time app. You go, hold on, there's this concert that we could all go to. You see all the tickets available right there. Y'all buy them right there on the spot because you know you get the lowest price guaranteed, so you don't have to look anywhere else. And you got the tickets. It's just 2 buttons. Boom, it's right there in the palm of your hand. Check it out. Game Time app. Use the promo code PFF, and you'll get $20 off whatever your first purchase is. Game Time app, PFF, $20 off. You absolutely love it. We're getting our first guest into the show, boys. We're about to have a good conversation about everything that we have seen through the first 5 rounds of this NFL draft with our good friend Connor Rogers, who works for NBC Sports and is also my co-host of the NFL Stock Exchange podcast. Connor, my friend, how are you doing?
Good to see you, buddy. Love the watch. I see. I came to the part of the show where we're talking PB&J. I get it. We're getting close to round 6. It's hard out here, guys, but I'm great, man. Happy to be here.
Connor's been doing an awesome job clipping a lot of their great reactions that they've seen from the draft over at NBC and on his Twitter timeline, so make sure you guys go follow his great work over there. Connor, I know you're a Jets dude. I saw the Israel Abanikanda pick, and I smiled a little bit because I knew that he was your guy, but we'll just start with the Jets, and then I'll get into some of your favorite picks, favorite team hauls that you've already seen so far. But what'd you think about the Jets?
It felt like they finally got some value, right? Like, we both liked Will McDonald as a player, but it was a little earlier than you expected. Joe Tippmann was fine. I think everybody expected him in that area in the second round. And then, you talk about Carter Warren, probably went a little early as well. With the Abanikanda, it finally felt like a selection where you're like, okay, I would have probably taken him at least a round earlier. Ran in the 4.2s to 4.3s at his pro day, jumped through the roof. He's 215 pounds. He's a Brooklyn kid. So you know how excited his family was, so excited that he gets to stay home and go to the Jets. That, listen, I get they're saying all positive things about Breece Hall, but Breece Hall is not coming out of the gate in September and getting over 20 touches a game. You need speed in the scheme, and when they lost Breece Hall last year, they didn't have that. Michael Carter didn't really have a good year. Bam Knight was a nice surprise as a UDFA, but more tailored to be your third running back and kick returner. So now with the Abanikanda, he gets to stay home. He gets to play in a scheme that gets him outside and cutting up the field and hitting those home runs that they lost with Breece. And the Jets finally get some value in a draft slot.
I love that because the chat was calling us Jets haters the whole time. We weren't even that hard on the Jets.
Really?
And I feel like everybody said that
we were nothing else to say, right?
Well, we kind of said that, and then they said we were Jets haters. So now we get a little bit of Jets positivity.
Every fan base says that.
That's true. That's true. It's draft time. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
That's why. You've been around the block plenty. You know how it goes. Any other teams other than the Jets that you'd love to highlight, good or bad? Some hauls that you like, some teams you like. Maybe it's certain picks. I'll just open it up to you a little bit. I know a lot's happened over these last couple of days, but anything really stick out to you that you're passionate about that you want to mention?
Man, I'll give you one from each. We'll start with the AFC side. I just think the Pittsburgh Steelers have finally become the DNA that they usually seek, and they've lost over a couple years, and that is a tough team that can line up and just punch you in the face. And that's genuinely how to play football in the AFC North. It's the brand of football with the Ravens. We've seen the Bengals become that way over the years. We know the Browns are trying to get back to that with Deshaun Watson maybe shaking off some of the rust from last year after being away for a while. You just look at what the Steelers have done. You got tackle help with Broderick Jones. You got Joey Porter in the second round, a long press corner that can really disrupt wide receivers at the line of scrimmage. Those picks are fine. I think those guys were slotted in that area. But where they got value was Keanu Benton is a 3-tech nose tackle. He could really play up and down the defensive line, and he could do whatever you ask of him. If you want him to take on double teams and really stalemate, that's fine. If you let him pin his ears back and rush the passer as a 3-tech, that was a part of his game. He unlocked this year. So they got some depth on the interior defensive line, a guy that could play right away. And then Darnell Washington at pick 93. I get there's some medical questions there, but it seemed a little overblown. So now you're lining up 2 tight end sets with Pat Freiermuth and Darnell Washington. Are you kidding me? They're just making life easier on Kenny Pickett, life better for Najee Harris. Oh, and then today, out of nowhere in the 4th round, they get Nick Herbig at 132. His first step is excellent. Him and TJ Watt, I mean, the Steelers have just knocked it out of the park for me in this on the AFC side of things.
What about an NFC? I know you said that you kind of wanted to go one of each, so I want to give you the chance to shout out an NFC team that you really like before we move on to some other positions.
It's got to be Seattle, and I understand Philadelphia is getting all of the love, but we almost, they're almost victim of expectations. We expect the Eagles to do this every year. Seattle is putting on an encore, like I told you on our first recap pod, Trev. And that was only after night 1, where you really like Devin Witherspoon, you really like Jackson Smith and Jigba. You get speed to power on the edge and Derek Hall. People were confused by the Charbonnet pick. I wasn't at all. You're trying to tackle Kenneth Walker 20 times a game, and then it's 3rd down, and you throw Zach Charbonnet on the field, who can pass protect, catch the ball, run in between the tackles. I mean, really shades of Matt Forte with his play style, a bigger back. And then now you look at them trying to – and they just took Olu Oluwatimi as we're sitting here. So they have rebuilt this offensive line with getting 2 tackles last year. Anthony Bradford, I thought he was one of the best run blockers out of all the guards in this draft and got absolutely no love. They take Olu Oluwatimi at center. They got Cameron Young in the 4th round to help their defensive line depth. He's somebody that can really play well against the run. Mike Morris is a developmental pick, but a bigger stand-up edge from Michigan. Seattle just understands value. They understand athleticism. They are deep on both sides of the trenches. They finally got that wide receiver 3. I would be terrified of them if I was in that division, especially when you look at how the rest of the teams in that division seem to kind of be accepting a retooling phase. I'm
curious if you heard anything from these 2 guys that we had available here at the beginning of the 4th round. And maybe it did. Maybe it's just a surprise like it was a surprise to me, but Keely Ringo is one. I was surprised that he was available in the 4th round. You and I have talked about his pros and cons plenty on the podcast, but still, that guy, that type of player in the 4th round seems kind of crazy. And then Adetomiwa Adebawore as well. We talked about these players as potential 1st rounders. Maybe we would have been more comfortable with them as 2nd rounders, but here in the 4th round, I don't know. Did you hear anything about these guys? And then were you shocked like I was that they were available here at the beginning of the 4th?
I was shocked. I mean, listen, for Keely, we knew he was going to slide. Trevor, you and I talked about him over the summer, and we're like, this is probably a 1st-round corner. He didn't build on the things he needed to get better at this season, and that caused him to drop. And then you dive into the tape and you go, man, I don't know if he's a corner that's for everybody. You really need him playing off the man. You need him probably playing zone. He's built and plays more like a safety that can roam with some ball skills. And I don't have this on the record, but it makes me wonder, did teams sit down with him throughout the process and say, are you open to moving to safety? And I wonder how his reaction was to that. You're talking about one of the greatest players to come out of the state of Arizona in high school, championship player at Georgia. He might not have taken well to that. I don't know. I just think the value with Keely Ringo was the versatility of, if it doesn't work out at corner, we'll move him to safety. And the Eagles, they don't care. They'll take every single Georgia player there is. When you look at Adebawore, he feels like and the Colts have taken all the athletes in this draft. If you were an athlete at the Senior Bowl, you are now an Indianapolis Colt, okay? So when you look at Adebawore, I just wonder if he got the classic tweener label of, is he a defensive end? Do we play him inside? He's got great athleticism. He can convert speed to power. His demeanor at the combine was very, very intense. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that as a compliment. He is all business on and off the field. So that was the one that surprised me more, because with Ringo, he's a hard guy to project his exact fit at the next level. I didn't care that Adebawore was a tweener because I think he's good both on the end, and I think you can kick him inside because he has immense power.
All right, so I want to ask you, I know you do a lot of work with Matthew Berry doing some fantasy stuff over at NBC, so you're covering the draft as a whole, but sometimes you guys can throw some fantasy angles in there. I want to ask you about tight ends and wide receivers. I'm going to start with tight ends. Do you have a favorite landing spot for a guy who you think can contribute, right? You got Dalton Kincaid going to the Buffalo Bills, Michael Mayer now with the Las Vegas Raiders. You talked about Washington a little bit. Luke Musgrave going to the Packers, Tucker Kraft going to the Packers as well. We got Sam Laporta, who felt like a Dan Campbell guy at all times, ended up going to the Detroit Lions. We've had a couple of guys go here on day 3 as well. Is there a specific tight end, one or two, that you go, man, I like this spot, I can see some early production from him?
I mean, everybody likes Kincaid, right? That's the easy one, because in the fantasy landscape, he's going to catch the ball and probably do well in the red zone as well. And if Buffalo plays him as a big slot, they don't have this problem with him and Knox. They see them both on the field. I get the excitement there, but the answer for me has to be Michael Mayer, because Josh McDaniels understands how to use the tight end position. He goes into a situation where they've lost Darren Waller. There are targets there for the tight end position. There are red zone. I mean, everybody has to sell out on Devontae Adams. Who is your red zone threat on that team when you're actually throwing the ball? And I think Mayer is really pissed off, and he should be. I mean, him falling behind a couple tight ends in this draft, it's disrespectful. I know when I sat down with him one-on-one at the Combine, I was honest with him. I was like, listen, man, I was like, I think you're the number one tight end in this class, but I got to be honest, I'm shocked how many people don't view you that way. And he agreed. He was surprised as well. So I think you don't like to overuse the chip on the shoulder, but the guy's caught 16 touchdowns and 89 first downs the last 2 seasons while he blocked his ass up. I don't know what else he was supposed to do at the college level to be valued as the top tight end in this draft. So I like Michael Mayer. Here's a funny one for you. I think Tucker Kraft is better than Luke Musgrave. The Packers took both of them, but in the other order. It'll be really interesting to see how they utilize those guys on the field.
All right, I want to shout out some guys at the receiver position and where they landed, ones that you like the most that I feel like were kind of your guys as we went through wide receiver. Jonathan Mingo, dude, going in the second round to the Carolina Panthers. Obviously, he's going to have his opportunities there. Marvin Mims ended up going to the Denver Broncos. And then your boy, Cedric Tillman, gets to go to the Cleveland Browns. What do you think about those 3 receivers, those landing spots? Mingo with the Carolina Panthers, Marvin Mims with the Denver Broncos, Cedric Tillman with the Browns. Do you like one more than the other, or are you excited about all 3?
It's no shock I like Tillman the best. I think he was the best player, but I also think the landing spot makes a lot of sense. So Cleveland's going to move to a more pass-happy offense. Amari Cooper, obviously, is a really good target. I think this feels like the next guy in the Donovan Peoples-Jones role. Maybe they aren't going to pay him long-term, and even if they're not, I just think Tillman's a really good player. I just saw shades of Cortland Sutton in his game, somebody that understands how to use his frame. The compete level is on a totally different tier than a lot of wide receivers in this draft. He's one of the biggest wide receivers in this draft. He blocks. I just thought his ability in the red zone was very, very different compared to a lot of guys. He's produced against the Alabamas and the Georgias of the world. He caught a touchdown on Cam Smith. So battle-tested, fits the DNA of Cedric Tillman. It's really on Deshaun Watson. What Deshaun Watson are we getting this year? And if it's the Deshaun Watson that had a lot of success for Houston, Tillman will be fine. Mingo, I like that there's targets for him in Carolina. I think that's what you like, is that they can scheme him open and get him running after the catch. With Mims, I mean, I like Marvin Mims, but that just felt like a little bit of a surprise to me when you look at the landing spot. I mean, we've heard the Broncos be a team that maybe is taking calls on whether it's Jerry Jeudy or Cortland Sutton. It's a crowded room for a team that under Sean Payton is going to try to get back to being a tough running football team. So I'm fascinated by how Mims projects for at least his rookie season.
Seth, you got one?
All right, so I got a player for you who's had everywhere you look, you see a different type of scouting report on him. So very polarizing type of player. What is your scouting report on new 49ers kicker Jake Moody?
Oh, man.
You put him on the spot like that.
Stop taking kickers in the 3rd round. Stop. It's crazy when you look at the Niners, too. That was a good draft slot to maybe get some depth on your offensive line.
Pick
and another
9-9.
skill talent. I just... And listen, evaluating kickers is just hilarious, number one. I had Moody on the board at 253rd overall, and they took him in the 3rd round. So I have a pretty significant rule of do not take kickers anytime before round 5. I hated it. Hated it.
I have an actual question, which is like going forward, who are the Connor Rogers guys who you look to get that team should take right now?
I'm curious where the board has landed since I jumped on. I knew when I jumped on, Antonio Johnson had not been drafted. I'm looking right now
Still
to see if
hasn't.
that has changed.
No, still has not been drafted yet.
What is going on there? And, usually rule of thumb when you're watching the draft or covering the draft is if a guy is falling out of the universe and you don't know why, it's either medical or character. It's really just that simple. And Antonio Johnson in a very weak safety class, I thought he played he has a very defined role, right? When he starts getting backwards, things get really bad fast. But as a box safety and a big slot and a downhill tackler and somebody that can match up with tight ends a little bit and has click and close, I thought you at least take that guy maybe in the third round. Even as a third safety on your football team that has a really tough-nosed demeanor on special teams. So that's a really, really weird slide for me that I haven't been able to wrap my finger around in this draft so far.
Yeah, he feels like what Darian Kennard was, right? When Darian Kennard was just free-falling, and it's like, okay, this guy started at offensive tackle in the SEC. Even if you didn't like him as a top 50 player, him going in the 5th round was kind of crazy. And we learned, all right, you got medical concerns that you got to worry about. Is he going to hold up? So it's
Chauncey
always
Gardner-Johnson. Remember that free fall?
Yeah, no, and it's always fascinating which teams are willing to kind of take this chance on players that might have medical issues or didn't interview well. And so it's always makes for crazy big boards, which we see picks all around the place. Everybody go follow Connor's great work, what he's doing over at NBC covering the draft. You can follow him on Twitter at Connor J. Rogers. And just, he's firing off all the great clips and his reactions for a lot of these picks on the timeline. So make sure you do that. Connor, you're the best, my friend. Thank you.
Oh, thanks for having me, guys. Keep crushing it. I know it's a long day. You guys are doing great. We'll talk soon.
These guys got a little bathroom break.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've been here the whole time.
Movie magic. Didn't even see anything. All right, we obviously had a handful of picks while we were doing that interview with Connor. I think the last place that we were at was Mike Morris.
I have a take on one of these guys. Or you go ahead.
Well, I'll just list them off. So the Lions selected offensive tackle Colby Swordsaw from William and Mary. Savosia Dennis, the linebacker from Pittsburgh, went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right after that. Ola Oluwatimi, the center from Michigan, going at 154 to the Seattle Seahawks. Darrell Luter Jr., the South Alabama corner, going to the San Francisco 49ers. Jordan McFadden, the tackle from Clemson, went to the Los Angeles Chargers. Kai Blue Kelly, the cornerback from Stanford, Senior Bowl guy, went to the Baltimore Ravens. Daniel Scott, the center from Cal, goes to the Indianapolis Colts. Then we had Dontavion Wicks, the wide receiver from Virginia, just go to the Green Bay Packers. You said you got a take on one of these guys?
I mean, I have a take on a lot of these guys.
Okay,
but the one,
we got plenty of time.
The one I like a lot is the Seattle Seahawks.
Okay.
Oluwatimi.
Great.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, is he going to be the best center in the NFL? No. But can he be a really good center that starts for a decade for the Seattle Seahawks? Yes. I think you look at him, big strengths, run blocking, man. I mean, just the clean performance that he has there, it's just T-tape stuff. I mean, his combo blocks that he's a part of, just beautiful stuff. Excellent production in 2 different systems. That kind of goes hand in hand with that. Naturally a low player, plus anchoring with that. Active and effective hands. He's not going to be like a superior finisher, but play strength I think is fine. The only issue I really have is just like not super explosive or quick. You know what I mean? That's why he's kind of be center only. Just his overall physical profile. Picking up stunts, that was still an issue for him. But man, he's a good player. He was a really good player for Blue. I think Seattle got a good one here.
Seattle.
We got you off guard.
I thought you were going to say something, and you look back at your laptop. So it's like, all right, well, okay. Who else do you want to talk about? You said you got to go ahead.
Pick 160.
Okay.
What is it?
Our very own Antonio Johnson.
Finally.
Man, coming off the board,
man. I love it for the Jaguars.
Love that. Yeah, this is huge. Great pick for them. Now this is the slot versatility that I think really helps them out, right? Because then, if you think he's a starter, which, look, the Jags have had multiple chances to pick this guy. Every team in the NFL has had multiple chances to pick this guy. Chances are he's probably not going to be a starter at this point, unless we know it's something medical, where if it doesn't end up bothering him, he doesn't lose time. We see what we saw at Texas A&M, which was a pretty big, talented slot corner. If that's the case, I feel like he had starter ability and allows Darius Williams to play on the outside, which he's a lot more comfortable with, maybe rounds out the Jags cornerback room. Do you see it similarly? What do you think about Antonio Johnson finally going off the board here?
You know, honestly, I was just thinking about the fit, Darrell Luto Jr. to the San Francisco 49ers, how much I love it. And then it caught me off guard. I was like, oh, yeah, we're talking about Antonio Johnson. I love Antonio Johnson. Just you go back and look when he was a pure slot corner, and he kind of went back to that this past year after starting out in safety. That's what he did. That's what he is. That's what he does best. You know, just his ability to diagnose underneath and kind of really attack screens, just perfect. You know what I mean? It's just he's not going to let that stuff behind him. Like Connor said, Connor's excellent. One of my favorite draft minds to listen to. Said it best. You know, everything's behind him. It's just not great. It's just interesting why he's still on the board. I thought he would have been a day 2 guy for sure, but I think this is a good fit for him. You know, he can play in the box and kind of be that nickel for him. So I like it.
What about the other players? I didn't want to cut you off on some of your thoughts on the guys that went a little bit earlier. Nick Hampton, the edge rusher from Appalachian State, just went to the Los Angeles Rams, so I wanted to shout that out. But who are some of the other guys that got picked that you like?
Darrell Luto Jr., he was a very, depending on the scheme he went to, I'd have liked it. And I love the fit in San Francisco. I thought, get him in a press zone system like this. I think he could be pretty good. He's going to have to defend a silo route tree. I just don't know. You know, he's a little bit stiff. But I think if he is in that system, it's going to be good. I mean, he's got really strong footwork. He's got the length. He's very explosive too. Go back to not this year, but the past year before that, 2021, dominant. I mean, I know it was South Alabama playing weak competition, but he was absolutely phenomenal that year. Slipped up a little bit this year. Again, he is limited in what he can do, but in this system, I really, really like the fit in San Francisco.
You like Oluwatimi to the Seattle Seahawks?
I do. Interior offensive line, a little bit of a need. I think Evan Brown is their center right now, so need it. I just think the Seahawks in general. Now, obviously, we don't know how this draft class is going to pan out, but from the looks of it, very good. And you pair it with a very good draft class from last year that really set the foundation, I think, going forward. Obviously, Geno going unconscious for a year helped, and I think he will continue to be unconscious going forward because he's really good. I think they're set up for success for a few years. Again, who knows about this draft class, but it seems really good right now. And I also think the thing with Geno, he's not 39, right? Yes, he's in his 30s, but he's in his early 30s, and I think at quarterback you can play until he's got another 5 years potentially in the bag, so set up for success going forward.
Man, the Colts are just drafting athletes. Will Mallory now, the tight end from Miami, going pick 162.
I was about to say something about Daniel Scott, who they took a handful of picks before that.
Fire it off, my friend.
He seems like a guy that just pans out, just for a couple of years only, just has some high-level plays on the ball, because that's what he did best at Cal, just the playmaking ability, just an all-around productive athlete. Trusts his reads, consistently makes plays, he's got plus ball skills. He's 25, and he's going to turn 25 this year. He's old. Bad tackling, really, really overly aggressive angles, bad. But I think if you get him in deep center field, he can make some really, really cool plays.
I got some takes on Kai Blue Kelly, but before we get to that, I want to talk to everybody about our friends over at Fabric by Gerber Life. They are your one-stop shop when it comes to investment solutions and life insurance for your family. This is the place to start. It can be a daunting task getting into life insurance for your family, but not with the folks over at Fabric and Gerber Life. They are going to be able to set you up really well. It's made by parents for parents. You know that means that it's affordable. It's very straightforward. It's not going to be something that's confusing. They even got a quiz. If you go to their website, meetfabric.com/PFF. That's MEET fabric.com/PFF. You can see a quiz right there. Answer a couple of questions, and they'll tell you exactly what type of life insurance that you would need for your family. It's going to be all there right in front of you. And for other investment solutions, they got a really easy to understand online hub for you. That's over at meetfabric.com/PFF. Kai Blue Kelly has really nice size.
I thought you said he has really nice eyes.
He does have really nice eyes.
All right.
Brian Kelly.
Who has the nicest eyes in the NFL? I have an answer, actually.
Jerry Alexander.
You might be right. I have a different answer, but you might be right. It's Kirk Cousins.
Does he?
Beautiful eyes.
Okay, now I got to look it up. You look up Jerry Alexander.
Right.
Kirk Cousins.
Wait, hang on.
Eyes. Yeah. What's up?
I thought you were talking about like eyes, like awareness instincts.
No. We're talking about aesthetics. Oh man, Kirk Cousins does have nice eyes.
He does have nice eyes.
Oh man,
What are we doing?
Can we get a pick of Kirk Cousins up on the board? Can we get a pick of Kirk Cousins?
Oh, okay, wait. Canadian number 5.
Oh, it happened.
Right here, Cincinnati Bengals.
I believe these most Canadians ever picked.
This.
Love
this
this
is
pick,
great.
man.
Like this.
I'm a big Chase Brown fan, so you like it a lot. Let's hear from you. What do you like?
I just think it's time to kind of like move on, kind of get a fresh face in that running back room. I think Chase Brown him and his brother, you could tell. You know what I'm about to say.
Football players.
Loves ball. Absolutely loves ball.
Yeah.
Just a hard-nosed runner. You saw that this past year at Illinois. I think it's good to kind of like fold him in. That's what you should do at the running back position. As soon as it gets too costly, get a day 3 guy like Chase Brown, who I would be shocked if he wasn't productive at the NFL.
There is legitimate chance that they could be moving on from Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
There's not really a lot to keep them from giving a lot of carries to Chase Brown, even this upcoming season. Chase Brown had a full load of carries this past year at Illinois. Was their offense for them.
Workhorse.
And he's got the athleticism. He loves bouncing off contact. I thought he was a lot better at bouncing off contact than it seemed a lot of scouting reports that I was reading were willing to admit. I think that's a good portion of his game. I think he's a fighter when he goes through contact. Sure, he's a smaller back, so he's not really going to be bowling over guys, but you love the athleticism, you love the one-cut ability, and I like the balance. We talked about it. With some of the most important traits for running backs is that contact balance, and I felt like Chase Brown had that as much as a player of his size does. So this is a back who I was a lot higher on. I believe he was RB 5 or 6 on my rankings.
Wow.
So I do, man. I liked him a lot.
You
I
like
think that
this
he
more
could be
than
a
me.
heavy rotation back, even the front man of a good rotation in the NFL. So this is a great spot for him to earn those carries early on.
Good friend to PFF, too.
He is indeed. Did a feature article on him. He's awesome. Wow. Vikings. They do take a quarterback. We were wondering if they were going to take the bait on Hendon Hooker. They did not. Jaron Hall. I called it.
They took the bait for this one.
I called it. I said Jaron Hall was going to be the next quarterback taken. And then there were 3 quarterbacks taken before him. But then Jaron Hall was taken. I was wondering if he was even going to get drafted. But here in the 5th round, man, that's actually a really nice selection for him.
This is probably where Zach Wilson should have went.
Oh.
Come on. You don't mean that.
I do.
You don't mean that.
Like, I've gotten a lot of things
You don't
wrong.
mean that.
No, I do.
He hit that on the head.
Like, I've been a lot wrong about draft picks, but the Zach Wilson thing, I think I was right about. But
I've never seen somebody so confident, like, this is not going to work. Everybody's like, you should be the number 2 overall pick. So I was like, no, you shouldn't be.
this is a good offensive scheme to play in if you're a quarterback. That's all I'm going to say.
You're not going to take Mr. Eyes?
No, I'm saying BYU. BYU's offensive scheme is good if you are a quarterback, and especially playing behind that offensive line. We saw one of their players get drafted. We've seen more than a few of their offensive linemen get drafted since that 2020 season where Zach Wilson kind of took off.
It was like if we had to rank like the most college-y offenses, just like the fakest of the fake, and in like a positive way, because at the end of the day, if you have a good system in college, like
Great.
It's good. You're going to win ball games, right? We saw it Tennessee, BYU, highly competitive over the last few years. But it is a competition between BYU and Tennessee, and I think BYU is like a little bit more gimmicky in a lot of ways. It's
Sure.
Like it's just not like it's not going to translate. Like he's going to have to. He's older. His durability is an issue. He's going to have to relearn a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it was like 50% of his passes are outside the numbers. I mean, they're just taking shots. It's go balls. It's just a lot of double moves, a lot of crack and goes, stalk and goes type of stuff. It's a cool offense. It's one that leads a team like BYU to a lot of success. But in terms of like developing pro players, it's just not that good for that.
Yeah, and good for them because they won a lot of games because
exactly.
of it.
So it's like that's where I talked to a couple coaches in the NFL level about this, and they just get so pissed because it's like that's the push-pull between college and NFL. It's like we want to know if this guy can play. We like him, but we don't know if he can play in the NFL. And then they get all pissed off because it's like I can't watch him because you don't know if he can play at the NFL level. And people coming from like that BYU scheme definitely fits that to a T. So, hopefully Jaron Hall can. And that's the thing with Hendon Hooker. It's like we're not going to sit here and say he's going to struggle because of this. We just don't know if he can play in that type of system because he didn't have anything remotely close to that. at the collegiate level. So that's definitely interesting. Also interesting, Tanner McKee still on the board.
That is indeed interesting. Charles Smith, the corner from Minnesota, going off the board next. Massive jump in production this past year. Got picked by the Chicago Bears. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Huge jump in production. Had a 78.7 coverage grade this past season. His coverage grade was in the 40s over the last couple of years. So he took a massive leap this past year. Still kind of putting it all together. Not the most consistent guy in the world, but 6 feet tall, over 200 pounds, gives you that press man coverage kind of style. So you don't find a lot of those guys who even give you that upside here this late. He's somebody that Chicago Bears are taking a bet on there.
Dude, this draft class from Chicago is like remember when I said at the top it's so boom or bust? That has not changed. Terrell Smith, Noah Sewell, they're taking some swings on guys that could hit, and they're hoping probably a couple of them hit. You know, not all of them will because you see those low floors. But yeah, Terrell Smith, like old late bloomer, but length, speed, physicality, also showed some, you know, advanced kind of nuance and just understanding the route concepts on the field. I mean, that class is, I'm curious to see, you know, 3 years down the line looking back, you're like, okay, where's everybody at? Because hopefully a couple of them hit, but it's just like, yeah, it's boom or bust to a T.
I think when you're making these picks and doing the thing that we're talking about, which is like taking guys who like have that one or two trait that you really, really like, as long as that it pairs with whatever it is, the work ethic, the ball lover, the whatever, I think that has to be there too. If that's not there, then you don't take a guy.
Gotta
But
love
if you
ball.
can, yeah, if it's like, you know, you do all your cognitive studies and all that stuff, and you grades highly, interview process, whatever, then you're good at this point. Because then you're like, I'm banking on the fact that I can work on the traits that aren't there yet, because he's a football player.
We're going to develop a new test.
Yeah.
It's called Do You Love Ball?
Yeah.
What is the test?
It's just questions about ball.
But I'm asking you what that is. Is the first question, do you love ball?
This is the macro view of the test. I'm just giving the overall idea. I don't know the...
You're the project manager for
Okay.
the test.
Yes. A linebacker who's bigger than you is in the gap that you've got to run through. What are you doing? And it's like a fill in the blank. And if somebody runs like straight through their chest, then you're like, ball.
Ball player.
Absolutely loves ball.
Yeah.
For a linebacker, for a defensive player, if you go, all right, the guard's pulling. He's got you beat by a good 80 pounds. You know it's him and you. You've got to hit him to the outside to turn the running back inside. What are you doing? I think some people are going to say, oh, whiff, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, like not even try. I'm going to go for the running back. Or you can go straight in the offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Loves
So
ball.
here's another layer to that, because you're going to get too many people that just like votes like, oh, I'm going to do like the impressive answer.
No, that's why he's got to fill in the blank.
No. I wanted to see it on the field. Put it in the situation. You have actors. You have Seth at left tackle.
Wait.
I'll allow it. All right, let's talk
But the
about this
Seth
though.
ball.
Let's talk about the thing that I love talking about every draft cycle.
Mm-hmm.
You just mentioned it. Taking on, if you're a defensive end, outside linebacker, the guard or the center, whatever, whoever pulls to you, the fullback, whatever, pulls to you. He's coming to crack. He's not crack you. That's the opposite. But he's coming to kick you out.
Sure.
What is your reaction to that?
Quit. On the
Every
spot.
year, you put on the Georgia film, and these guys are maniacs against that specific block. They take it on, they knock back the pulling lineman, and then it helps the whole defense. And you watch other defensive ends from big schools too. Doesn't matter, Alabama even these days, Ohio State and LSU, like they don't do that. And I'm not saying, and there's a lot of different ways to skin this cat, but the way Georgia takes on blocks like that is phenomenal. And you saw it with a smaller guy this year, Nolan Smith, who kept
Oh my
doing
God.
it.
That's why I liked him so much. That's why I
incredible.
liked him, because like he's
How
undersized,
can
but he
you
doesn't
not
play like
those type of players?
Right.
We are playing a violent sport. You've got to be violent in return.
It's not only that, it's like, it's not just the willingness, but it's also, okay, are you approaching this like, oh shit, like, yeah, let's do it? Or you're like, you're actually technical about it and you're actually doing both. You know what I mean? That's Nolan Smith. That's what I loved about it.
Nolan Smith was a top 12 player in the class for me for that exact reason. Because all of those dirty work things, what you would want out of a edge rusher, he will do for you. Sure, yes, he's small, and sometimes he might get blown up at the point of attack, but he's not going to get dominated. And he's going to go straight into the chest of guys who are a lot bigger than him. He understands what it's like to hold the line of scrimmage and how important that is for the rest of his defense to make plays. I did an interview with him, and he said this to everybody who's asked this question, like, yeah, you didn't get the chance to pin your ears back and really get after the quarterback. And he'll tell you, his quote to me was, when you play defensive line at Georgia, it is your job to defend the run. That's it. You are letting the guys behind you stay clean to make plays. He's like, our linebackers are the ones getting the tackles. And we're going to win national championships if we do that. And that's what's happened. So when you get a player who has that kind of mentality, that kind of floor, and he's an unreal athlete that can give you some untapped speed rush, that's no question about it, a top 15 player in this current class. No doubt about it. I cannot believe he went 30th overall.
Low gear, high gear. Kirby preaches it. I had him top 5. I mean, I think he's...
As a player or as an edge rusher?
Overall.
Yeah.
I think he's that good of a player, and I think maybe it takes some time to adjust from what he was in because it's just so specific, right? He's asked to do very specific things, and maybe it takes him a little bit of time to adjust, like, okay, I'm kind of doing my own thing. You're going to have, obviously, it's a team thing, and it's a unit thing, but, you know, he's going to be able to pin his ears back, and he's going to be able to get his opportunity to go after the quarterback. I'm excited to see what he can do, man. He's got it all. I don't care about the size. He plays a more physical game than that, and doing everything in the right ways, exactly how Kirby and co. wanted him to.
B.J. Thompson, the edge rusher from Stephen F. Austin, went to the Kansas City Chiefs at pick 166. 6'5", a little bit lighter. I think he's 245 is what he ended up coming in at. He's a longer speed rusher. He's kind of a liability against the run, but we're looking at specialized players anyways. You're looking at special teamers. So he's going to bring in that speed rush profile, a guy who's going to be a little bit further down the depth chart. Maybe you'll have a package that he's kind of rotated into as a pass rusher, but that's what the Chiefs are getting in him. Henry To'o coming off the board for the Houston Texans at 167. Did you watch To'o? You're shaking your head. Not a fan?
I was shaking my head because Tony over here texted me something. I'm shaking my head because I didn't watch Henry To'o.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, former, I believe, 5-star linebacker, started his career at Tennessee, moved over to Alabama. He's been a starter, and honestly, somebody who Nick Saban has gone out of his way to praise multiple times as a centerpiece of that defense. And he's very smart. He recognizes things. He's a good communicator in the middle of that defense. Not the best athlete in the world. Gets fooled a little bit too easily by play action and by movement in the pre-snap in the backfield. And so that's something that when it comes to him really anticipating where the ball is going, where the flow is going, he needs to get better about that. But overall, a solid prospect. I thought he was going to be a day 3 guy all along. For them to get him late part of the 5th round does seem about right. It feels appropriate for Henry To'o, if you ask me.
So much improvement. I mean, he's got a wealth of experience between Bama and Tennessee, over 3,000 snaps. But, you know, before this year, you really didn't see it. You got really concerned, like, I don't know if this guy can, like, really kind of see everything develop in real time. But like you said, he still has that as an issue. I thought that was really more, you know, tuned in, refined a little bit this past season. And you can see the production go up. I mean, his PFF grade went up 20 points, stops grew by 10. Actually, had 49 defensive stops, had 38 the year before, and played more snaps the year before. So, I mean, there's some pieces to it to like. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good pick here. We have another linebacker from the SEC I thought would come off earlier.
Oh, Owen Papo.
Yeah.
You can just say him. You can go ahead.
You're really good at it.
You can't pronounce it.
No, come on. Owen Papo, the linebacker from...
Freak athlete. I think they call him...
Owen Papo.
Owen? No, Owen Papo. Hyper-athletic linebacker.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure his nickname is Freak.
This is the opposite conversation.
5-star?
Yes.
Yeah,
He's 5-star because of his athleticism as a recruit. He's somebody that a lot of people were very excited about. He contributed as a freshman because of that athleticism. They wanted to get him out on the field. This is the opposite conversation than the one that we just had with To'o, because Henry is a limited athlete, and he can see things. I did say that he gets fooled a little bit too much, and he's got to get that a little bit better. So it's not a complete opposite, But when you look at Papo, you just look at that athleticism. When the green light comes on for him, when he sees it, this dude can break on the ball. Whether it's in the backfield, whether it's to the sideline, whatever it is. He is the kind of athlete that you want in the middle. And he's somebody who's a worker. He's got a great motor to him. He's just got to see the field a little bit sooner. And if that's the case, you love the production that you can get out of him. I think there could be a starting role for Owen Papo in the NFL, given his athleticism, if he continues to improve and recognize things a little bit better. That again, I'm going to say it. If the anticipation improves for Owen Papo, the rest of the athletic ability is there. You hone in on some of that. You really get in on tackling and make sure you're reliable. He's got the profile of a starting linebacker in the NFL. He's just got to shore up some of the inconsistencies in how he sees the field, where the ball's going.
High praise. I will say what I think is encouraging with that is that this year, again, it was just like Henry Toto. Like, he showed growth. He at least showed some modest improvement in that kind of key area. I still get very concerned about it because college game is so different from the NFL in terms of processing and seeing things develop, especially at the linebacker position. It's just a lot faster, even SEC to pro. So that's where I get concerned about. It's improved, but it's still an issue. And how can he kind of develop that? It's not something that's like easily attainable. I kind of comp it to like quarterback accuracy, to bring it back full circle from when we got into that debate earlier. But, you know, I think at this point, you take a swing on a guy that can run a 4.39 40. Has some decent production to his name.
I love linebackers.
Oh, yeah, we can tell.
Who's your favorite?
Asim Richards, the offensive tackle from North Carolina from UNC, goes to the Dallas Cowboys at 169. I just have a few notes on him. Really didn't turn into a draftable type of offensive tackle until this past year. You look at his PFF grades in 2020. He started out playing left tackle there, 49.6 grade. Then it was a 57.4 the next year. It was a 64.4 this past year. So he was getting better. He spent a little time at left guard, but mostly a left tackle. The pass blocking grade was what was great this past season. So he was really refining how he was as a pass rusher. 75.5 pass blocking grade. Just plays a little upright. You know, he just loses the leverage, but as a tackle, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it is something he's got to work on. He's still a work in progress. He was always going to be a day 3 type of offensive tackle, but what?
Do you remember how we used to talk about the UNC offensive line in those early years, 2020, 2021? It's
Bad.
very bad.
And it was not like an
bad.
Offense where like they were being asked to do a lot.
No, it was all
like under
RPOs.
stress. Yeah, like it wasn't a lot, but it was still bad. It was kind of that weird dynamic.
Yeah.
Richard's got length. It's just like he's gonna have to be bought into being completely rebuilt and everything that he does.
You can rebuild him.
Yeah. Kind of threw me off. Big issue with me are the hands and kind of tying that up with the feet. Just wasn't a big thing. I probably would have taken a swing at him in round 7, honestly. It's a little bit early for me, but again, day 3, can't complain too much.
Best available. Let's refresh it. We haven't looked at the best available.
My guy's still up there.
in a while. Is your guy Whippler?
Trice.
Oh, Corey Trice.
And Ojoma.
So Corey Trice, and I figure we'll talk about him when he comes off the board. For him, he had a major knee injury. I believe he tore his ACL after his freshman season. Freshman season, he looked really great. Was able to get on the field because he's a good athlete of his size. He's above 6 feet tall, really good athlete. Can match up against a lot of different types of wide receivers. Tore his ACL, missed some time because of that. Came back this past year, and he was playing with a brace on. And I can't remember where I learned this, so I'm sorry I'm quoting my source, but because of the brace, he moved kind of awkwardly, and he developed a little bit of a groin injury because of it. So even this past year, he was dealing with a groin injury because he was playing with the brace. Even when he took the brace off, he was still messing with a groin injury. So I wonder if there's just some injury concerns with him in the lower body in total that is kind of scaring teams off. Because if you picture this guy fully healthy, 3rd round player, somebody that I would have been very comfortable with taking in the 3rd round. And here we are, we're about to get to the 6th round, and he's on the board.
One player that I was higher on the most that I would like to see come off the board soon, Emil Ekier, guard from Alabama. Mm-hmm. I liked him a lot.
Okay.
I thought he was a top 100 player. I think whoever's going to get him is going to be a pretty big steal. I'm not super surprised he's still on the board because I definitely liked him a lot more than consensus, and we don't know how all teams kind of view prospects, but he's one I'm keeping an eye on, in addition to Jomo and Trey Tomlinson, of course.
Christopher Smith off the board to the Las Vegas Raiders at pick
You
170.
want real analysis right now?
Yeah.
Chris Smith,
Okay.
the most common football player name out there. That's just, I have no
Is that
studies to back this up, but
Is
I'm
that it?
telling you, that's it. That's my analysis.
Oh, okay.
You guys were expecting more out of me? Lower your expectations.
I thought you.
read the numbers on the screen.
Overall PFF grade 75.8.
There he is.
61st in the country. Last season tackles 52, run stops 7, interceptions 3, forced incompletions 4. The safety from Georgia, number 29, Christopher
You should
Smith.
be at the ballpark. I like him.
I like Chris Smith too. If you turn on that Oregon tape from this past season, you'd be like, this dude's going top 50. I mean, he is a bat out of hell from the safety spot. He is so tenacious when it comes to those running lanes. When he sees a swing out of the backfield or a toss play out of the backfield where he knows, okay, it's my responsibility. We just talked about Nolan Smith, right? Defensive line takes all the linemen. If there's a guy pulling, the linebackers are going to take the next player. It's going to be him one-on-one with this ball carrier at some point around the line of scrimmage, and he flies to make that happen. I love the energy that he plays with. The issue is, I think he's got the body of a corner, but he's playing safety, and it's tough to see him as anything more than a nickel corner / free safety kind of a hybrid. But he doesn't play a lot of nickel corner because Georgia had a lot of other players that they played in that spot. Bullard, Javon Bullard, I believe is his name, is the primary nickel corner that they had
Gonna
there.
be
And
picked next
Smith
year.
was more of a strong safety type. I don't think he has the body type to be a strong safety at the NFL level. So he's a player that played a position and played a role that I don't think he can continue playing at college. So it's just got to be a little bit different for him. I still think he's an NFL player. I like the athleticism. Like I said, I love the motor. I love the willingness to go up and be physical even with a smaller frame. But it's got to look a little bit different for him.
No, I'm right there with you. It's like athletically, it's not what you would typically find from Georgia, right? It's just really not there. And then for all the reasons that you said, he's just like a weird physical profile at play at that position. He's not a guy that you can really trust to go one-on-one either. I just thought playing downhill in control, you saw some issues there. You just really couldn't do it. But hard-nosed. I mean, he puts a stamp on his finishes. But I think the biggest thing is that he did make up for his athleticism, like the limitations there, with just sharp read reactability, and that's not surprising considering the staff that he played for at Georgia. So that's something that I was at least encouraged about. And I'm honestly surprised he didn't come off the board sooner just for that reason. But, like you said, it could be just like the worries about like, okay, where can he play? Can he do it effectively? Is he going to be an issue because of some of his limitations and all that?
Buccaneers have traded. They're on the clock now at 171.
Pick is it.
Oh, the pick is in. Oh, Payne Durham. Little Senior Bowl star.
Dude, tight end city this draft.
Tight end city.
We're living in tight end city. I don't know if that's how the song goes. We built this city on tight ends. We built this city on tight ends. Something like that.
Yeah. You brought it around. That's fine. The Bucs were looking to add a tight end, a receiving tight end, and Payne Durham is that. I think he showed that at the Senior Bowl. He was able to stand out in that regard. He's one of the better receiving tight ends that we had at the entire event, which was good to see him be able to shine and make a difference in his scouting report and his profile there. So the Bucs needed somebody like this in their room. They've got Cade Otton, who they like, but you're moving on from having Rob Gronkowski in the lineup, right? And it's going to be tough to replace that kind of presence. So,
are you saying he's replacing Rob Gronkowski?
That's exactly what I
just
said. Yes, yeah. Zach Tantilla, our social media manager, is cooking up the graphic right now to get my ass roasted on the timelines. So make sure you guys go follow at Tampa Bay Trey to see that tag. Overall PFF grade for Payne Durham, 67.6. Only had 2 drops this past year. 10 missed tackles forced. He's an absolute missed tackles forced machine.
I don't think that's going to translate.
Churning them out left and right.
That's not going to translate.
He's number 87. He's Gronk.
I want
right
some
there.
opinions from you guys.
No. I'm all out.
On?
We're getting close to that point.
I know.
All right. Why do you think the NFL finds it hard to evaluate tight ends? Why, we see the stats. I talked about it earlier. Tight ends picked in the first round don't often get second contracts with the team that picked them. And the best ones have come in later rounds and stuff like that. Thoughts? Opinions?
I mean, same thing for wide receivers, right? I think a lot of it may have to do with just situation. You know, what are they asked to do at the collegiate level? You know, and like everybody's preferences are so different, right? It's very much, because like there's so many different ways you could play the receiver position and so many different traits you could value, right? Is it speed? Is it short area quickness? Is it size? Is it ball skills? All that, you know, is it, you know, inside, outside versatility, whatever. I think it just is so dependent. It's one of those things where it's hard to look at the track record of success of like comparing picks by round and like, okay, this, you know, first round receivers haven't fared well, first round tight ends haven't fared well, there's usually better value in like later rounds. I think it's just more of, I wouldn't say it's like a league-wide thing, it's just like X team tried to get X player, you know, because of this trait, and it's not really comparable to like some of the other available players at that position, you know what I mean? If that makes sense. That's kind of like
you're asking just about like tight end development. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's like why can't we get this right? Why, you know, like
it's preference.
Like edge we can get right pretty safely. Tackle we can get right pretty safely. Tight end we just can't figure it out.
Because it's usage. If you're a left tackle, you were a left tackle.
Yeah.
If you're, it's like.
No, I agree. That was going to be my point. It's just like you're playing. You're trying to find a guy who can play good at two different positions.
Like this class in particular.
Inline and slot.
Yeah, like in wide receiver, it's like you do your rankings, and like I'm a big advocate. It's like rankings. It's like it's your preference, right? Do what you do. It's like I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, Quentin Johnston, Josh Downs. One should be higher than the other, because it's like they're so different. You know, you can't ask them to do the same things. So it's very hard to kind of pinpoint that. It's very much a team-dependent situation, unless you're just like true BPA and like you just don't care about that. You know.
I think that's why all teams have such different big boards, and that's what makes this a fascinating process, right? We create a big board here at PFF because of the data that we have and because of how we view these prospects as a whole. But in reality, you know, this is a perfect example. You talked about the Dalton Kincaid selection, and a lot of people would look at that and say, tight end 1, right? They get tight end 1 at number 25. What a great pick, a good weapon for Josh Allen. And you go, well, hold on a second. Is it redundant? Like, is this pick redundant just because of the skill sets that Dawson Knox has? And that's probably why tight end is still all over the place, because we can evaluate a tight end, and when we rank him on a big board, we go, okay, receiving ability, generally better ROI than blocking ability for the tight end position. Helps you score more points, helps you win football games. So we're going to put a guy like that a little bit higher. But for some teams, that might not be what's most important during whether it's this draft or just as a whole as a staff. So I wonder if that's the reason why we don't have tight end longevity. And I'll throw this into it. With coaching turnover and offensive coordinator turnover, you may draft one tight end in one draft, and all of a sudden you got a new offensive coordinator in a year from now, and this guy might not even fit.
You know, you draft Gesicki on receiving talent, being like this kind of almost a receiver type player, and he has some okay years in Miami, and then all of a sudden Mike McDaniel comes in, completely different offense, and it's like not usable, just not usable at all in that offense anymore.
Yeah, and that's why for a player like Mike, let's take Michael Mayer for example, because I think he is a scheme versatile. He can do it all. He has everything. Checks literally every single box besides speed. That's why I value him a lot, and that's why I had him as, it was top 10 on my board for sure. That's why I value him highly. It's because it's really hard to mess up like using him. It's like you
know what you're getting.
Yeah, you know what you're getting, and if you change offensive coordinators, you're gonna find a way. You have a guy like Tucker Kraft, on the other hand. It's a little bit different. Mm-hmm. Darnell Washington, very different. And its situation matters a ton with those guys. With Michael Mayer, he can literally, I said it at the top, Michael Mayer was my favorite pick for day 2, and literally any team could have taken him. Mm-hmm. And I would have loved it because he can fit in any system. And I think that's kind of the big thing there. And like this wide receiver class is kind of a bad example because there's really not a guy that's kind of that fits that profile, you know what I mean, that can really do anything. I think Jackson Smith and Jigwa's as close you get to that, but you know, he's not that slam dunk like a Jamar Chase. You know what I mean? So it's an interesting conversation, but I think that it goes back to, at the end of the day, like situation mattering more than I think we all think, you know.
Robert Beal Jr., the edge rusher from Georgia, going to the San Francisco 49ers, most recently at pick number 173. Then Eric Gray, the halfback from Oklahoma, going 172 to the New York Giants the pick before. I'll say some words on Eric Gray. I liked Eric Gray a lot 2 years ago. When he was
That's a backhanded compliment.
Well, when he was coming through and the tape I was evaluating was the Tennessee tape, I looked at this guy. I was like, holy cow, wait a second. He moves. He's an explosive back, and he moves at full speed, in control, in ways that a lot of other running backs cannot do. Normally, when you are trying to change direction, when you're about to put your foot in the ground, when you're about to make somebody miss an open field, you throttle down, right? You're not running at full speed anymore. You're trying to make sure that you're precise. Eric Gray, especially when I watched him at Tennessee, this dude was explosive. He was going 100 miles an hour, and yet he still could put his foot in the ground, change direction, and make you miss. I didn't see that same type of player at Oklahoma, albeit a good one. You see on the screen right now. Elite rushing grade, overall grade this past season, had over 1,300 yards. So he's a very productive player. He just wasn't the same type of athlete that I thought they were getting out of Tennessee, and I wonder why. And over the last couple of years, I was wondering why he wasn't more of a talked about player. And shoot, maybe the New York Giants are about to unlock him now with New York, because that's what I liked about him a couple of years ago. Didn't really show me that same type of player, but he was still productive at Oklahoma. Maybe I just wasn't seeing him right.
Damn near averaged as many yards per attempt as Tanner McKee did.
We're just going to rope Tanner McKee into as many things as we possibly can.
Everything.
Yeah. Do you have a Tanner McKee comp? Right? You know, for
Can I get a comp?
Eric Gray?
Me. I'm the Tanner McKee.
Oh, okay, interesting.
It's actually
no twitchiness.
Ooh, you know who a player I am kind of surprised hasn't come off the board yet?
Yes.
Ivan Pace.
Dude, I can't believe Ivan Pace is still on the board.
Like, I get, like, the size is definitely why every team is just like, no, like, crossing him off.
Can't
But
believe it.
he's kind of that Nick Herbig type, where if Nick Herbig is already taken, he should have been already taken, Ivan Pace probably should be too.
Two receivers that we have literally not said their names last night or today, not off the board, who kind of surprised. Bryce Ford Wheaton,
Okay.
Xavier Hutchinson.
I'm not surprised at all.
Okay, I guess.
If Bryce Ford Wheaton
wrong,
does
man.
not drop the pass against, was it Penn State? No, who was it against? West Virginia played who at the beginning of the year? Pitt.
Backyard brawl.
If Bryce
Team
Ford
floats.
Wheaton doesn't drop the pass against Pitt for them to pick six it and win the game at the end in week one of college football, I think maybe Bryce Ford Wheaton would have been picked already. That's my take. It's my take.
No.
People remember it.
He's a pretty stiff route runner.
People remember
I
it.
don't know.
No, I know. He would have been around this range anyways. But Xavier Hutchinson, he was Blitikoff finalist.
People really liked him. And
Ton of production. I think he's super smart. Not a great athlete, but
Right.
super smart wide receiver. He should definitely be going off the board
sure, right.
pretty soon. We got our next guest on the line. Before we bring him in, though, got to remind people about Game Time. Our friends over at Game Time, they are giving you the cheapest tickets for sporting events, concerts, comedy, theater, whatever it is, guaranteed. Sometimes you can save up to 60%. They've got a lot of great tools in which you know exactly what you're getting when you buy it. No more going to a stadium, going to a sporting event. You finally get down to your tickets and you go, oh, this is not the view that I thought it was going to be. Not with Game Time. If you order the tickets through Game Time, they will give you a seat view right there so you can virtually see it before you even purchase the tickets. It's part of why they have a guarantee to be the best product out there. They're going to be the lowest prices guaranteed, and you guys are going to have that match there. Game Time. Download the app and use the promo code PFF to get $20 off whatever your first purchase is. Game Time app, PFF, $20 off. Make it happen. We are now welcoming into the show PFF NFL analyst and mock draft champion for the 2023 NFL Draft. It's the outlet himself, the man who is more plugged in than anybody out there, Brad Spielberger. Brad, I don't know how you feel about the nickname, the outlet, but I think that we just came up with that right here on the desk, and we're going to roll with it.
I absolutely love it. As soon as you said it on the show earlier, I messaged you guys the outlet, little emoji, firing off a salute. I appreciate you.
Dude, you had one of the most accurate mock drafts in the industry. Sponsored by the Huddle Report and the Huddle Report's mock draft competition, which salute to you for that. That is awesome. That is quite the accomplishment, especially in a chaotic draft cycle. And so I got to ask, going back to the first round, was there one pick that you were like, I'm going to get this one, and other people aren't? Like, I'm in on this bad boy. Was there a team and player connection that you really loved that you made on a mock?
Well, I appreciate Tresh shouting out the Anthony Richardson, but I'll go away from that one. I think the biggest inflection point for me was the amount of people that mocked a wide receiver or a tight end to the Green Bay Packers. And I said, people, there is a 270-pound, 6'6" white guy on the board in the top 15 picks, and you're mocking Jackson Smith and Jigba to the Green Bay Packers. You are outside of your mind. So that one, and then Brian Breesy for Seth Saints. He just is that like 5 tech they need. I know, former number 1 overall recruit, obviously had some, off-field stuff going on, the torn ACL. His sister, unfortunately, battled with cancer, all those things. But there's a perfect Saint, and I thought just made so much sense.
Yeah, I do want to go back to the Richardson pick. I know you shouted out Tresh for giving you the shout-out on that one, but you were in on Richardson going to the Colts, and I think that the opinions were all over the place, right? Was C.J. Stroud going to be available? The 48 hours, 24 hours from when we got this pick in were crazy. They were all over the place. Will Levis was in on the conversation. There were so many different options. It was basically any of the 3 quarterbacks other than Bryce you could have made a case for. You called Richardson, said that he was going to be their guy. Now that he is an Indianapolis Colt from that number 4 overall spot, what part of that connection lured you into saying this is going to be their guy?
Yeah, so what I'd heard is it was, like many buildings, I'm sure, a conversation, and different people in the building had different opinions. But what swayed me was he was Shane Steichen's guy. We've seen Shane Steichen work with the Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia. Obviously became the highest paid player in the NFL for, I guess, 4 days, but still a cool accomplishment. And I heard Irsay loved him as well. Came into the interview, was awesome in the interview. Him and his 13-year-old brother have a lower voice than all 4 of us on the show. They had deep baritone to lead the locker room. But no, all jokes aside, like, I heard they fell in love with him. And I think it just, if you're trying to, after years of not taking your shot, with Chris Ballard, that is in Indianapolis, if you're going to take your shot, take a freaking shot, and that is Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, love it there. You brought up some of the contract stuff. You talked about how Jalen Hurts was the highest paid NFL player for like 4 days. Now the highest paid NFL player is Lamar Jackson. You're so good at pinpointing and projecting what these guys are going to get when it comes to the offseason, when it comes to their salaries. And I'm curious, did the Lamar deal, after the entire whirlwind, did it set up well for what you projected him to get in the end? And then what did you make of this standoff and negotiation period that was very unique, with Lamar not having an agent and Baltimore not backing down, even giving him the opportunity to almost shop himself elsewhere? What'd you think of this entire back and forth between Lamar and Baltimore, and then ultimately the final contract that they came to?
Yeah, I'm not just trying to make this the gas up the outlet show, but actually the PFF social account, you can check it. February 3rd put out a tweet with a prediction for 5 years, $260 million.
Let's go, Brad.
I'm having a good week. Look, I think it was a very good win for both sides. Lamar, frankly, did give in on the structure. It's a standard quarterback structure deal, but for me, just don't go the super long years route. Don't go 6 years like Josh Allen. Don't go 10 years like Patrick Mahomes. And that is the more important win, because odds are you're going to make all the money in 4 years. And if you're still, he's going to be 29 years old in 4 years, you'll cash in again. So I think it's a win-win for both parties. I do think Odell Beckham Jr. played a huge role in this. So I didn't love that deal, but if it was the reason they got Lamar done, then it was a great deal in hindsight.
Yeah, I want to open it up to give you a chance to talk about any of these selections, really. If you want to focus on the first round, anybody that you really like, the team and player connection, outside of you even just calling your shot on it, something that you may have liked there, or maybe somewhere on day 2. Is any team player connection really stood out to you over the last couple of days?
Yeah, I just want to hype up a team and their entire general approach, and that is the Arizona Cardinals for everything they've done. First, the trade down to get a ton of picks after everyone thought they may not be able to pull that off. You're getting the Houston Texans' first and third round pick next year. That's maybe a top 5 pick and a top 75 pick. You then again get a third round pick from the Tennessee Titans in the second round for Will Levis. So, just look, when you're trying to rebuild what, in my opinion, was probably the worst roster in the NFL coming into this draft. Look, I like Paris Johnson. Is he a stereotypical 7th overall, 6th overall pick? Probably not, but young, super smart. Fluent in Mandarin. Like, the guy is all you hear when you talk about him is how much people love him as a person. So I like that. I think B.J. Ojulari is the best player on their defensive line already, which, again, I'm not saying a whole lot, but I love that pick as well. You add in that big-bodied X if they do trade DeAndre Hopkins. I'm not saying Michael Wilson's DeAndre Hopkins, but I think they've had a phenomenal draft. And then last piece, tying into everything needs to be calculated and strategic. I think Garrett Williams, without the ACL tear, is like a top 50 pick, maybe even higher. He still went pretty early. But again, if he can't contribute in 2023, that's not a bad thing. You just want to pick super, super high next year, have a lot of talent, bet on athletes, and try to build this roster from nothing. I think they've been outstanding.
Mr. Brad Spielberger, how are you?
I'm fantastic, Seth. How are you?
Was that your question? When you said you had a question for him, was that the one? Was that it?
Will Levis falls all the way to pick 33, I believe, in the second round. Can you explain the thought process when it comes to the fifth-year option, when you're a first-round pick, you're not a first-round pick? Who does that benefit? Maybe not necessarily just in this situation with Will Levis, but how does that work?
Yeah, so it sounded like Tennessee was trying to get up into the first round to maybe get that fifth-year option. Look, it does benefit the player. I mean, we just talked about Jalen Hurts, right? He is in the same draft class as Joe Burrow, as Justin Herbert. He already got his deal. Those guys are still waiting. I think they're going to get it done. But when the team has that added leverage of another year of cost control, they can use that against you. So if Levis does pan out and plays well, it will benefit him. Obviously, he's going to make less money than he would have on his rookie deal, but it's like a Laramie Tunsil situation. Like sometimes it works out in your favor, and all things are meant to be. So yeah, the fifth year of cost control is a massive team benefit. And now if Levis plays well, he can get paid in 3 years.
Yeah. That was I was going to ask you just about the fit overall with Levis, and even what happened, right? Him lasting all the way to pick 33. Even for people who weren't as high on Will Levis, we never thought that this was going to be the case. Was there a point maybe throughout night one where you went, oh boy, okay, like it might be a little bit of a slide for him here? Was there a surprise team maybe at the back end of the first round that you thought, man, they probably didn't expect Will Levis to be here, but because he is, maybe you take a chance on him? And just overall your thoughts of him sliding all the way out of the first round and going to the beginning of the second round?
Yeah, I had the Seattle Seahawks at 20, stopping the skid for him in my mock draft. I didn't think he was going to go all the way out of the first round. I thought maybe they were sitting there and saying, look, he's a guy that has some plus athleticism, can throw over the middle of the field, had terrible offensive line play last year, not the greatest receiving core either. Obviously, Liam Cohen and that Rams connection, with Shane Waldron, kind of all those guys are in those same circles of coaching. So I thought maybe that would have made sense, but yeah, the slide was expected. It's not just the tape. There were a couple quotes that kind of came out eventually. I don't think he's a bad guy by any means, but I've heard his interviews were interesting, to say the least, with a handful of teams. So I'm sure more will come out about that over the next couple of days. Far be it from me to be the one to talk on that. But look, I mean, I think he is a solid football player. It's just his 2021 tape is better than 2022. And sometimes we can overvalue that and maybe make too much of a deal out of it. But I think it did also scare some teams away a little bit as well.
They call him the outlet because he stays plugged in. He's one of the best at PFF. He's one of the best out there no matter what. Brad Spielberger, everybody go follow his great work. Follow him on Twitter, and you will be a smarter football fan for it. Brad, we appreciate you joining the show, my friend.
Thank you guys for having me. Keep killing it.
All right. Since we had that lovely chat with Brad.
The true king.
Oh, true king. We had Warren McClendon, the offensive tackle from Georgia, going to the Los Angeles Rams. Davis Allen, then immediately after, the tight end from Clemson, going to the Rams as well. Evan Hall, the versatile backfield player going from Northwestern, going to the Indianapolis Colts. Low moving cost for everybody out there. And then, wow, the Rams had three out of these four picks. Puka Nacua, the wide receiver from BYU.
They're kind of cooking.
Go ahead.
Well, no,
what are you looking at me like that
if
for?
you're going to say it in low moving costs from a guy from Northwestern, wouldn't it be the Bears?
Well, yeah, but,
it's still
not that far. It's not. I didn't say lowest moving cost.
That's what it sounded like you were saying.
Putting me on the spot here.
I think we needed to do a geography quiz to see.
How far is Northwestern from Indianapolis?
A couple hours, like an hour and a half.
Yeah, and how far is it from the Chicago Bears facility?
I didn't say lowest.
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
I'm gonna fight you after this show. All right. Any takes on these guys that were selected? Man, there was some love for Davis Allen, potentially go a lot higher than this, but we can chat about that.
I like Warren McClendon. I think he's very dependable. I think the effective punch. Big issue with him is athleticism. It's just not as gifted. That's why he is getting picked here. Does play a little too high, but overall, I think I wouldn't be surprised if he starts eventually.
Okay, got starting potential there. Any thoughts on
Davis Allen too? Ball skills are phenomenal.
I think Davis Allen's just a good all-around tight end.
Yeah.
I do. It's such a boring answer, but it just that's what it is. Mm-hmm. He was kind of getting like second-round hype at one point throughout the draft process, and I'm like, we gotta calm down here. But what are we in? 5th round, 6th round? We officially in the 6th round?
Yeah.
Are we?
Round 6.
Are we?
Pick 178 just happened.
No. Oh, okay. Yes, it did. Okay. So Davis Allen was not in the 6th round. He was back into the 5th round. I think it's totally fine. Puka Nacua, I'm not gonna lie, man. Shout out to the people in the chat. Shout out to people on Twitter. Y'all talked about Puka Nacua a lot more than I did. I think he is a solid player. I think he put up good production in that BYU offense. Didn't see a great difference-making athlete, but we're talking about the point in the draft where you're picking special teamers, you're picking depth guys anyways. This is always where I felt like I was going to find him. You see the overall PFF grade right there, 89.8. It's good. 6th best in the country. So a lot of good production in that offense. Not sure it's going to be he's going to be a big difference maker in the NFL, but a solid football player.
Trev, your scouting report should have just said, I'm sure he means well, but.
Who is, Sam was saying something yesterday, or maybe it was you. You were talking about, you were saying like the young man. You were like, I'm really rooting for the young man. I'm like, anytime you throw in the young man at the beginning of an evaluation, you're about to bury him.
If you start out by saying, I'm sure he's a nice guy, but.
I'm sure he means well.
Yeah, I'm sure he means well.
That's always a tough one. Eric Scott Jr., the cornerback from Southern Miss, with the first selection of the 6th round. Oh, wow, Packers. What a steal here.
Steal?
Carl Brooks from Bowling Green going in the 6th round? Come on, Treash. It's a steal. He was a combine snub.
Yeah.
Should have absolutely been invited.
It's probably best you didn't get invited. That's the problem. You're
a good friend.
It looks like he's playing in slow motion.
It's let's look at the measurables.
It looks like he's playing in slow motion.
They're interesting, to say the least.
But hang on.
Okay.
Let me get the positives. High motor. He runs as hard as he can. He tries to tap out every single ounce of juice that he has in him. Mm-hmm. Good hands. Ton of tape study. You can see that. It's just the athleticism. And Mr. Galina, you can read off.
No, I almost don't want to do this, to be honest. It's not good. That's all I'll say. It's not good. But the tape is better. I know he played in the group of 5. The tape is better than the athleticism. It's just it might be tough for him to.
Number 1 overall PFF grade for all edge rushers.
Yeah, and like you see that on film. Like he wins one-on-one matchups against group of 5 tackles. He does not do it as well versus.
Well, should you throw some weight on him and just let him be a 3-tech?
Maybe. But like even as a 3-tech, the measurables don't work out real well. It's not good.
6'4", 300. I think he was ranked 99th on PFF's big board. He goes, what pick was this? Where are we?
Hang on.
179.
This is a good pick.
Thank you.
This is a good pick.
You guys are just out of your mind.
This is a good pick.
You guys are hating.
Yeah, at this position, I'm not mad at it. It's just like
we're not picking him in the top 50 here. We're picking him
a lot of the guys. I will say, yes, and like these are the type of guys you want to succeed. The guys who like have a technical ability because they don't have the height, weight, speed. So I'm all for this player.
Yeah, I mean, I was just giving the reasons. Like people may look at the PFF grade and be like, well, how come he shouldn't have gone in day 2? But it's like the athleticism is like scary hours. Like percentiles, like
it's a lot of
You don't want to see it.
You don't want to look.
But like I said, like you can tell, he studies his opponents. He tries to take advantage of their weaknesses, and it's like defined. You can see it. He is very good at it. So there's a lot to like with him. It's just
he is perfect Packers fit.
He really
another tweener defensive lineman.
Yep.
It's just what the Packers are made of.
So I do like this pick. I just wanted to clarify like why he got drafted here and why not earlier and didn't really match the grade.
Man, Arizona Cardinals. They're on the clock now. They're having one of my favorite drafts. Paris Johnson Jr., B.J. Ojulari, Garrett Williams, Michael Wilson, John Gaines. Talked about the versatility of him as an interior offensive lineman. Clayton Tune, your boy. And now they just drafted Keitrell Clark. God, I love this team. I'm a Cardinals fan. I'm all in. Monty O support. Top five GM.
Hashtag all in.
Top 5 GM.
Hashtag.
It's his first year as general manager, and this is night and day different than a Steve Keim draft.
Well, I'm more excited about the draft picks.
I wonder
a lot what they do. Well,
they're in such a.
They get the number 1 overall pick next year.
Yeah, they're in a really unique position where you have a team that knows its starting quarterback, who can be at times an MVP type player, is out for a long stretch of this next season. You have a first-year GM who knows that he's not going to get fired after year 1. Mm-hmm. It's all set up for 2024, the 2024 season, right? So let's clear it out. maybe even trade Budda Baker, like I don't know, and get more picks, and then just roll and then figure out what we do later with all the draft capital. That doesn't always work. Just draft capital doesn't always mean you're going to find good players, but they're doing it the right way, I think.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And that the Monty Ossenfort being in his first year is super important because like we can always take the look at these issues about tanking and about rebuilds. When we're sitting in this chair, it's easy for us to say, well, just you're not going to be good, so don't be good, and then you get a first-round pick. And it's like you can't, like it's harder to do that when you're in the real hot seat because you want a job. I'm sure you enjoy the bi-weekly salary you get or whatever it is. I get it monthly, so.
Oh. They don't pay you every day?
Yeah, I get
based off performance?
I get a couple dollars
just
each
based
day.
off performance?
Each hour they give me a couple dollars.
It's just tips. It's just tips.
Yeah.
Whether or not you get paid.
I'm losing money the last 2 days. But anyways, that's the point. Like he feels comfortable to be able to do this, not to feel like, oh my God.
Of course.
I got to get a good team here, and then maybe when Collar comes back, we can slip into the playoffs. No, it's not happening. So there you go.
Go ahead.
I was going to say with Clark, I mean, just him breaking down hill, it's a sight.
Oh, beautiful.
Ferocious.
Love
blitzer.
Keyshawn Clark.
Ferocious blitzer.
That PFF grade's too low.
We got Well, not in the same context, but I think the instincts processing aspect of the position, key reason why that PFF grade is not that good. Pretty small, gonna be probably a slot only and limited experience on the inside, which is why he's kind of here, kind of a projection. Still new Trey Tomlinson.
It's crazy.
That's nuts.
Trey Tomlinson is really small. Love his tape. Very small.
That was a means well if I've ever seen it.
No, but I legitimately thought it was like top
100 for sure.
Top 100, top 20 in terms of watching the tape and being excited about a player. Mm-hmm. Top 20.
I have to guess it's the size, but it's also just like when he does have to compensate for the size, he's either getting beaten or he is holding onto the guy like a kid,
I know, buddy. That's why the tape is so funny.
Yeah, he had, what was it, like 14 penalties or something like that this past year? Just
no choice.
Like an amount that's scary to a lot of teams, and it's like more lenient at the collegiate level.
The Buccaneers just picked Josh Hayes, the cornerback out of Kansas State.
Am I crazy here, or has this been the weirdest draft, or maybe not weirdest, not the right word, but for cornerbacks on the same defense to get taken? Kansas State, Illinois will happen soon. Did Jartavius Martin get picked?
Oh yeah, long time ago.
Illinois.
You were on the show yesterday.
He was the second round.
There's a couple more that I'm.
Well, you just.
Dude, I haven't even been here for this show.
Was the tie a little too tight?
The tie was a little
he's
too
like
tight.
Geno Smith this past year.
Jartavius Martin got picked
right
and he's
now.
like choking. He's like turning purple.
Seth Galina is Geno Smith.
I'm unconscious. No, we have no. There were more. There's more than just Illinois and Kansas State.
Oregon State could, but it would be two seventh round guys. The Beavs.
I didn't watch Josh Hayes at all. Didn't watch it. There's a lot of cornerbacks on the board that I did watch, and I didn't watch Josh Hayes. So
let's hope another draft pick comes in.
Los Angeles Rams are on the clock. We actually haven't circled back around to the Rams.
Will the
in a little bit,
Rams,
especially after their run of picks?
Les Snead's low key kind of killing it.
Okay,
he's cooking.
I like it.
What are our thoughts here? I'm just going to open it up. What are our thoughts on the Rams and where they are?
Man, it's
Is
tough.
this team destined to just blow it all up and rebuild next year, or can they rebound here?
Well, it's because I like the players they've taken. Avila, Byron Young, the edge rusher, Kobe Turner, 3-tech, whatever.
The edge rusher.
Well, because there's an interior Byron Young. You would know this if you did any work on the draft.
He didn't.
The other one went to Bama.
He didn't.
There are two Byron Youngs in the draft.
I know.
Because I like those players, I'm like, oh, here we go, Rams are back. But
Whose house, Rams house?
Yeah, but you got to pump the brakes on it. This is not a good roster this is a very bad roster, even including Stafford and Cooper Kupp and Aaron Donald. It is not a good roster. So to banking on their first 3 picks being starters and good starters, you can't. That's just tough.
But
that doesn't happen a lot.
they're throwing a lot of good darts.
No, I agree.
A lot of good like Kobe Turner, I love. Elite production at the FCS level, did it at the Power 5 level. The gap discipline, leverage, strong hands, quickness, toughness. Right next to Aaron Donald, he can eat. And Byron Young too, because he's just like, I bet he's gonna rack up on blocked pressure, like cleanup pressures.
Yeah, he's gonna play in like the Leonard Floyd and the other guy role who had a good season.
Fowler.
Yeah, Fowler.
Racked up sacks, got paid.
Exactly.
Floyd, same thing.
Yep.
Byron Young's gonna be 20 million APY in a couple of years.
I'm down.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Let's go.
wow.
What? Oh, geez. What do you guys? Jeez.
Another one. Les Snead in his bag.
All right, Travis Hodges Tomlinson now comes off the board. Is this 3 straight corners?
Dude, he's
3 straight
tough, man.
corners. Keytrell Clark,
Yeah.
Josh Hayes, Travis Hodges Tomlinson finally coming
Trey
off the
Hodges.
board.
No, I'm going to
Tomlinson.
say, like, the Rams are back. They're back.
Rams are back. Rams house.
With that. No, not really. No, but
Rams house.
the whole thing is, like, roster needed help.
Yeah.
Right? There are a lot of holes. And, you know, Les Snead's typically F them picks type of guy, but it's like, no, he's accumulating
gonna
day
make
3
picks.
capital, and he's throwing a lot of darts. And it's like, championships aren't won on day 3. I know that quote, but, like, you got to have, like, star players day 1, day 2. But to fill out a roster, you need guys that can play in those mid-rounds. He's got a lot of good candidates. Like, I really do like this. Trey Tomlinson, it's like, I'm not going to say guarantee he's going to go in, transition into the slot, and he's going to be a high-quality slot corner. Like, there's a good chance he's not good.
Okay,
But-
sure.
but-
You're right. You're right.
Like with anybody. But you look at his production, his movement skills, and you got to think, he checks a lot of boxes that you need. He has the ferocious play style despite his size.
Ferocious playstyle. Scrappy, I called him.
Scrappy that you need in the slot. You know, he checks a lot of
agree.
those slot boxes. We just haven't seen it. It's one of those, it's like the quarterbacks in the fake offense. It's like, we don't know if Trey Tomlinson can play in the slot. But he has a strong profile to think he can.
Yeah, and it's what you said is like the stuff where the size you see it is like anytime the ball's in the air when he's one-on-one. It's tough, right? He's small. He's 5. You might be bigger than him.
This
You are bigger
is
than
an
him.
interesting
I'm
pick
bigger than Bryce Young.
that just came across here. J.L. Skinner going to the Denver Broncos. What'd you guys think of Skinner?
I didn't like him.
I felt like he was a linebacker playing safety.
Yeah.
Who needs to gain a lot of weight, obviously, to play linebacker.
I like that take. The fluidity is what
He just
concerned
doesn't
me.
have it.
No.
He does not have it.
No.
And to be a true strong safety enforcer that's just laying the boom over the middle, I mean, you got to find a time machine. You got to go back in time 10 years. It just doesn't really exist. Not that guys are not being physical over the middle, but his play style, I mean, he wants to hit you over the middle. He wants you to be going one way, he's coming another, and he wants to absolutely put his shoulder into you and stop your momentum clean. Really be an enforcer. That role just doesn't exist nearly as much as it did before. And now you have a secondary player who kind of struggles to move, struggles to change direction. And if he's not really anticipating where the ball is going, I think that he gets exposed there. He also gets exposed when trying to make tackles in open space. I'm worried about him, man. I like his mentality and his play style so much more if he was an actual linebacker. And I don't know if that's in the cards for him. Maybe it is. We see plenty of safeties make that transition over to linebacker in today's NFL, but if he's sticking to safety, I can understand why he was picked this late if he's going to stick at safety.
Yeah, I mean, that's what makes me think that he might transition. It's just like there's a few other options I would have went with: Ronnie Hickman, Brandon Joseph, Anthony Johnson Jr. You know, he could disrupt the catch point, obviously, just with that big wingspan that he does have, but he just doesn't have those essential traits for the position. And it's not like he has like the elite, like special, you can tell read react ability to kind of help make up for it. And even then, it's just like the lower half is just too bad. Where like even if it was elite,
It's pretty
he could
high
make up
waisted.
for it.
It's just tough to change.
Yeah, for sure.
When your
And-
legs are that long.
yeah, and it's like it's not a lot of things that he can control. It's just like the physical build is just very difficult to work with at that position that requires just efficiency in the area.
Thoughts on the Denver Broncos overall? where they're going, what they could be this season? Sean Payton, your boy.
Yeah, I mean, you have to trust Sean Payton to figure it out. It's just like if Russell Wilson is cooked, then it's like doesn't matter, right?
Went from let Russ cook to Russ is cooked.
Do you think he's cooked?
He might be, man. He might be. Like he was awful last season, and it's like, why would you expect a quarterback at his age to just like be good again? I know what happened with like Rodgers, when they went to the floor offense. Maybe this is the same thing, but the thing is like, Russell was such a specific type of quarterback and a potentially Hall of Fame type of quarterback in the prime. But like for that type of player to just regain it, is not good.
You were very serious and couldn't.
He probably had to watch a lot of Russell Wilson.
You did
this past season, right?
They kept being on like Thursday night and Sunday night football at the beginning of the year.
So you had to build the package for it.
To build the package for it.
What do you think, Alec, for the Broncos?
I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say like Russ is going to be bad again or he's going to be elite again. It's like, I think it's one of those things where we really don't know. We truly have no idea who is to blame for their struggles last year. And you hear the comments of everybody, and it's like, okay, you hear Dak this way, and then another one the other way. It's hard to really tell. I think they have all the pieces there to have some success. And when I say some success, like I don't think no matter what, they're not winning that division. Like I would be shocked if they won the division. If I had to pick who wins that division right now, it's like they're probably fourth, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's the scary thing.
Yeah, because it's just too tough. It's like if you group them in with the NFC South, it's a completely different ballgame. It's like, okay, they can, maybe win the division, be confident in the playoffs, whatever. But it's just, I think they're a high ceiling, low floor team for this year, and it really just depends on Russ. With this draft class, I'm not sure who's going to really make an impact right away. Like Marvin Mims, Drew Sanders, Riley Moss, all good players. It's just getting them to be productive, performing at like the requisite level right away. It's just going to be a lot to ask.
Zaire Barnes goes to the New York Jets at 184. Or what?
Why I'm looking at the NFL Network right now, and why does the Jets war room have both the American flag and the Ukrainian flag? Let's not get political. I'm just
you brought it up.
It's just interesting.
You brought it up.
I did propose that. I was like, what if we just hammer some beers?
We were going to put it on the background. We were going to put the Ukrainian flag in the background.
Full political.
Is that Cincinnati?
No, it's Kansas City. The draft's in Kansas City.
Oh, we're in Kansas. I forgot we're in Kansas City.
Get it together.
Sorry.
Man.
Keep up. Zaire Barnes, the linebacker from Western Michigan, went to the New York Jets. Not a player who's on the PFF top 250. So that will transition us into, I want to talk about best player available, and not just the ones that are in the top 10. I want you guys to go over to the Draft Tracker tab and scroll down. Tell us who your favorite best available players are. Not just you two on the desk. I want to hear from everybody in the chat as well. If you go over to the PFF Draft Tracker and you have a subscription, you can see it there. If you don't have a subscription, now's a great time to get one. If you hit in the promo code DRAFT40, DRAFT40, you'll get 40% off a yearly subscription. And it's not just the draft guide. It's not just the draft tracker. It's everything. You get the fantasy football tools, you get the betting tools, you'll get the fully unlocked mock draft simulator, you'll get all the premium stats, everything. So if you don't have one, now's the time to get back in it. If you were a former customer and now you're wanting a PFF subscription once again, here's the sale. Here's how you get into it. So go check it out, and you can get the fully unlocked draft tracker as well. I'm scrolling down this list a little bit here. Can't wait to see where Deuce Vaughn goes. He better get picked. Ivan Pace, I can't believe he's been picked yet. Look, he's a streamlined guy, but just let him just go straight towards the line of scrimmage.
For sure.
Right? Like, let him be a special teamer. I get it. He's small, but the man is just on an absolute mission every time the ball is snapped. I love Parker Washington from Penn State.
Yes,
I
also like Parker
He is
Washington.
one of my favorite players in this class. He's still available. Keaton Mitchell, the running back from TCU, still available. Zach Kuntz, the athletic tight end from Old Dominion.
I have someone who my first note was looks like Blastoise.
Who is it?
If he gets picked, then you'll know.
What are you talking about?
Who? If?
That's all I'm going to say.
What are you hitting this?
I'm starting to think there's something with Luke Whippler.
Well,
Yeah, oh my God, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that Trice's injury concerns,
Yeah.
Luke Whippler might be
Moral
injury
Joan with that one, I
concerns.
don't understand at all.
I think people think Tanner McKee is not good.
Well, that's fair.
Whoa, hell yeah. Parker Washington just got drafted.
Oh.
Jacksonville Jaguars.
You've
I'm
spoken
with
into
them apples.
existence.
What do you like about Parker Washington?
I just think he's a solid player. I think the issue and why he's drafted here in the 6th round is just like probably not explosive enough in the NFL, and the height weight is not amazing.
Routes are
does
so
have big
stale.
hands though. We talked about it. Big hands, he can catch.
Yeah. Just stale. Like, the routes are so stale.
I
Yeah.
think you mentioned this with, who was it, Quentin Johnston? Body catches.
Yep.
It's not Parker Washington.
No.
Everything that he catches, fully extended. The arms are out. He trusts the hands. I absolutely love that about him. It's why he has some of the most reliable contested catch percentages in the entire class. I think his contested catch percentage is in the 70s. And for a player who is a lot smaller, going up and get it deep and around the clutter over the middle of the field, that's super impressive. And you only get like that because you have trained yourself to not be a body catcher. You're going out, you're squeezing the football right when it hits your hands. And I think that's super reliable of him. I like the yards after the catch ability. I really do. I think that he's good in that regard.
I was just about to say, like, he's not a great athlete, but just like the field vision when he is in space he's got it. Ben Lindsay, he said he had his arms like Mickey Mouse because he has 4th percentile arms, but 94th percentile hands.
What is it? What percentile hands?
94th percentile hands, 4th percentile arms.
This guy's an absolute animal. That's incredible.
He's tough. I do like this pick a lot. Honestly, I'd have taken him earlier.
Shoot, I would have taken him earlier. He's one of my favorite receivers in his class.
Xavier Hutchinson, he's still on the board.
He reminds you of Xavier Hutchinson?
No,
or just shocked that
he's,
Xavier
like those
Hutchinson's
two were
on
like
board?
kind of the same in terms of like limitations, athletically, but they do a lot of things well. I would have taken him a little bit sooner, but I guess we'll really see where the cookie crumbles.
All right, we got another guest coming up. Very excited about this one. Very excited to get her analysis in on this one. But before we bring her in, got to talk to people about our friends over at Fabric from Gerber Life. They're providing the best life insurance for your family and one that's customized to exactly what you need. Go to meetfabric.com/PFF. That's MEET fabric.com/PFF. To take the 10-minute quiz, find out exactly what kind of life insurance and investment solutions that you could best set up your family for in the long term. Go to the website. You can see that right there. It's made by parents for parents, so you know it's going to be affordable, streamlined, and not stressful. That's what people often think about with life insurance, and it's just not. When you go to Fabric, they're going to be able to help you out. They're trusted by millions, been around for over 50 years, have 1,600 five-star reviews, so you know that they're trusted in that way. Go to meetfabric.com/PFF, take the quiz, find out what kind of personal life insurance and investment solutions your family can find there. We now bring onto the show one of my favorite people in the football industry, the one and only Carmen Vitale. She covers the NFC North for Fox Sports. Carmen, I know you've been all around trying to cover 4 divisions of draft day, so we appreciate you joining us here.
Thank you. This is my first draft covering the NFC North, and my first year in the NFC North. As you know, we know each other from Tampa, so it's been a whirlwind, but it's been a lot of fun and a lot of activity, even within the division, which is, I don't know if this is the different division than any other, but I feel like the NFC North trades amongst themselves more than anyone else.
They're like starting the trend here. Like they're the ones that are like, all right, cool, yeah, we think we're getting the better of the deal. We think we're getting the upper hand on you, and so I don't know, it's just not as taboo with these guys. But hey, you're in Chicago right now, so we'll start off with the Chicago Bears. They've been making headlines the entire draft period. Started with the number 1 overall pick, trade back to number 9 with Carolina, end up trading back a little bit further. They end up with Darnell Wright as their first player off the board. And then just talk to me about how they came to this. Are they happy with how they went about going from number 1 overall to getting the players that we've seen over the last couple of days?
Yeah, listen, it was Darnell Wright all along. It's always been Darnell Wright for the Chicago Bears. And the fact that they were able to get an additional pick in a future draft for moving down that 1 spot with Philadelphia was a win, because this was the guy they were going to pick, and Ryan Poles wasn't going to want to move down. He told us on Friday. I don't know what day it is.
They're all rolling. They're all rolling together.
There was another team that was interested in that number 9 spot, and it was a little too far down for his liking, where it put Darnell Wright at risk. So at this point, he is the prototypical tackle for Ryan Poles. Ryan Poles actually worked him out privately with the Bears offensive line coach, Chris Morgan, put him through an absolutely grueling workout, like designed to make Darnell tap out. And what Darnell said about the workout afterwards, he's like, that taught me, though, that I'm not going to tap out. I'm not going to quit. And they just seemed to vibe right away. I mean, he got on the phone with Chris Morgan when they made the pick, and he was like, Simo, what's up? Like, it was like they were old friends that had known each other for years. So it just seems like he was always their target. He was the perfect fit for them. And, I mean, Ryan Poles has not shied away from the SEC in general.
No, there's no doubt about it. I was just about to open it up and say, okay, Gervin Dexter, Tyreek Stevenson, Zach Pickens, we got Roshan Johnson, Tyler Scott, Noah Sewell, Terrell Smith. Those are the guys who have come off the board so far for the Chicago Bears. Has there somebody outside of Darnell Wright, obviously, that when they've spoken about them after they've drafted them, they're like, hell yeah, like we got this guy at the right spot. We can't wait to see him on our football team. Is there one that really stood out to you that they were even more excited about when they were drafted?
Listen, I really like Tyreek Stevenson, and with their pick today of Terrell Smith, it seems like the Bears have a prototype for corner as well. It's those big, long, fast guys. And Tyreek Stevenson, though, I actually talked to another NFC North coach, not a Bears coach, but somewhere else in the NFC North that had done some extensive tape work and listening and evaluating Tyreek Stevenson, and met with him even, and just said that he is just a ball of intelligence, football intelligence. Not only is he fast, and not only is he instinctual and can do all of the things and make up ground, but he doesn't need the length and the speed that he has, because he is so incredibly, what he said, like put him on an island. He can put a receiver on an island and realize like where what his options are and how Tyreek can stop that. And so that was one of the things that I just think stood out for me about Tyreek Stevenson in particular. And again, an SEC guy, he's been battle tested and was a really well-regarded prospect across this division.
Yeah. I mean, he started at Georgia, showed some great man coverage ability. Georgia was pegging him in the slot, but he's like, no. I'm much more of an outside corner. And exactly what you said. He's like, I want to cover these guys man to man. I want to play for a coach. I want to play somebody who's going to recognize my strengths there and say, hey, Tyreek, you go guard that guy. So it makes a ton of sense when you hear him say, hey, we could play him on an island. He's got so much football intelligence of how to match up against his different receivers. I want to go to another NFC North team. I want to go to the Green Bay Packers, because they end up taking Lucas Van Ness at 13 overall. And you mentioned that it was always Darnell Wright for the Chicago Bears. Was it always going to be something along the trenches for the Green Bay Packers, you think? Because there were so many people who were like, oh, Jackson Smith and Jigba, like, we'd love to get the receiver. But then the rest of us were saying they've never picked a small wide receiver. So they kind of stayed true to who they are. And I'm wondering if you had heard anything about what they might do at number 13, or whether you feel like it was always something along the trenches one way or another.
No, I mean, they haven't taken a receiver, period, since 2002. So this was, as much as I think it was wishful thinking from a lot of Green Bay fans who saw Aaron Rodgers go and were like, all right, wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be petty to take a receiver finally in the first round?
It would be.
And with Jackson Smith and Jigba sitting there, I think there was a huge question mark as to why the Packers didn't take him. But then you realize Packers didn't take him, and then no one else took him for 7 more picks. And that was reflective and indicative of what the NFL thinks about this receiver class. So this was not the draft to take a receiver with that first pick. And even though the Rodgers trade had them move up just 2 spots, I think it put them into a different class of prospects at that number 13 pick than it would have at their 15th pick, which sounds crazy, but that's sometimes how it works. And Lucas Van Ness, I was skeptical of the pick initially, but then to hear Brian Gutekunst talk afterwards about how they're planning on using Lucas Van Ness on the inside, that allows them to get so creative along that defensive front and to really bolster that interior rotation to the point where I was like, okay, this makes a lot of sense now. And it is crazy to think now that the Packers will have 9 first-round picks on the defensive side of the ball alone.
Yeah.
So I'm like, there's no excuse for that Packers defense to underperform like they did last year again.
Yeah, and that versatility that you talked about with Lucas Van Ness, same thing with Carl Brooks, who they drafted a little bit earlier today. These are guys who could play inside and out. And Van Ness started his career at Iowa as an interior defensive lineman. So to hear, he just felt like very much a Packers pick. Like it was him or Miles Murphy for me. It was one of those two. They do end up going receiver in a little bit of a different mold with 2 tight ends. So they've got to have, they have to have talked about the emphasis that they're going to play at the tight end position with Tucker Kraft, with Luke Musgrave now on the team. Have they really been talking about emphasizing that in the receiving game?
Yeah, and I mean, that was something that even Rodgers leaned very heavily on Robert Tonyan before Robert Tonyan got hurt. And then even after last season, and that was one of his most trusted targets. And it's an integral part of this offense is to have those pass catching tight ends that can do kind of all of it. And I think I put out a tweet, which I was really proud of, and it didn't get enough traction, quite honestly.
The best ones never do.
This year anyway. No. And I don't know if that went over people's heads, but I'm like, 12 personnel, my guys. Like, it's going to happen.
That's criminally under-engaged with. Anybody out there who's listening, go follow Carmen, because she's a fantastic Twitter follow anyways. And then go engage with the tweet. That deserves more love if you're saying that it didn't get enough love. Look, you obviously cover this division, so I'm sure that you have seen the roller coaster of emotions that has been Lions fans, right? Selecting a running back with their first pick at number 12, then selecting an off-ball linebacker. People are the torches and pitchforks. What are we doing? And then they end up getting Brian Branch. They get Sam Laporta, and people are like, all right, this is okay, and then they get Hendon Hooker. So it's almost like the positional value, if it was flipped on its head, people would have been okay with it. But at the end of the day, they have to be happy with the players that they got. And from the reaction that we've seen in the clips, it seems like that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this draft in totality without looking at where these guys were taken, this is a very solid draft for Detroit. I think the fact that they took Jahmyr Gibbs and they took Jack Campbell where they did in the first round is just a testament to how much the team evaluations of these prospects vary by team. And then they vary really heavily from what we see in the media, what we talk about in the media. Each NFL team's process is different. And we're seeing that the Lions obviously are too, but they've earned the benefit of the doubt at this point because they have slowly and quietly built this team to then be in contention for this year. I mean, they're the favorites to win the NFC North at this point. And now you kind of see the vision, too, with trading away DeAndre Swift. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is a guy that he is what they hoped DeAndre Swift would be in his playmaking ability, his ability to run routes and be a factor in the passing game as well. So I think it all ended up really well. And Trev, you're going to appreciate this. So after they took, I was like, I can talk myself into Jahmyr Gibbs pretty easily, even about that number 12 spot. And then Jack Campbell, I was like, hey, an inside linebacker, an 18 overall, like, what, does this make any sense? And you know who I went to talk to, Trev?
Go ahead. Who was it?
Tristan Wirfs.
Ah!
Who is a fan favorite in Tampa. He's a friend of mine, and I absolutely adore him. He was teammates with Jack Campbell, and I was like, was that surprising to you? And I want to do justice to what he told me. I'm going to pull it up right now. Because he was like, you know what? I was really hoping someone was going to take him in the first round because he's a hell of a guy, he's a hell of a player, and a hell of a person is what he said. And then he said this. He said he's 6'5", 250 pounds, and just flies all over the place and hits like a truck, and he's smart as hell too. That made me feel so much better for Lions fans to hear that from Tristan Wirfs, who is obviously an elite athlete, one of the best prospects to come out of Iowa, and he's singing Jack Campbell's praises.
There was never any doubt that Dan Campbell was going to love Jack Campbell. That was a connection that people could have seen from 3,000 miles away. So the pick totally
told me
makes
all
sense.
that, I was like, you know what? Yep, this all tracks because that is exactly a Dan Campbell type of guy.
It's 100%. And so Sam Laporta as well. I felt like both of those Iowa guys, when it were picked, Brian Branch the same way. Honestly, the whole Lions draft feels like a Lions draft. It was just picked maybe not exactly how we would have picked them here at PFF. I think a lot of people probably feel the same way. This team feels like they are on a spot to, you mentioned them being division favorites. Should they be? And should they have playoff aspirations as much as the Super Bowl, the NFC is just not nearly as strong as the AFC is. So, you're bringing back Ben Johnson, you're bringing back a lot of pieces that they had on the offense from last year that was at one point the number one overall offense in the NFL. Are those realistic expectations for them to not only win the division but make a deep playoff run? What do you think about that roster here after a couple of days of the draft?
Absolutely. They are building, again, slowly but surely, to being sustainably competitive in the NFC North. And I think a lot of the teams in the NFC North are doing that, the Bears included. But at the same time, the fact that Ben Johnson stayed, I'll tell you what told me everything I needed to know. It was week 18. I was at the game at Lambeau when the Lions came in to play the Packers. Right before the game, the Lions find out they're not in the playoffs because Seattle has won. So now it's up to the Packers to win this game, and then they can get into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do the Lions do? They come in and punch the Packers in the mouth for no other reason but spite. They say, if we're not going to the playoffs, guess what? You're not going either. And if you can galvanize a team to play out of spite, then you have all of the intangibles and all of the team culture that it takes to really be competitive and to be good in this league. It's not all about necessarily even the roster and the talent. It's, do these guys believe in the cause? And that is, let me tell you what, the Lions locker room is one of the most fun locker rooms I've been in outside of Tampa's locker room. I really think that Tampa's locker room was different for all those years I was there. But the Lions locker room was still so much fun, and these guys love playing for each other. They love playing for Dan Campbell, and they are absolutely the team to beat in the North.
And that's the sign of a team that's actually ready to make a deep playoff run, right? People talk about, you had to deal with this when you were in the media in Tampa. Oh, they got Tom Brady. Of course they're good. Well, sure, obviously Brady helped, but they had already set up the culture, the coaching staff, the heart of the roster where it was just Tom Brady coming in as the final piece that really put them over the top. The rest of it was there. So it feels like the Lions are building something very similar where the roster believes it's the right guys in that building. They're all in sync with where the coaches want them to go. And so I totally agree with you. That's a big reason why I can totally see the Lions making a deep playoff run. I want to hit on the Vikings real quick because Vikings fans are going to be pissed at me.
Vikings are always an afterthought, man.
They just didn't have a lot of draft picks. The Vikings fans are going to be mad at me if I don't ask you about them. So Jordan Addison is their pick in the first round. Don't have a pick in the second round. Mekhi Blackton in the third round. Jay Ward in the fourth. Jacqueline Roy in the fifth. And then they ended up having Jaron Hall as well. So that's their haul right now. I want to specifically ask you about Jordan Addison. They had an opportunity, at least I think, to probably trade back out of the first round. I got to assume they tried to, but nobody maybe wanted to give up the price that they were okay with. And that price has to do with Jordan Addison being a guy on the board that they were okay and they were comfortable taking. Is Addison somebody that you could see taking over for Adam Thielen no longer being there, truly being that number 2 receiver in that offense next to Justin Jefferson? How did they speak of Jordan Addison versus maybe trading out and trying to get more draft picks at that point?
Yeah, I mean, take it with a grain of salt because that's what ended up happening, obviously. But Vikings brass, from what they said after the pick, this was their guy pretty much all along too. They knew where they were drafting, who would likely be available. They had that cluster of guys that they were looking for, and Jordan Addison was one of them because of the fact that he complements both Justin Jefferson and Jalen Reagor so well in this offense. And you just you've covered your wide receiver bases when it comes to that. And I think especially when you have a veteran quarterback like Kirk Cousins who can make things easier on young players, having a young wide receiver core is not a bad thing for the Vikings at this point in time. And I just think that he fits right in. And Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah said as much, that he just fits so perfectly into what their offensive scheme is. And with more specifically with those other 2 guys that he's going to be on the field with, wideouts anyway.
Carmen Vitale, go follow all of her fantastic work, all of her fantastic tweets as well. She covers the NFC North and so much more for Fox Sports. Carmen, thank you so much for joining us. You're one of the best. Be well, my friend.
Thanks, Trev.
Oh, man. So many picks that happened that we got to talk about now.
Do we?
Dude. Keyshawn Butte goes to the New England Patriots. Tanner McKee comes off the board about 100 spots after where he was ranked on the PFF board at 188.
Plays just like Jalen Hurts. Great backup.
Jalen
literally-
Duncan, the offensive tackle, the athletic offensive tackle, was going to the Tennessee Titans. Luke Whippler finally coming off the board to the Cleveland Browns at 190. I'll give you guys the opportunity to talk about whoever you want here.
Well, like Keishawn Butte, I just think he actually does have really good movement skills. I think it's not going to work out. I think there's way too many red flags. However, when the play is good on the field, it's really good. It's better than a 6th-round pick. But there's so many red flags. There's such an incredible amount of red flags. It's tough. But this is where you take a guy like that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it was very much like a Benjamin Button career arc.
Yeah.
Like, his best work was as a freshman in 2020. The best moments, you just see like the acceleration in open field, the suddenness, efficient footwork, just the flashes of nuance in his routes. You'd expect him to become this just all-star Biletnikoff candidate. It just never really happened. I think the slept-on thing here, your Tampa Bay Buccaneers took Trey Palmer, 191.
It's true.
They got that pick. They sent a 2024 5th round to the Eagles for 191. The Eagles, not too long ago, traded for 191 with the Texans, and they gave up 2 7th-round picks. So they started with 2 7th-round picks, ended with a 5th-round pick next year. It's like the episode of The Office where
It's good math.
Where just keep trading. Forget that episode.
Dude, that was tough.
Dwight does that.
You
Jim
got
has the magic
to
beans.
know the reference before you bring it up.
I just got the flashes of it. Well, then Dwight levels up, and then he trades everything for the magic beans.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know what episode you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know if people out there do, but
Everybody knows what that means.
Luke Whippler going to the Cleveland Browns. It's got to be great value for you guys, right? He's your guy, Seth.
Luke Whippler?
Your boy. That's your boy.
Okay.
I liked Luke Whippler. Very consistent, super consistent, good footwork, smooth movement skills, really good out in space. Locating ability is where you want it. Just not versatile, has some issues with the anchor, but at the end of the day, I mean, the production was off the charts.
He's too smart of a football player to go 190. He is.
Yeah.
There has to be something there.
What'd you say?
There has to be something there.
Yeah, I have athleticism concerns with him. He's not the biggest, longest dude in the world, so it's not like he's giving you a size or athletic profile that you're really gravitating towards. But he's super smart. He's making all the call-outs as a center man of the offensive line. And he knows what he's doing with leverage. He knows what he's doing with help. Knows where the hands are going. He's just too good of a football player to go 190. I'm very shocked. There's got to be something here with him. Tanner McKee going to the Eagles at 188. Perfect Jalen Hurts clone, right?
I just can't believe he went. I can't wait. It hit me. It's like he's going to the Eagles, and I was like, I guess with some of the RPO stuff, I don't know.
No. Stop. Don't convince yourself.
If he has to play in a game, you don't call.
You don't do that
with him. Duh.
You don't do that. He can't do that. That's why I'm trying to make sense of why they took him. Maybe they're hoping he just tears up the preseason and then they trade him. I don't know.
No, but I think with quarterbacks, it's like scheme fit is irrelevant.
What? With quarterback scheme fit's irrelevant?
Because you're just.
Let's dive into it.
Are you high?
Get into it.
What are we? Have we been on too long? Are you losing it? Are you unconscious again? The scheme fit is everything.
Matter.
Elaborate.
Scheme fit is everything.
So scheme, because we always think about scheme fit as this macro thing when it's like, okay, yes, the Eagles run a lot of zone read, and it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna run zone read with
the most
Tanner
unathletic
McKee.
quarterback in the class.
I'm not gonna run zone read with Tanner McKee, obviously. But at the micro level, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna call slant flat. If I call slant flat, I'm gonna call 4 verts because that's what I run. That doesn't matter. That doesn't change. So scheme fit is kind of irrelevant. And if he has to play, you can figure it out. You just don't call the plays that he's bad at.
All right.
Easier said than done. Not calling the plays that the quarterback is bad at.
Here's the thing. It's like, are we getting into pass concepts? Is this the time we're finally going to do it? We're getting into pass concepts.
We had a punter drafted, so
yeah, that's the most important
thing. We can get into pass concepts.
Well, no,
Bryce Behringer, first punter off the board, to the team that already drafted a kicker.
Oh my God!
What are the Patriots' last 2 picks are Keishawn Butte and a punter.
Bill Belichick's.
So they punted on a pick and then they picked a punter.
Woo! That was good.
Thank you, appreciate it. Trey Palmer to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I think that finishes the recap of the ones that we missed while we had Carmen on. Jalen Duncan to the Tennessee Titans. I like this as a developmental offensive tackle.
So I didn't like him as much as the hype around. No, hang on. No, let me finish. I didn't like him as much when I started watching him because I saw a lot of hype before I started. And I was like, I watched him and I was like, I don't really see the hype. But here, I mean, into the round 6, yeah, that's incredible value. I mean, he plays with very good balance. Play strength is where I get concerned. I mean, you look at if you had to go through his schedule, the 3 best opponents he had to face: Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State. He'll have over 5 pressures in each of those 3 games. It's not good. It's not encouraging.
Oh, he's more of an athlete at this point.
And even too, it's the way the NFL scouts these guys. They do a lot of work, but it's they usually go into the 4 games and they're going to pick those 4 games. And if you watch them in those 3 games, you're going to I don't want him type of thing. But if you watch him in every other game, he looks great. So I think this is good.
Particularly with bad tape, you just don't watch it. It's not bad.
He also has a lot of issues with penalties. 3 different seasons with double-digit penalties, mostly false starts. That's still not good.
No, it's still not good.
Still objectively not good. Length issues too, but again, very efficient, balanced sets. Gotta like that aspect of it. You're not really gonna find that area this deep in the class.
2 guys who just got picked: Chris Rodriguez from Kentucky went to the Washington Commanders. Feels like a
Bowling ball.
Yeah, fit there. I feel like with Brian Robinson already there. I don't know. They're not the exact same player, but I feel like there's just that theme. We're going to run straight through you kind of a mentality. I feel like Chris Rodriguez definitely fits that. It's exactly what he was when he was on the field at Kentucky. And then Keandre Coburn, defensive lineman from Texas, goes above Moro Ojomo, right? I didn't miss that. He's still on the board, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
he's still on the board. And Coburn goes first to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Coburn plays a powerful game. Impressive motor given his weight, but he's weird because he tries to be a finesse player. He rushes the passer just unhinged. It's Seth out on a Friday night, just
unhinged.
No rhyme or reason for a lot of his moves.
I went to bed the second we finished the draft show last night, by the way.
Congrats. But it's just he's just wild to watch because it's you don't expect this big guy to just
he's trying stuff, but he doesn't really know how to try stuff.
And it's you have a Moro Ojomo who's really
more well-rounded, more polished.
So
100%.
good against the run.
Yeah, I will say that Coburn is a good run defender. Moro Ojomo was an insane run defender.
Gifted.
Yeah, so that's confusing a little bit for me.
Somebody,
there's some good.
Somebody in the chat said that Adam Troutman just got traded. Saints just traded Adam Troutman.
Your boy.
Maybe.
I mean, that never worked out in New Orleans. Jawan Taylor's better. Jawan Johnson's better, I meant.
So they traded for this pick, Adam Troutman, and
that's rough.
I think a 7th-round pick.
Saints have traded Adam Troutman to the Broncos. Reunited with Sean Payton.
Oh. Yeah, I guess. Well, that makes sense for them.
I still think there's some untapped in there, untapped potential.
Maybe.
So next Travis Kelce?
The next Travis
Kelce. No.
That's what I heard.
No.
Okay, so more of a Tony Gonzalez.
He can get 25 targets a season.
Great.
25 touchdowns a season? That's a lot, Tresh. Wow, dude.
This guy's breaking records.
That's high praise. This guy's.
Watch him go to.
What if Tresh was just unhinged with this take? Like Adam Troutman, he goes, "This unlocks it. This is it."
Can I be a little bit of a whiny brat for a second?
Sure.
Can the Saints pick a player who A, I've seen, and B, I like?
Okay, well, all right. So best available. Go click to the best available tab, and you tell me who is
Moro Ojomo.
Okay.
Moreno Cropper, the receiver from Fresno State.
Okay, Jalen Moreno Cropper. Yep.
Xavier Hutchinson, Bryce Ford Wheaton.
Nice.
And
Deuce
Corey
Vaughn.
Trice.
Deuce Vaughn.
Deuce Vaughn would be cool. I kind of because Darren Sproles, so I'm into.
Oh yeah. Right. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, those guys.
What if they go Eli Ricks? Did they get him back to the Louisiana
state of Louisiana? Yeah, maybe.
Or Emil Ekier.
A.T. Perry. Okay, I'm okay with that.
This does feel kind of Saintsy. Okay, look, you said it was good.
No, I'm into it.
Go off, King.
No,
I want 500
think
words.
Like it's late round pick, so like it doesn't really matter about like what type of player they like, in terms of like body size and everything like that. Big, smooth route runner, but maybe the smoothness is maybe a lack of COD, so it looks like smoothness.
That's a really good way to put it.
I love that he gets physical at the break point, because that's the type of player he needs to be. He's not going to shift guys, so he's got to use his hands. And then fake offense. Those are my 3 points for him.
Fake offense because of the long mesh.
Because of the long mesh.
Please talk to me about the long mesh. Break this down.
So I don't know it very well, but the thing is, what they're doing is they're running like RPOs, like what we'd call third level RPOs. So like the zone read game and the RPO game, what started with like first level RPO zone read, which is like reading defensive end and the quarterback gets outside and it's like triple option. Then it became second level RPOs. It was like, I'm going to read the linebacker and throw a slant. So like whatever, it's a 3-step slant. He catches the ball at 6 yards, 8 yards, whatever. Then it became third level RPOs where you were like, okay, I'm going to read the safety, whether he comes down into the box late, and you're going to throw a 5-step post with it. It's like, okay, cool. With this team, Wake Forest, it's like there's not even a fourth level, but it's like fourth level RPOs. It's like we're going to run a post, and we're going to hold that mesh so long that the free safety, who's supposed to be the deep post player, is going to jump down, and we're going to throw a post at 35 yards.
Works every time.
Works every time.
So why are they the only ones that run it?
Well, this is
doesn't
honestly,
always work.
Doesn't always work. But this is this idea that it's not just Wake Forest offense, not just the you have the Tennessee offense, you have the BYU offense that you talked about. It's like why doesn't every team just run the offense that works all the time? And I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
Well, it doesn't work all the time. Well, no, but when we talk about this long mesh, we only talk about Wake Forest, really.
They're the only
Stanford.
Team. Stanford.
Yeah, Stanford did it this past year.
Do they really?
They did. That's what.
With Tanner McKee?
Yeah, they
tried to run the long mesh with Tanner McKee.
They did. They changed their entire offense. And
the least quick twitch quarterback that they could have.
They copied Wake Forest straight up by the book. Tennessee, Utah State, same thing. Indiana had some elements of it. Didn't work for those two. Yeah. Stanford clearly didn't work for them.
It's a very unique thing to do, and you have to have the conviction to do it because you can get some people blown up. Yeah. But it can lead to big plays.
You got to have everybody bought into it. You have to have everybody that's like, this is what they've done since they got there type of thing.
I had A.T. Perry as my wide receiver 1 going into the season.
Oh, I thought you were going to say.
Did you really?
Mm-hmm. I had him as wide receiver 1 going into the season. And that's because I saw the size, I saw the long speed, I saw some fluidity with him. Yeah. I saw some contested catch moments. Yeah. And he just had a ton of production last year. Nice receiving grade as well. I looked at all that profile and I was like, man, I like this guy a ton. I felt like he was really nuanced when it came to the catch point deep down the field. So I felt like he was somebody who could play for you over intermediate deep. Now, he is still all of those things. He's just not all of those things completely all the time. And that's kind of what worries me. When you look at the deep field separation, again, it's the push off that gets him the space to go get catches.
It's a bully. It's a bully.
And that's okay.
Yeah, for sure.
But he's going to get caught sometimes with it, and if he's not doing it, he's not going to separate at all.
That's the problem.
And when it comes to, you mentioned it, he looks very smooth. Well, does he look very smooth because he's actually not explosive? Yeah. So, and then you look and there's some major concentration drops outside of some of the contested catches. Then you go to the drops and you go, man, you just shouldn't be dropping these things. So all of a sudden he becomes this enigma where I think he ended up wide receiver 15 for me, something like that.
Wow, it's a big drop.
And obviously a huge drop, but there were inconsistencies everywhere in his game to me, where it's almost like the Aiden O'Connell of quarterbacks. One drive, he could look like a wide receiver 1 and he's going to take over for you, and he did that at Wake Forest. Another drive, he might drop 2 passes, not be able to separate, getting bullied at the catch point. You go, where did my go-to wide receiver go? So it's tough at receiver when there's so many different styles of players to like, to pick one that you don't know if you can rely upon game in and game out. But it's a good bet to make in the 6th round. I'd be totally comfortable with that. I thought that he was somewhere around 100%. A mid-round pick. I'd have picked him in the 4th round, no question about it. So the Saints getting him right here. Nice little pick. Eastern Michigan edge rusher, Jose Ramirez. More of a speed rusher, stand-up outside linebacker type, goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 196. Elijah Higgins, the wide receiver from Stanford, goes to the Miami Dolphins, and that puts the Seattle Seahawks back on the clock. Do they still have one of the favorite draft hauls in this entire class, the Seattle Seahawks? We got Devon Witherspoon, Jack Smith-Njigba night 1, Derek Hall, Zach Charbonnet on day 2, Anthony Bradford, Cameron Young, Mike Morris, Oluwatimi. Come on, Trev. And now they're up now. I like all of those players.
Me too.
All of them. Seahawks are killing it.
The
Seahawks were projected to be a team. I didn't mean to cut you off, but the Seahawks were a team. I know. I meant to. I was just trying to be nice. They were projected to win 3 or 4 games last year, right? All of a sudden, this roster looks a lot better than what we thought it was going to. They had a fantastic draft last year, and I think they're combining it with another fantastic draft this year. You're signing Geno Smith for at least a year. He's the guy moving forward. They don't make a quarterback selection. They're building out the rest of the roster real nice, and it's young and it's healthy. I wasn't sure if the Seahawks were going to be around, were going to be sticking around near at the top of the teams in the NFC, but I truly think they have slingshotted their rebuild. What do you guys think?
I get worried about Gene's regressing. I think he's going to be conscious next year.
As opposed to unconscious?
Get off the show.
Because Seth said he's playing unconscious and he thinks he's going to be unconscious.
Oh, so you think he's going to be
I just get worried about that. I do like this class a lot. I think everybody's least favorite pick from this class is probably one of my favorite, Derek Hall.
I love Derek Hall.
I don't know if that would be.
Sorry, I get excited there.
Your face was. I think he's a good player. Even though, maybe he was a few picks ahead of what I would take him. Mid-second is what I had him at. So I really do like that. Just the blend, quickness, bend, length. I mean, he's got it. He can work speed to power so well. And they really beefed up their trenches too. Beef and feet.
Beef and feet, dude.
They got a lot of beef and feet in the trenches now. And then you got an absolute dog who loves ball and Devon Witherspoon.
Yeah.
And my favorite receiver in the class, Jackson Smith-Njigba. So it's a great class. But overall, at the end of the day, if Geno is not at least what he was last year, team's still going to have issues. It's just all about whether or not he can be that same type of player. And it wasn't just a one-hit wonder. Because we have seen one-hit wonder seasons like that. Those aren't just those don't happen. Those happen frequently. So it's just all about making sure he's good.
I'm just picturing a PFF shirt, and on the back it just says beef and feet, and no context. And people are like, "Wait a second, is that an analytics company?" And then it just says beef and feet on the back.
The front of it says "I love ball," and then it's just beef and feet in the back.
You guys are dumb. Or I'm dumb because I'm sitting on the bench with you.
You said it too.
The Seahawks ended up selecting Jarek Reed II. I'd love to give you PFF data on him, but he wasn't on the top 250, so I don't have the ability to do that.
I feel like he's been there for a while.
Let's go big picture. I don't want to go best available. We just talked about best available. Some teams a little bit
Pick
further
200
down here.
Coming up.
Sure.
Elijah Higgins, that's a different change of pace for the Dolphins.
Yeah.
He is.
Oh, you like him?
No.
Okay. Holy shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to say you up like that then.
I was just pointing out that's does
he mean well?
It's fine
Does
here.
he mean well?
I'm sure, yeah, for sure. I'm sure he's fine. This pick is fine.
Yeah.
Because it's
a
late.
sixth round.
Yeah, it's
right.
late in the sixth round.
Every pick here is fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
I like how even though Sam isn't here, we have someone repping Ireland on the show.
Oh, this is
because of the colors.
Because of the colors.
Because of the colors.
Had to.
What are on your shirt?
Had to rep
Seth?
the brand.
What do you got?
I got puppies. You want to zoom in on the puppies?
No, probably not.
No, probably not.
No. What do you have? Looks like a sock.
Dots. Actually, my socks are pretty similar. See?
Oh my God, they are. That's the same pattern.
We're matching. Shirt to socks.
Trev does have the best fashion. Of us all. No, Elijah Higgins though.
I wasn't wearing a tie yesterday.
Slow, big,
A loony
can't
Tunes
separate.
So, real.
All right.
I'm just trying to give something else.
Who's your favorite draft haul? We're in the 6th round.
Right.
It's time. It's time to talk big picture 2023 NFL draft. We don't have to hang on every single pick that's being made. There's going to be a lot of guys that are simply preference players. They're going to be on teams boards that weren't necessarily on the consensus top 250s, top 300. So when there are guys that are picked that obviously we recognize that we got takes on, we will definitely give those to you. But who are a couple of teams that you guys would say did a fantastic job this weekend? Treash?
I think the Bengals, man.
You like the Bengals?
Even though,
let's take a look at the Bengals. I'll read off the Bengals picks, and then we can dig into it.
Yeah, I like the Bengals too.
Miles Murphy in the 1st round, DJ Turner in the 2nd, Jordan Battle in the 3rd, Charlie Jones in the 4th, Chase Brown in the 5th. I like this draft a lot. Wow. I wouldn't have even thought of this. This is a good shout out.
There were screams, cries, riots when they didn't take a tight end. but I like this group a lot. I already talked about the top 3 guys, like Myles Murphy, DJ Turner, Jordan Battle. But like I think getting Charlie Jones there, just the depth, and then getting a potential Joe Mixon replacement with Chase Brown, who I think could handle like a hefty load, like not just like coming in and for a few carries per game, but like I think he could be that starting guy, right? I just think it was an all-around just like depth-building class for a Super Bowl contender, which is exactly what you wanted to do. I think with someone like Jordan Battle, for example, I liked him a lot, man. Just so reliable, well-seasoned on the field, just the read-react ability. Like, again, he is a little limited just because of his athletic profile, but like they're not going to ask him to be playing center field deep safety. That's not what he got drafted for.
No.
So I think he can be, kind of in that Von Bell replacement. It's just very similar play style too. So I just love that fit a lot. And then, DJ Turner, just the pure speed. And I think I liked him a little bit more than maybe the consensus, but he just has smooth feet. He's got the bounce, just the mirror abilities there, whole athletic package. It's not going to, wow you from like a muscle mass perspective. Doesn't really have any, which just kind of goes hand in hand with the speed. Mm-hmm. Still developing the zone instincts. I think that's probably the only thing I'm concerned about right out the gate for him. Yeah, just a solid class.
No, I think that for a contending team, they're hitting a lot of the areas that you would want, right? Depth along the defensive line, starting caliber athleticism and versatility in the secondary. You've got that with DJ Turner. Then you have a really intelligent player in Jordan Battle, who I think can come in and won't look overwhelmed right away. Maybe he doesn't have the athleticism to match up against everybody, but super smart for your defense. I think he's going to pick things up very quickly. We talked about it on yesterday's show. For you to come in right away at Alabama and start as a true freshman at a position that Nick Saban loves in the secondary at safety means a ton. It's very high praise. Charlie Jones, a reliable receiver. Chase Brown, we already talked about, can get a ton of carries, especially if Joe Mixon is on his way out. That's a guy that you can lean on. So I agree, man. Love the Bengals shout-out. That's one of my favorites in this class for sure. Everybody in the chat, I want to hear from you guys. Who your favorite draft haul is. If we haven't mentioned it, I'm going to pick out a couple, and then I'm going to read them off and see what everybody thinks here on the desk. Seth, do you have a favorite haul you want to shout out?
I don't know if it's my favorite haul, but a draft that I really liked is the Green Bay Packers.
Okay, sure. I feel like the Packers are pretty polarizing.
Right. I mean, I guess it depends on how you feel about Lucas Van Ness to start the thing, right? If you feel like that's an overdraft. We had him at 27 overall. They picked him 13th, so potentially an overdraft. But I really liked him. I thought he was one of the better edge players in the draft. So and then just getting playmakers, right? Like, let's just take a bunch of guys who potentially could be playmakers. If one of them hits, we're laughing all the way to the bank. Luke Musgrave, tall. We didn't see him a lot this year when he could have had a real nice breakout year, but super tall, down the seam with that size, long legs. The other tight end, Tucker Kraft, absolutely dominated FCS competition. Catches a ball really well. Yak is crazy. Broken tackles are crazy with him. So I'm a big fan of that pick. And then Jayden Reed. One of these, like, the guys we talk about. So, like, we had him at, like, wide receiver 15 on the PFF Big Board. But, like, this is one of those things where, like, hey, if we like these type of traits, he goes up and gets the ball, can be a contested catch type of guy. It's just the athletic ability is not always there, but I think he's a crafty receiver. So I just like getting a bunch of playmakers and hopefully one hits, and I think one will hit.
Dude, I love Tucker Kraft. He was my tight end 3. I like him
a lot. Really like him.
Just the fluidity. He's got like kind of the rare pieces to see from a tight end that teams really covet. I thought you saw it with him, even though competition level made him look like an all-star out there, like a true like weapon, but I really like that a lot.
A lot of people are shouting out the New York Giants draft, and clicking on it again, refreshing my memory, I absolutely love it. Their first 3 picks have all been mocked to them at some point in the first round, and they got all 3 guys in round 1, 2, and 3. It starts off with Deonte Banks, my CB3 in this class. Absolutely love him for a Wink Martindale defense, right? Wink is going to be somebody who's going to tell you to go out and play man coverage. Nobody in the NFL played more cover 0 or cover 1 than the New York Giants did last year. So with that, you know you're playing man, you know you're on an island, and you know it's just you and a receiver. That is exactly what Deonte Banks does to a T. So I think he's the perfect fit for them there. Love John Michael Schmitz as well. He was their second-round selection. I think he can come in and he can earn a starting spot along that interior offensive line. And Jalen Hyatt, right? For as much flack and as much saying Jalen Hyatt's name, it might give us a certain reaction like, I'm supposed to be lower on him here. It's third round for Jalen Hyatt and that speed, that vertical ability. Sure, maybe his deficiencies were masked a bit in Tennessee, but in the third round, you pay that kind of price for the vertical ability that he is going to give you. So absolutely loved it there. Didn't pick in the 4th round, but then got Eric Gray in the 5th round. So love that shout out by the chat, talking about the New York Giants and shouting them out. Obviously, the Eagles getting a lot of love. Some people are loving the Texans draft. So I want to read off the Texans draft, and you guys have to take into account, because this matters, how the Texans came about getting these players, what they did to move from 12 to 3 to go get Will Anderson, because it starts off with C.J. Stroud, it gets to Will Anderson, they take Juice Scruggs in the 2nd round, Tank Dell, the wide receiver from Houston, in the 3rd, Dylan Horton from TCU in the 4th. They forfeited their 5th round pick because of a salary cap blunder there. Henry To'oTo'o, the linebacker from Alabama, and then Jarrett Patterson, the center or / interior offensive lineman. They'll probably make him a swing interior offensive lineman, who they just picked here at number 201. What do we think about Houston? I think it's a lot of names to know, a lot of notable names that we've heard throughout the draft process, but the way in which they went about getting those top 2 guys, do we have like an early draft grade from you guys? How do you feel about the Texans and what they were able to come away with?
Well, so my thing is, the issue for me is like, and I'm trying to like separate like my evaluation of the players from like the process, but I wasn't as high on both Will Anderson and CJ Stroud.
So it's even worse for you.
Yeah, so that's kind of like, but I think the process is like not the end of the world. Obviously, taking a QB at 2, no problem. Trading up to get the what a lot of people would say is the best defensive player or second best defensive player in the draft, and considering how NFL teams seem to think about Jalen Carter's probably off-field stuff, you would say Will Anderson was the best defensive player, quote unquote, in the draft. So like I'm okay with that, but I didn't think that Will Anderson was this like generational type of 3rd overall pick type of player. So that's the issue to start, and then CJ Stroud is like he doesn't fit my new understanding of the profile that you want from a quarterback in this league. So that's kind of those are my issues with Texans. But I'm willing to be wrong about my evaluations of the players themselves. Like I have no problem with that. So then if that's the case, then it's fine.
I'm right there with you. I think Will Anderson, aside from Jalen Carter, was the best defensive player in this class. But like you, it's not a guy that I'm going to risk a lot of future draft capital for.
Yeah, it's a lot of future draft capital.
Yeah, a ton. It's like me and you talked about it. Like the only thing that I saw that I just was kind of scared of was just like the way he kind of approaches the game, just like the passiveness that you did see a little bit. Yeah. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, the scheme limited him a little bit.
You just watch the edge rushes.
Yeah,
it's not. It's okay.
Yeah, like that. I do again. Will Anderson is the best defensive player in this class aside from Jalen Carter. But again, it's just not like a Myles Garrett type.
Not even close.
Yeah, right. It's not going to be a Nick Joey Bosa, right? It's just I don't think we saw that same type of player, but I think he's a high floor guy. They can count on improving your defensive line significantly. It can make an impact right away, day 1 in the NFL. So if that's what they're trying to get, then I think they're going to get him. It's just that I have some doubts that he's going to be this perennial, consistent top 3 edge rusher at the position. And I already shared my opinions on CJ Stroud. I think it can be a little bit of a risk, and it does feel like maybe ownership came in on this one saying I need a quarterback. He's got a lot of good, but I think there's a lot of questionable stuff about the way he played at Ohio State and the way that translates to the next level.
It's just, I'll say it again, it is so hard to isolate the quarterback play when you have 5-star receivers and a 5-star offensive line in front of you. Same with Mac Jones and Tua. So the difference, though, with Bryce Young than Tua, Mac Jones, and C.J. Stroud. And Justin Fields is after we've seen 2 years of him now, is in this Bryce Young category. Playmaking ability outside of structure. That's why you can convince yourself, even though Bryce Young isn't the outlier of all outliers when it comes to height and weight at the quarterback position, you can convince yourself because of this playmaking ability. It seems like that playmaking ability does transfer over to the NFL.
And even then, like, Fields wasn't like this elite outside of structure passer in college. Like, he had to develop that.
He developed it, and the difference is he still takes a ton of sacks. And that's the scary thing going forward for the Bears. Like, it's still not there yet.
And I think that stuff is like, you got to be careful with the way you look at it, because you also have to incorporate, like, the dude also has some incredible scramble runs that just nobody else can pull off.
Justin Fields.
Yeah. So it's
no, his athletic ability was probably, I probably underrated it. I really liked him as a prospect, but because I still had this idea that, like, oh, well, he throws the ball accurately, whatever, in the passing game, when it's like I'm post film.
I think it was a tough year for Houston to have to go all in, right? I think the timing did not help.
No,
them
it's
here.
not. It's not the draft for that.
If they would have lost the last game of the season and gotten the number 1 overall pick, you get Bryce, and I think you might feel a little bit better about it. Maybe they don't feel the pressure to go up to get Will Anderson. Maybe they do anyways, but it just felt like, of course, you can look at Houston and say they made 2 picks in the top 3. Like, when you look at their players that they acquired, you go, oh, C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. These are 2 top 10 players.
Right.
Of course, the Texans won the draft.
Yeah.
But
I'm willing to be wrong about my evaluation of those 2 players.
No problem. I think all you're saying is there's more risk to these players. It's not nearly the surefire.
Dude, there's a lot of risk to Bryce Young. We haven't really talked about that much since he got picked. So.
And that's, I think, what I'm trying to say here is that it was a tough year for Houston to think that they needed to go all in. And Nick Caserio can sit there and say, like, oh, I'm not leaving, like, the Wolf of Wall Street, whatever. But there's a lot of pressure on this team. They trade away Deshaun Watson for plenty of reasons and good reasons, but they move on from him. There's not really a lot of good players on that roster at all, and they're trying to rebuild. And sure, you can use that excuse for a little bit, but owners hate losing.
Yeah, man.
Owners aren't going to sit here, even if the context and the excuses are valid, and just get losing season after losing season after losing season. So you've got to go to them with a plan. And this I just think that Caserio knew he had to make a splash. If you don't come away with one of the top quarterbacks, if you don't come away with some top players no matter what are you hanging your hat on if next year you're picking in the top 10 again?
And look, they still have a first-round pick, right?
But it's Cleveland's.
It's Cleveland's, but they still have a first-round pick, so they kind of felt like they had money in the bank there to be able to move that other first-round pick, their own first-round pick. So, again, it's not. They got a quarterback, they got an edge rusher, like 2 valuable positions. So I'm not super mad at it, but
they're going all in.
I'm not like jazzed about it.
Amari Burney got picked above Ivan Pace Jr. Did not see that coming. He goes 203 to the Las Vegas Raiders. Oh, Xavier Hutchinson off the board.
There you go.
To the aforementioned Houston Texans.
Like it.
So you like that one?
I like that pick a lot.
You definitely.
At this point in the draft, anyone who I liked even a little bit is a good pick.
I like Jarrett Patterson too. They picked a few spots before that.
So you do like the players,
but
they just gave up a lot.
It's kind of interesting because they also drafted Juice Scruggs, and I thought Jarrett Patterson would be better suited. Even though he's fine at left guard this year, I thought he'd be better suited for center at the NFL level. So that's interesting. They both had that versatility, so maybe they're just going to open everything up and make this just a versatile group. But I find that pretty interesting.
It's probably going to be let the best man win, because when you look at their offensive line depth chart, you got Laramie Tunsil at left, Tyce Howard at right. Remember, they acquired Shaq Mason from the Bucs, so they got their right guard there, and they drafted Kenyon Green in the first round the previous season.
Yeah.
So they traded for Shaq. They're not moving on from Kenyon Green. You've got your 2 offensive tackles there, so Scruggs and Jarrett Patterson is kind of let the best man win for the rookie, see who the best 5 are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a weird class, I think, for
it's just weird over in general.
Rubs me the wrong way. I get a bad
Calm down,
vibe
Scooter.
don't call me Scooter. Let's talk.
Who are we talking next?
Here's
There's a
concept.
point. Hang on, there's a point I want to make. The Jalen Hyatt pick interests me. Like, I want to know their thought process around the Giants taking Jalen Hyatt. Like, what their thought process was. Because the Daniel Jones only threw the ball deep. It was like one of the lowest rates in the NFL. It was like 4 to 5% or whatever it was. Only had like 10 deep completions in the season, which is low. I'm wondering if they're thinking it's like, okay, some of it is
him. It's like Derek Carr back in the day. And They just forced him to throw deep because they put speed on the field.
I think is it a little bit of both, though? Is it like them not fully trusting him, but also him being very cautious? Because it is like different years of Daniel Jones. It's like first couple of years, just super cautious. Just did not want to do anything.
But I think that's also just like...
He started uncorking it and releasing it 2020 maybe, 2021. Like, he was actually pushing the ball downfield a little bit, and then he took that away again. It's like, I don't know if it's a confidence thing. I don't know if they feel like Jalen Hyatt's going to, give him some confidence to throw the ball deep, or it's going to have them really kind of give him more opportunities. I think it's really both, kind of giving just watching the Giants' offense this past year, I think it is both. So I'm curious to see what kind of impact he can have on that offense.
Wanted to let people know that if you are a PFF subscriber, the things that you can get from the PFF Draft Guide don't stop this weekend. We're going to be having revised versions of the Draft Guide, and it's going to be post-draft version. So we're going to talk about where guys went on the Draft Guide and where they fit with their new NFL teams. We're also going to talk about salary cap evaluations, how they did throughout the offseason, be grading every team's offseason as well. So if you have a PFF subscription, then obviously that's going to be right there for you where you download the Draft Guide. We're just going to update it throughout the week next week as we kind of come up with the new updates for it. And then if you don't have a PFF subscription, now's a great time to get one. Draft 40, DRAFT 40 to get 40% off of that PFF subscription. So you don't even have to think about it as like, the draft's already here. I'm not really going to get a lot out of the Draft Guide. We're going to continue to revise that with a lot of new information, a lot of final grades throughout the offseason as we start to turn the page towards training camp and the regular season coming up here in 2023.
And the 2024 NFL Draft.
Oh, boy. Well, that's a different topic. It's a different topic altogether.
It is a very different topic. I do think, like, one team that I do like, just given what they had to work with, or two teams. I liked what Minnesota did with their draft capital. Didn't have a lot, didn't have a second-round pick. I also liked Cleveland not having day one or day two. I wasn't a big fan of the Dorian Thompson-Robinson pick, but everything else I love. Cedric Tillman, Siaki Ika, DeJuan Jones, Isaiah McGuire, Cameron Mitchell, Luke Whippler. It's a lot of good players, a lot of guys that were some of my guys higher than normal. So I think that's a pretty good class, just given what they did have to work with.
Got another kicker off the board. Just want everybody out there to know that.
What are your thoughts on Andre Iosivas, the Princeton?
Iosivas? Yeah, that's how you say it.
Because
that was good though.
I would have said the same thing.
Just phonetically.
Iosivas.
Iosivas.
Look, he led Prince's conference in, I believe it was receiving yards, catches, and touchdowns. I mean, he was a monster this past season, but he's going up against much lower level competition. You saw him in the Senior Bowl. It's a little bit different.
Yeah.
I just think he's a really good athlete.
He's an Olympian. When you watch Tucker
Actually,
Kraft,
or was it like the level that you were?
He's a javelin thrower and a shot putter and whatever else they do in the Olympics.
Yeah, but did he do it in the Olympics?
No.
Oh, okay.
This is an interesting kicker pick.
There's no interesting kicker picks.
No,
in fact, or the opposite, they're all interesting. Every
Anders
kicker
Carlson?
pick is interesting because it's bad. But
yeah, just
Andre Iosivas.
Correct. Yes.
When you look at him as an FCS receiver and Tucker Kraft, even though he played tight end, as an FCS like pass catcher, Tucker Kraft, it was like so obvious he was above this level.
yeah.
And I don't think you saw it as much with Iosivas.
And then
But it's really fast, super athlete, like you said, and this is the 6th round, so why not?
you also saw that at the Senior Bowl, I thought.
Which part?
Just like not standing out at all. Not like looking like it, not separating yourself in any way.
Senior Bowl's an interesting evaluation because we'll get asked, hey, what do you like most about seeing these guys down in the Senior Bowl? And it's always the new environment to me. It's always the new competition. You're working with a new coaching staff. It's new guys that you're going up against. And for those players who are coming from those lower level competitions, it's always very interesting. Now, if they're able to stand out right away, I think that's something that you note as a positive throughout the week. If they don't necessarily stand out, I don't think it's a negative. It's just something that they're going to have to work through. And you know that that's going to be the case. So I don't necessarily see his performance at the Senior Bowl as a negative. It was just more of an indicator that, hey, he is coming from lower level competition. It's going to take him a little bit because he performed well at the Combine. Like, he tested really well. He tested pretty explosive at the Combine. So you know that athleticism is there. He just didn't play with that kind of confidence at the Senior Bowl. And I think that was more environment than lack of ability.
So I kind of look at it from like a Christian Watson perspective, because when he was at the Senior Bowl, he was objectively, you looked at him like, this guy's different. Like, he's different.
And that's a positive.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like, you just didn't really see that with him. You know what I mean? You just really didn't see those traits come out onto the football field. And then you watch, like Seth said, you watch him at Princeton on the field, didn't see it as much as I thought I would. And it's all about putting those physical gifts, physical traits that you develop over time, the combo of the two, into action, and I just didn't think those were put into action enough.
How are we still drafting kickers?
I don't understand.
What are we doing?
There's nothing.
What are we doing?
Well, I get taking like a decent kicker.
No, but like
Anders Carlson's 6'5", 215. This guy's
two things about kickers that we know. College to pro projections, not good.
Correct.
Yeah.
Completely random.
In the NFL, year-to-year projections
Correct.
are not good.
And I don't know, maybe that gives you more evidence to take kickers, but I would tell you that if you're going to take a kicker in the draft, you have to basically just take the best one. Whoever, like, everybody thinks is the best one, whether it's leg power, whether it's accuracy, and shoot, maybe the Packers believe that Carlson was the best kicker, and that's their thought process. But in my mind, when there's more than one or two kickers off the board, you picking kicker 3? You picking kicker 4? You picking kicker 5 just to draft a kicker?
Sign somebody off the street.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, Carlson is 20.
There's almost 50 more picks to be made in this draft.
You're taking a
kicker.
He's attempted 17 50-plus yard field goals, and he's 29% over his career on those.
Yeah.
It's like, is that worth drafting?
No.
I'm just bamboozled.
Bamboozled. We've reached the bamboozled stage of the NFL draft.
Eric Collette, the second, the corner from Pittsburgh, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Trey Hawkins, the third, corner from Dominion. Wow, the second, then the third, right there. And Anders Carlson was, I think, the first.
So no Ivan Pace, no Eli Ricks.
That's just ridiculous.
That's crazy.
It is crazy.
Going 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. That made the draft, I think.
Did it? What I was saying.
I don't know if he's at the first. I just made that up.
Probably.
If no one's ever been named that in his family.
He's not a junior, he's not a
is.
2, he's not a 3. He might be a 3.
I think he's more of a 4. I think he's more of a 4 in his family. Depth chart wise. All right, got to remind everybody that this show is brought to you by our friends over at Underdog Fantasy, the home of the biggest fantasy football tournament there is. Best Ball Mania 4. If you don't know what Best Ball is, it is simple. You just enter Best Ball Mania in Underdog's slick mobile app and you draft your team. That's it. Just set it and forget it, as Underdog optimizes your lineup weekly to create the highest scoring one that is possible. Best Ball Mania 4 is your shot at winning $3 million in prizes, up to $15 million total. Get signed up today on UnderdogFantasy.com or via the app. Use the promo code PFF, and we will get your first deposit doubled up to $100. It's Underdog Fantasy with the promo code PFF. All right, do we have the guest? I think we have the guest in here. Arjun Menon, one of my favorite analysts that we have over at PFF. He's got a couple of draft hauls that he wants to break down, and I'm looking forward to this because I've gotten to hear you guys' opinions way too much. So, Arjun, how are you doing, my friend? Thank you so much for joining the show here with us.
Yeah, doing well. Have been tuning in all of today, so really excited to be on. I've really enjoyed the draft coverage of you guys, and yeah, this has been a really fun draft, and I'm excited to be able to break it down in the live show.
I want to get to your Lions opinion because you said specifically in the Slack channel, you're like, I can justify the Lions picks, and we're going to get to that in a second, but I know you like the Colts draft a lot too. And as the day has gone on, I feel like a lot of people are really loving the Colts draft. Obviously, it starts with Anthony Richardson up front at number 4, but what made the Colts draft one of your favorite draft hauls?
Yeah, so again, like you said, it started with Richardson. I thought he was the best fit of the 4 quarterbacks, honestly, for Shane Steichen. We saw, Richardson could just be the best mix of Justin Herbert and Jalen Hurts because he has the mobility of Jalen Hurts. He has the arm to match Justin Herbert. And I think you put him behind a solid offensive line, you give him time to throw. He has a good number 1 target in Michael Pittman. I think, Gardner Minshew could be a solid veteran quarterback to kind of like learn from a little bit. So I really like that. But Julian Brents was one of my favorite cornerbacks in the draft. And you think about what Gus Bradley's had at cornerback over the course of his coaching career. Richard Sherman, big, rangy cornerback. Brandon Browner, same kind of cornerback in Seattle. Goes to LA. Starts off with Casey Hayward, but then they get these rangy guys like Michael Davis, who earned an extension with Gus Bradley. Brandon Faison, who went from LA to Las Vegas and then goes to Indianapolis with Stephon Gilmore, 6'1", Brandon Faison 6'2". Now you get Julian Brents, who's 6'3", and I think it would be a great fit in that like cover 3 scheme. Josh Downs kind of replaces Paris Campbell.
Right.
In that offense, so I think that's a great fit. And Blake Freeland is just such a Chris Ballard pick with betting on athleticism at the offensive tackle position. We saw that with their tackle pick last year, and I think that will give some good competition to whoever the Colts decide to start. And then I'm not going to try to pronounce the Northwestern guy's name. I've butchered it too many times, but I really like that pick again, betting on athleticism. And I think Gus Bradley could find a role for him. His scheme is dependent on rush 4, drop 7, and getting your 4 guys to pressure the quarterback, and that's what Double A. I'm just going to call him that. That's what he's best at. And even if he's kind of a tweener, I think you can always find a role for a pass rushing specialist, and I think he kind of fits what the Colts are doing. So I've really liked a lot of their picks, especially in like the top 115, and I think they've done a really good job filling some of the holes that got created in free agency.
Yeah, ton of pressure on the Colts, I think, as a team who had division title aspirations last offseason. Okay, they're kicking the can down the road with a veteran quarterback, but they were like, all right, we can because the rest of the roster was good enough to win the division no matter what. Well, it didn't end up being the case. So they needed a strong draft here, but I agree with you. I think they got a really good one. This is one of my favorites as well. Another one of my favorites, which I know is one of your favorites too, the Pittsburgh Steelers. As picks just kept coming in, it felt like it was a fantasy mock draft for them. Just like, how are these players available for them to select? They trade up to get Broderick Jones, then it's Joey Porter, then it's Keanu Ben, then it's Nick Kirby. I mean, like, this is one of the best drafts, I think, of any team, no question about it. It's hard to not be a fan of what the Pittsburgh Steelers have done.
100%, and I think the value that the Pittsburgh Steelers got was also, it was incredible. I mean, getting Joey Porter in the 2nd round, getting like Nick Herbig in round 4. The beauty about the Broderick Jones trade, I mean, I know kind of that PFF were kind of like anti-trade up because in the long run it's negative EV, but you have to, like, he was the last tier 1 tackle,
right?
I think we could all agree, of that 4. And the Jets, I think, would be that one team that would have taken Broderick Jones, so they had to jump the Jets. And in reality, they only traded a 4th round pick to get Broderick Jones. And if you look at the rest of the Steelers draft, they traded back in the 3rd round and recouped that 4th round pick. So it's like they picked up the value that they lost and still got Darnell Washington, who we had rated in the 30s. Obviously, there's probably some medical concerns, which is why he fell. But I mean, you go to a tight end room with Pat Freiermuth, who, is one of the better tight ends, I think you could say, in the AFC. Darnell doesn't have to start right away. The Steelers have also had experience with these bigger tight ends. Zach Gentry, who's a Michigan guy, me being from Michigan, obviously I don't know who he is, but I think Washington kind of just fits what they're looking for. And it kind of I do wonder if they're trying to establish like a kind of like a run first identity with these picks, with getting Broderick Jones. Jones also graded better in terms of zone runs than gap runs this year, and I think that's what the Steelers normally do under Matt Canada. So I think a lot of the picks make sense for them, and I'm really happy for Omar Khan in his first draft with the Steelers, and I think he absolutely knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, I love the move back, like you said, just to make up for some of what they lost. Little trade up there. It's those little things that make a great GM. You got to obviously pick the good players, but You're trying to have good pick value at the same time. It's just a really great job navigating the draft, the game itself, and then the players as well. So, all right, let's talk about it. Detroit Lions, all right? Okay, first pick, number 12 overall. They trade back from number 6. They go back to number 12. They pick running back Jahmyr Gibbs. They have since traded DeAndre Swift, so I think that kind of goes into it a little bit here with their long-term plans. Then it was Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch in the second round, Hendon Hooker in the third, so on and so forth. You said that you could justify kind of how they came about the picks. Are you going to try to justify it, or have you thought about how are you going to come about convincing yourself of what the Lions did was the right haul?
Yeah, I mean, trust me, it's really tough to justify spending like 4 top 50 picks on non-premium positions, and then also you're trading up for Brian Branch. So that's like 5 transactions that we would deem not analytically, smart. I think the Lions for the past couple of years have done a great job building through the draft. You look at Brad Holmes and what he's done with his with his picks in the top 3 rounds. Every single pick has been a premium position, minus Kirby Joseph. But even then, Kirby Joseph, I think we could, it's a little early, but we could say he's a hit for them. He's going to be starting for them, I would assume, outside of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, or opposite of Chauncey. And so, I think this is a draft where he kind of he spent all these picks on premium guys, and now maybe the premium positions weren't as enticing, and he had first-round grades on Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell. The positional value obviously is not there. I know a lot of people were high on Jahmyr Gibbs, one of the more explosive running backs in the draft. Also, the best, in my opinion, the best receiving back in the draft. He had a 2.44 yards per out run in 2022 at Alabama. That's 100. That's a near 99th percentile type player. And so, Jared Goff, I think with Ben Johnson, you want to try to give Jared Goff as many receivers or receiving options as he can. I know Brad Holmes talked about some of that slot flexibility, and Jamison Williams being out for the first 6 games, you want to be able to have guys that could line up outside the numbers, even in the slot. So the Jahmyr Gibbs pick, I do think was a little bit high, but I think he is a very good weapon for them, and I am curious to see how Ben Johnson uses him. I don't know if I can really justify the Jack Campbell pick, especially since we had him in the 30s, and the makeup of the rest of the NFC North isn't really a run first division. So I don't know about that one, but we talk about you go to play in Lambeau, you go to play in Minnesota, and in Chicago in January or December. It's going to be cold. You need your linebackers to be able to stop the run. Maybe that's the reasoning for it, but it just seems like Campbell and Brad Holmes wanted to get their guys, positional value aside. And then I did want to hear your guys' take on the Sam Laporta over Michael Mayer, because I did think that was an interesting one, given that they could use a run blocking and receiving guy, and Mayer did seem to be the more well-rounded prospect of the two, and he would fit kind of what Ben Johnson wants. But maybe I was missing something there. I was curious to hear your guys' take on that.
Treash, I know you're huge on Michael Mayer, so him going above. Sam Laporta being on the board, taking Sam Laporta over a guy like Michael Mayer. What were your thoughts there?
Yeah, first off, Arjun, thank you for joining us. True star.
Indeed.
Yeah, that one just led me speechless. I didn't understand it at all, just given what that team is. And you look at a prospect like Michael Mayer, I mean, his blocking significantly improved this year. And I was talking with his coach earlier this year, and he was saying, dude, Mayer's coming in, he wants to work on his blocking. Each week he said, what am I doing wrong? It was after a game he tore up. It was one of his best games of his career, broke a record. And next morning he came in, he was just so pissed off because he had 3 bad blocks, and he's I want to get this down. And over the course of the season, you can see him develop that. And he really tried, rounded into a high quality all around tight end prospect. And he was on the board, and you take Sam Laporta, who's receiver and not a blocker. It's just, I don't quite get it, but I guess, Dan Campbell and co, they just have a type, and maybe there was something in the interview process where Laporta was I'm going to eat, dry rice for breakfast or something like that. I don't really know, but.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, because I don't know. It could have been.
Did you say dry rice or dry ice?
Dry rice.
Okay, that's good. Don't eat dry ice, everybody out there.
Don't eat dry rice either.
I mean, maybe the calories will help. Maybe it's just an easier way to get calories, but dry ice will kill you. Don't do that.
Wait, Arjun, one question for you, though. I want to get your take on, Will Levis. At what point do you think it's worth taking a swing on a highly risky prospect like that? Because for me, I just still didn't even like it right there, moving up for it.
Even at 33?
Even at 33. Like, I wasn't a fan of it because I wouldn't have taken Will Levis until round 3. And I know it's like consensus has like a good, correlation to success, but what do you think of like a move like that? It is a quarterback, most valuable position on the field. You got to take swings at it. But for somebody that's really risky like that, I was more of a fan of just sitting back, taking a Hendon Hooker like Detroit, in round 3. It's just like, that's at that point where it's like you can take swings on highly risky prospects like that. So I want to get your opinion on that.
Yeah, it's a great question. And honestly, like, I don't think I would have traded up unless I was able to secure that 5th-year option. And I think because, like, if you hit on Will Levis, you get that 5th-year option, you get an extra year of cap-controlled rookie quarterback contract. Since they weren't able to trade up with Philly and Kansas City, I think I would have sat, where Tennessee was in the 2nd round and let the board come to them. I understand, there could be other suitors for Will Levis, but if he's falling that far, I mean, all those teams that needed a quarterback passed on him. Like, I do agree with you that, like, you could let someone else make that mistake. I know the analytics community is always like, you want to take shots at quarterback, but if you're a new GM, like, and you're trading up for Will Levis, like, you're effectively tying your own future to Levis. And like, that is, I think, something that it's like, oh, you should take shots at the quarterback position, but that's a very like risky thing to do. And if you only have a 2nd round grade on Levis or a 3rd round grade, I mean, do you really want to be tying your future with the team to this quarterback? And I think that's a great point that you make, where it's like, we can say this from an outside perspective, play like Madden GM and be like, look, it's so easy to just trade up and get this guy. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But if it doesn't work out in real life, like, you could be on the hot seat. So I do agree, if you weren't able to secure that 5th-year option, not trade up into the late 20s or 30, I think I would have stayed where you were, not use that additional draft capital, because now to the Titans, Will Levis is not only worth the 33rd or 34th overall pick, he's now worth that plus whatever it took for them to go up and trade him. But because of how valuable quarterbacks are, I could see him outplay that kind of value if he does pan out. But because he fell that far, I mean, there's probably a signal in what the NFL thinks of him, and I would have just stood pat where the Titans was, and if he fell to them, I would have just taken him there.
Arjun, before we let you go, I just wanted to open it up. Was there a team or player selection that you really loved somewhere else throughout the draft? Could be any of the rounds, 1st round, 2nd round, 3rd round, any team, doesn't matter. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to maybe shout somebody else out that we didn't ask a question specifically for.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with you guys being in Cincy. I'm gonna go with the Cincy pick. I loved the Charlie Jones selection for the Bengals today.
There we go.
I think Tyler Boyd, he's getting a little bit older. I think only has 1 year left on his contract. Talk about let Tyler Boyd walk. Now you get this Charlie Jones replaces him. I don't necessarily think Jones is a slot-specific receiver. He played a lot out wide at Purdue, but being 175 pounds kind of limits where you can play in the NFL. And I watched Charlie Jones tear up my Michigan Wolverines in the Big Ten championship, like 13 catches, 160 yards, got open, many times in the slot. He toasted whoever was guarding him, including the Bengals' DJ Turner. The only corner I think he struggled against was Will Johnson, and I think we could agree Will Johnson next year is probably going to be one of the best cornerbacks in the Big Ten outside of maybe Kalen King. So I really like that pick for the Bengals. I think that's a great value pick, very productive receiver at Purdue, and I think the Bengals have kind of missed having another receiving option behind the big three. Saw that when Tyler Boyd went out in the AFC Championship game, Trenton Irwin wasn't that guy that could really provide third receiving value, and I think that's something that Charlie Jones can bring to Cincinnati.
Arjun's one of the best and brightest that we have at PFF. Pumped that he could join us here on the show for a little bit. Make sure you guys are following all his great work and everything that he does over at PFF.com and all social media. Arjun, thank you so much for joining us here today, my friend.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Keep killing it.
Handful of selections during that interview, one of which is Deuce Vaughn. I like that. Kansas State running back Deuce Vaughn going to the Dallas Cowboys. Oh, man, it feels like a Cowboys pick.
You like that? I like that.
So you can start?
I like that.
Did you start week 1?
No.
Week 1?
He's going to be a good piece to that backfield. People are like, he's small. Like, yeah, we all know he's short. Doesn't mean he can't be productive. I think just the agility and quickness is jaw-dropping. And just taking on, having some reps he has against linebackers in a hole, it's just filthy. what he can do, and I think having him in that backfield just a good complementary piece, and he can do some damage.
Good. I have a question for you guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
More broadly,
It's fine. We're in round 7. Let's get to the broad questions.
I have 2 questions,
Please.
actually. Well, not 2 questions, but one is just a point, and I think I made it with JSN and Michael Mayer. When I watch route running, even if you're just running like the simplest routes, right? The short routes, like or even a go route, like it's, there's no cuts. The guys who stand out are the guys who make every route a double move. Like JSN runs out routes, like a 10-yard out route. He's always trying to make his defender think it's something else. Mm-hmm. He's always like pushing inside, and then he's up the field, and then he breaks to the out. And I just think that's why I like those 2 players, why Michael Mayer went later than I would have thought. And JSN probably around where that made a lot of sense just because of the straight line speed wasn't there. So that's the receiver stuff. All right, D-line.
Wait, do you agree with the receiver stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like the cherry on top. Like having that final layer of nuance says a lot about a player and how advanced they are. And it goes back to why I really liked Michael Mayer as a prospect. Like, it just doesn't make any sense why he slid into day 2. And being able to showcase that at such a young age at the collegiate level is pretty rare. And with both of those guys in particular, like, it wasn't just like their final year in college. Like, they did that before, which says a lot about the kind of talent that they are and player that they are. So I'm with it. I think that's like a key piece. Like why I like him so much, why you like him so much, and why
not an
likes him
easy thing for a receiver to do, because I think receivers are always nervous that they're not going to get to the spot they need to be at, so they don't want to add little extra bells and whistles to the play, to the route. I see it a lot coaching like younger receivers or more inexperienced receivers, but and I do it myself because I'm really slow, so I'm like afraid.
You do double moves, or
no,
you
I don't.
Oh,
so like anyways, that's something that I get why you don't see a lot of receivers doing it, but you love it when you get these players like JSN and Justin Jefferson.
What about defensive line?
Defensive line. So the interesting thing that popped in my head this year as I was watching D linemen was you get so much more motion by offenses in the NFL. In college now, because we went into this like the spread era where everyone was just playing super fast, no huddle, super fast tempo, same formations. Everyone's lined up in the same spots. There's no motion, so you just kind of get lined up, and that's it on defense, right? No, I'm not saying that the defense has always won. They lost a lot, but you can kind of just get lined up. Offenses have evolved a bit. And now they're motioning guys across with tight ends and stuff like that. And what you realize with especially interior defensive linemen is you have to be able to play not just one tech nose tackle, you have to play 3 tech as well. Because when a guy motions over and your coach has said, in the game plan, it's like, hey, we always want to have the 3 tech to the tight end side or whatever it is. You can't just stand if you're the 3 tech and the tight end goes across the formation. You can't just stand up and say, okay, I'm going to move over here and my defensive line friend is going to switch over. Like, I'm going to go to the left, he's going to go to the right. It's like, no, you have to just bump down, right?
Yeah.
You got to say, like, hey, now I'm the 1 tech, you're the 3 tech. So you have to have that position versatility, which we didn't see like as much even 10 years ago. Now you don't have a choice because of all the motion that happens in college football.
I think that's an interesting take. Like, you see that with Georgia too, because like they're big. Like, they'll stem the front consistently. If there's motion, they're changing that. And you're gonna have Jamon Dumas-Johnson making the call, and the defensive line, it's got to be in unison, got to be ready. I think that's a fair point, and that's also like some of these Big 12 defenses, right? Where you're kind of getting that stuck into that same role on a down-for-down basis. It's just that's where it gets into like the big conversation of like how different college football is throughout each conference. It's just playing in the SEC is completely different from the Big 12. It's like when Oklahoma and Texas make that jump, it's going to be a whole new world. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's just competition level. It's just no, like schematically, it's entirely different. And I think that's also a key reason, right, with like Georgia, for example, why they're so advanced, just that defensive line, getting experience across the board. And like a guy like Nolan Smith, who doesn't, we talked about earlier, doesn't have his ears pinned back, ready to go on the edge, taking on a tackle every single play. It's like, no, he's doing a lot on that defensive line, as is everybody else. So it's just kind of getting them, it's like developing that nuance overall, but it also broadens your football mindset and overall knowledge of what to do given the offense, and makes you understand offensive football even more beyond just like, okay, this is what the tackle's bad at, I'm going to do hit him with a double swipe, whatever, if he shoots his hands. It's a lot more than that. And you can see it specifically with like a program like Georgia, who's like adding that in consistently.
We've had multiple punters get drafted now.
It's crazy.
Which means we're at the point to where all of the players that you thought were falling are falling for a reason. Like Corey Trice still being available, Anthony Johnson still being available, Moro Ojomo still being available. If you got multiple punters getting drafted, there's something with their scouting report. Like they're either getting medical red flag, not on boards, things like that. Like this is no longer we're at pick 215. It's no longer a fall for Corey Trice. Corey Trice is not sliding down the board.
He's off the board.
He's off a lot of teams' boards for some reason. And I think that's always kind of the point of every single draft. When we get multiple punters drafted and there's still these other positional football players that are still there, there's a reason why. There's no way it's just the fact that Ivan Pace is a one-trick pony, that he's not getting drafted. It's pick 215. The very least, you're getting a guy who's going to go all out for you in special teams and who maybe has some sort of a specialized role for you attacking the pocket from the middle of the defense. I know he's smaller, but he had an elite overall grade this past year. He had a 93.2 overall grade, and a lot of that came from what he was doing as a pass rusher. He had a 93.3 pass rush grade, but he also had a 90.7 run defense grade. He also was above 70 in coverage. There's got to be something with him. It cannot just be that he is small. There's no way. Not at 215. This is a player who should have been picked in the top 150.
You also have to think, too, it's like it's that time period we talked about earlier where like it's the pound the table time. Mm-hmm. People pound the table for their guys.
How's nobody pounding the table for Ivan
Duke
Pace
Tobin pounding the table for a punter. Love to see it.
Yeah.
Sean Tucker's still there. I get that Andrew Voorhees probably was going to go undrafted, but
yeah.
Lonnie Phillips, I think, could be picked here. Bryce Ford Wheaton, again, you mentioned him.
I don't think he is. I don't think he's going to get.
DeMarco Helms, the other safety from Alabama. Nick Broker, the interior offensive lineman from Ole Miss, I think has a shot to get taken. Probably should get taken here. Kenny McIntosh, surprised that his receiving ability as a running back has not been selected yet.
I mean, the safety class in general has been pretty thin. Coming into it, there's not a lot of safeties to choose from. Mm-hmm. But I'm kind of surprised that there hasn't been as many as there has been to go off the board today. Like, you still have Anthony Johnson from Iowa State. You still have Rennie Hickman. You still have Brandon Joseph. Unless I missed some guys. Quindell Johnson.
I'm looking at how many safeties overall were selected. We have, is this just day 3 guys? This might be just day 3 guys.
Yeah, you got all those guys. Trey Dean. You said Helms.
All right, I have another question for you guys.
No.
Kind of like tight end. Why do you guys think guard takes a long time to develop in the NFL? Like, we hear the same thing. Like, when you pick a guard in like the first round or first or second round, you're picking a future team's starting guard, right? They develop late, they don't have the production that you want, so you get rid of them, or you don't re-sign them, and then they go to another team and they're like good. Then they finally figure it out.
I think he's grown man strength versus just college kid strength is ultimately what I think the difference is. You get a lot of these guys, especially higher drafted interior offensive linemen, that you would say, okay, I'm drafting these guys pretty high. I want them to be contributors for me early on. Normally they're anywhere from 21 to 24 years old. So you have these guys who've been going up against college level of competition, and you got these grown men who are late 20s, early 30s, been around an NFL weight training program for the last decade, half decade, whatever it is, and it's just a different game. They're more technical. They understand how to use leverage better. Their bodies are shaped very well. They're about as strong as they can be pound for pound. So ultimately, I would say that that's my answer to that question. It's that when we think of guard, we go, oh yeah, it's easy. It's plug and play. You're doing the same stuff. I think the strength part of the game is completely different. Like, that's why I think Kenyon Green struggled last year with the Houston Texans. He's a great athlete, he's a good player, and he was able to hold up well enough at Texas A&M. But I think that when he got within the NFL, it was just a different game.
So, like, the example I use a lot of in why the process of taking a guard early is bad is Cesar Ruiz for the Saints a couple of years ago. So he was like really bad first 2 years. And he actually had a really good year in 2022. So like hopefully that's the development. He's figured it out. But the problem was, and the Saints could re-sign him and they'll have him for a long time, no problem with that. The problem was the Saints needed a player. At that time, they were still in the hunt for Super Bowls. And they needed a player right now who could step in and play. So instead of going to get a veteran free agent, and I forgot the name of the guard who they had before, who they let go, that offseason, they bring in a rookie who just couldn't play it at that time. And that affected the Saints offense a lot because both guards, Pete has his issues too. So you had Pete and Ruiz, just like it was rough that season. And it's like, well, you could have just brought in a veteran free agent who knew how to play guard at the NFL level. Mm-hmm. So anyways, I always go back to that one with the guards.
I think, Trev, you had a good take there. Like, if thinking about, like, what's the difference between the typical college player at a certain position and, like, the above average at that position at the NFL level? I feel like interior defensive line is probably the one that's most drastic because
the floor of the strength that you have to play interior defensive line at the NFL is so much higher than at the college level.
Right. And at the college level, like, you're going to see some, like, plumpy, unathletic dudes who just start in shape, you know what I mean? And not only that, it's like these guards, they're playing guard for a reason. They're not tackles because they have some type of limitation where they're like, okay, you got this issue, you got to play on the inside. And a lot of times maybe they don't have that experience because, all throughout their, especially like in high school, they're the most dominant person on the team. So they're like, you're the tackle. At the collegiate level, they'll try their hand at tackle, then they'll get kicked inside to guard. And then they'll play tackle all throughout college and they'll go into guard at the NFL level.
And I think that technique also, not that you don't have to be technical at the college level, especially when you play in a big conference, but there are guys who are so athletically and physically gifted that end up starting very early, or getting drafted as juniors, are worth the interior offensive line tag to be picked early, to maybe start early, that you look at their college tape, and even if the hand doesn't go exactly where it needs to, even if the leverage is a little bit high, they make up for it. And at the NFL level, especially if you don't have the strength profile, if your hand's in the wrong place, you get eaten alive. I mean, they will throw you to the side like you don't even exist. And I think that's the tough part. But it is a good question because when we think of guard,
that makes to me this makes the most sense what you're saying.
Yeah. And then really at the collegiate level, you don't have to worry about like flexibility and bend too much.
No, especially at that and the interior. Like three techs are very different. Yeah. Two techs are very different.
But like at the NFL level,
you have Aaron Donald.
You got Aaron Donald. And like I think the one that stands out to me is like Christian Barmore, for example. SEC guards just couldn't take him in the pass rush because you saw that bend and that flexibility. That it was a load to handle. And they never see anything like that. Any opponent they face, you're not going to see a guy that can, move his body like that. So it's an interesting conversation for sure. I think that is a good take. Like for these Super Bowl teams, like, do you really would you rather take a guard through free agency, go down that path, or just take one early?
I think the Saints messed up. And even if Cesar Ruiz, they're going to re-sign him because, like I said, he broke out this season, had a really good year in 2022. Even if they re-sign him, taking him and starting him right away on what was supposed to be a Super Bowl in the team was not very smart.
Zach Kuntz went to, I believe, the New York Jets. Yeah, the New York Jets, the Old Dominion tight end. If people out there don't know who Zach Kuntz is, this is probably the most well-rounded, incredible combine I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah?
6'7", 255 pounds. So this is the 93rd percentile and the 61st percentile. He had 34-inch arms, 10 1/4 inch hands. That's 83rd and 81st percentile. I'm going to read off the next bunch of these numbers. They're all above the 90th.
Wow.
They're all above the 90th percentile, okay? 10-yard split, 157. 40-yard dash, 455. Vertical jump, 40 inches. Broad jump, 128 inches. 3-cone drill, 687. 20-yard shuttle, 412. Every single one of those numbers that I just listed off was above the 90th percentile for a tight end. We're talking about explosiveness. We're talking about start-stop acceleration. We're talking about long speed. We're talking about change of direction. We're talking about bend. This dude was 90th percentile in all of it while having a 93rd percentile height. Insane.
I'm like
One of the most well-rounded combine performances we will ever see. The lowest percentile that he has on here is his weight at 255 and then the bench press reps at 23 reps. And both of those are 61st and 75th percentile.
So I didn't watch this film. Can you explain to me why he's a 7th rounder?
Yes, I can.
Oh, here we go.
I'm shocked he didn't go off the board sooner. Like, this pick's fine here. I didn't like him that much, but it's fine now. Like Trev said, he tested out the ass for his size, but like his routes are just so gross in a way. Like they're just so lethargic and slow, very rounded breaks, just coordination. It's very weird, and I think it speaks volumes. Like you see that, you watch him in Old Dominion, you're like, okay, and then you find out like, oh, he was at Penn State for 3 years, and he had to transfer into Old Dominion to see the field.
Yeah.
That explains it. Like that goes hand in hand with for a reason, right? It's like it doesn't match. Like I looked at his profile, I was like, holy shit, this guy could be something special. And then I watched him, I was like, this does not look like the same player. What'd you think?
No, I mean, I just thought that he's an athlete playing tight end right now, but you take him above 220.
For sure.
I don't know how this
Oh my
guy.
God, another punter.
Like we said,
Who took another punter? Who took a punter?
Well, they actually
they
don't
do.
have any special
Oh, the
teamers,
Rams.
so
Rams
it's
took
like-
a punter here.
they panicked. They saw
Hey.
a punter run, and they're like, shit, we
Hey,
gotta go.
the two picks that happened before the Rams just took a punter at 223. Dwayne McBride.
They took a Division II punter.
Well, I mean, competition level doesn't matter. What is the air change?
True. Yeah, the air change.
What's trajectory change?
Do we have data on this guy?
What do you? Gravity's tougher at the. It's lighter at the lower level. Dwayne McBride goes in the Minnesota Vikings, pick 222. I had Dwayne McBride as RB3 in this class, and he goes 222. Most productive running back in college football over the last 2 seasons, including this past season. Love the footwork, love the vision. Think he changed direction well. The contact balance is fantastic. He looks like he is a bad time to try to tackle. Everything is there except for the long speed. I have no idea how this guy was picked this low. Unless you want to just say all running backs are disposable, none of them really matter. We had a running back go 8th overall in this draft. And Dwayne McBride goes 223, 222. That's nuts to me.
Just like
He
production.
should have been picked way sooner off production alone.
Yeah, I mean, he averaged over 7.2 yards per carry.
Silly.
Almost 5 yards after contact per attempt. That's better than most running backs per attempt in general.
Can't believe he went this late. Anyways, Jalen Jones.
Dude popped off for 272 yards and 16 carries his final game of his career.
Against who?
It doesn't
Oh,
matter.
Helms.
Doesn't matter.
Your boy.
Oh, DeMarco Helms.
Your boy.
I mean, I like Helms. I think he's reliable. Was not as good as Jordan Battle.
Yeah.
Little bit inconsistent, but when I say inconsistent, I mean more of like tackling reliability and pursuit angles. I think he's in the right position a lot. He just doesn't. I think maybe he thinks he's more of an athlete than he actually is when it comes to pursuing guys, trying to get after the ball, having good tackling form, all that stuff. So
When you're at
again, I
Bama,
think
you
that
kind
he's
of have that.
huh?
When you're at Bama, you kind of have to have that. It's like, I'm
Which
better
part?
than you. Like you're saying, like overplaying
gotta
your athleticism. You know what I mean?
Believe you're good.
Yeah.
I mean, he believes he's good.
Well, yeah.
He's
I mean,
also a
he
vet.
is
I think
good.
he's a 5th-year senior.
He is good. He just got drafted by the NFL, and he's been he went to Alabama.
Sure
But yeah,
he
like
has.
I'm with you. Like the athletic profile is just the change of directions. not great.
Jalen Jones, the corner from Texas A&M, was a 5-star recruit at one point before he went to the Aggies. I did not see the movement skills that I wanted to see from him. He's 6'2", 200 pounds, and so you look at his measurables and you go, okay, I'm going to give this guy a chance. But just didn't think that he changed direction well enough He reminded me somewhat of Keely Ringo.
His tackling is just
Who's? Jalen's?
Jalen Jones. It looks like a skit because he's like trying to lay him out every rep. Like he is trying to lay him out. Like he's diving headfirst.
I did not think he was very reliable. I wasn't a fan.
I wasn't either.
I was not a fan.
Yeah, the awareness just was a pretty big issue. He is explosive for his size. You did see that in the testing.
People talking about McBride's fumbling issues. It's an issue, for sure. McBride definitely fumbled the ball way too much. He's got to be way better at that. And he doesn't bring you anything in the receiving game. They never really threw the ball to him, but they were just giving him the ball on the ground.
At this point, like, why not, right?
Oh, yeah. Again, I'd have taken him way earlier.
I think if he would have played better against LSU, the NFL would have thought completely different for him. Because like any scout that's going to, or any like front office individual, scout, whomever that's going to watch Dwayne McBride, they're like, oh, I want to see him go up against LSU, right? Because he went to a small school. Let's see him go up against big boy competition, and he was not good. 34 yards. It's just like.
All right, Treash, you ready for it?
Maybe.
It's time to have the conversation.
Oh,
2024.
I want to let people know as we usher in this conversation, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the 2024 guys, and the reason why we're doing that is because I want to let you know that the mock draft simulator over at PFF.com is going to flip over to over 100 prospects that we have in the 2024 NFL Draft that you guys can draft immediately when this is over. The second that the last pick happens, we are flipping over the machine. I don't know, it might take a couple of minutes to flip all the way over, but we're going to have a new draft order for you. We're going to have 100 players from the 2024 NFL Draft class that you can get to right away. So if you are a complete degenerate and you cannot get enough of drafting, we're going to flip over the mock draft simulator that you can find over at PFF.com. 2024 guys. Caleb Williams. Drake May.
He's going to be the first overall pick. Drake May is interesting because we're going to find out a lot this year about who Drake May really is because his offense is changing completely because he was in a fake offense. He was in Phil Longo's offensive scheme, now the OC at Wisconsin, which is going to be a completely different vibe for the Badgers. No more pin and pull. That's dead. You're getting a spread offense. Braylon Allen's going to be running in six-man boxes, and he's going to carve up the Big Ten. He's going to be
quarterback for Wisconsin.
You are.
Yeah,
No.
that's
Pack
the
your
problem.
bags.
SMU.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Tanner
I'll look it up.
Mordecai?
Keep going. I'll
I
look
think
it
so.
up.
Not Tanner Mordecai. Is it?
I think so.
Did he transfer over?
Am I
He's
crazy?
on his like fourth
Yeah,
year.
he did. Yeah, Tanner Mordecai.
Wow.
They also got that one kid from Oklahoma who
Kind of fits the offense.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, I like that.
That's going to be a fun offense. But Drake May, he's completely changing his game. And I get worried that he could have like a Sam Howell type of year where it steps back because
He's going to have a Brendan Armstrong type of year.
Well, Brendan Armstrong was just never that good. Plays hard, loves ball, but yeah, Drake May, I think we're going to find out a lot about him.
Me as well.
Yeah, because his supporting cast too, it's like it's not that great. You know, he doesn't have Josh Downs anymore. He's going to have to do a lot on his own, and again, different system. It's going to be interesting to see, but there's a lot of other interesting quarterbacks.
Your boy?
Spencer Rattler, yeah. He should have been coming out the last couple of years. He's in a new system too. Dow Loggins taking over as the OC for South Carolina. Marcus Satterfield, now the OC at Nebraska. The reports are he's looking good. You never can really trust those. He looked good down the stretch last year. I think you really started to see the real Spencer Rattler shine, but I think he's always going to be a guy that's just tries to do a little bit too much, not really seeing the field awareness. Like you're going to get some high-level throws like, holy shit, that was one of the best throws I've ever seen. Then you're going to get another one that's just like, I don't know if you can play type of thing.
Where do you foresee 2023 Heisman winner Jaden Daniels going in the NFL draft next year?
Come on. What do you think of Jaden Daniels?
You know what? You can go back and read what I'd written for him in the college football preview guides while he was at Arizona, and it's not very glowing.
Mm-hmm.
Even though like people thought he had a really good year as a true freshman, like it's the passing skills were not there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I realized, and I do this all the time, but I did not realize the speed was really game changing to a certain degree, and I'm in love with him now as an LSU Tiger. The passing ability is not there right now, but he helps the offense by being there because his speed and his running ability is top notch.
Well, the rushing ability was enough to get him to the SEC championship game.
Dude, like there's no reason for this
That's the type
LSU
of
team
athlete that we're calling here.
to be there in Atlanta.
Which is important in college football, but from like an NFL draft
Right,
sense,
which is why he's going to win the Heisman as a college football player.
Yeah, he's gonna be a great college player next year. Like I wouldn't be surprised if he puts up some numbers and there's gonna be some chatter about, oh, is Jaden Daniels the next Anthony Richardson? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's a little slender. It's a little too
Yeah.
slender
I say
for that.
Anthony Richardson has like 60 pounds.
Yeah.
Well, I know,
Jaden
but like
Daniels.
that's just gonna be thrown like
No,
situationally.
maybe Bryce
like
Young.
anybody.
Like Bryce Young would be the closest comparison.
Well,
to
no,
be
like
honest.
it's gonna be like everybody comps like guys who have a big arm but don't develop into Josh Allen, no matter what
Yeah.
size they are. It's like the same thing. It's like this guy's a high-level athlete, can't throw the dude went 8 for 20 against Auburn.
Thomas is saying
Who won the
Quinn
game?
Ewers, a very interesting quarterback.
He's very interesting. He had some moments where it was like
Yeah, man.
he had it, and then you had another player who was like that first quarter against Bama.
It's crazy.
He has a ton of arm
Blacked
talent.
out.
So I saw him before he got to Texas. I saw him at a quarterback camp,
Oh yeah, you were talking about that.
and you know he's a high school senior for it, I believe at the time, and so he was going up against these other high recruits. A couple of high recruits were there, and a lot of them were trying their best, obviously, to stand out in a lot of different ways. But also, Sam Howell was there. DJ Uyunglele was there. And though those guys weren't participating in the camp, they were kind of like camp counselors, like helping these kids out, whatever. And so they would get up and they'd throw a couple of passes and whatever. Uyunglele at one point, gets up towards the end of the scrimmage period. He kind of like shows off the arm. He's throwing some deeper passes, 56 yards. Quinn Ewers had like just as good of an arm. Right. I mean, when he threw the ball, it fired off of his hand. I mean, it absolutely went a million miles an hour to the guy next to him. I mean, it was like he's completely different. The arm talent's complete. And he also, he was barely even carrying. I mean, he's throwing like sidearm and it's going straight to guys at a million miles an hour. So I feel like last year was probably a little bit of a rude awakening for Quinn Ewers because he's probably been the most talented player that he's ever been next to when it comes to real game action. So I do think it was a little bit of a learning process for him last year, but this year we could really see the light turn on for him.
Like that's exactly what I thought. The most notable attribute of him was just like how he has just insane zip from any arm angle.
Elastic. His arm is elastic. It's crazy.
And like how he can control it too when he needs to. Just like the throw shaping that you saw. Like he had a couple of throws where it's like layering at that age. Just you don't really do stuff like that.
A lot of guys going forward because they're being taught like this and at younger ages, you're going to see all these elastic arm quarterbacks. Caleb Williams, a great example of that. So going forward, you're going to see a lot of these guys. What do you think about 2024 Heisman winner Harold Perkins in the 2025 NFL draft?
We can talk 2025.
No, we're not talking 2025.
With Quinn Ewers, though, I think a good point is like people have to remember like people were quick to write him off last year because he had some rough moments, some bad decisions under pressure. But
when you play Alabama in game 2 of your starting career as like a freshman, that's pretty rough.
And then got injured.
And then got injured.
He was 17. He reclassified. He went to Ohio State. He was 17, and he was worried about. He was underneath he was a Limelight, NIL deals, all this. Had to transfer, so he went from high school, learning a new system, left there, had to go learn a new system again. He's 18 at Texas. Should be his freshman year, and got hurt. I mean, there's just a lot that was just like not a good situation on paper. So like that kind of could hinder the development process of it and slow it down, which is an interesting thing with like reclassifications. Like, is that a good idea or whatever?
Probably not.
Yeah. So I mean, I think like if you told me he broke out, I wouldn't be surprised if you told me he had to step back and. Then it gets an interesting debate, like what do you do? Because you have Arch Manning back there and everything.
Right.
I don't know. It's going to be an interesting quarterback class again. JJ McCarthy, I think he could really. Oh, our boy. He likes. Do you like him?
McCarthy.
Fair opinion.
I knew that we weren't really evaluating McCarthy because he's not draft eligible at all. So I just watched him kind of as a fan of college football. So I didn't really put him under the microscope. I think he's got good arm talent, but I don't think it's like developed to the point where you're looking at a guy who can really attack all three levels of the field, somebody who's going to consistently read the field very well. It was like when it was unstructured for J.J. McCarthy, he was clearly able to operate the offense and show off at what I think is going to be an NFL arm. But in terms of the processing that you need to actually be a good quarterback, I didn't really evaluate that, so I don't really want to speak to it.
Well, it's interesting because I think there were some moments when he was like in rhythm in the pocket where it was just like, dude, that was kind of a bad decision. But his field awareness, like on the move outside the pocket,
really good.
It just didn't match up. Like it was bananas. Like he was insane throwing outside the structure, or whether it was designed, whatever, outside the pocket. He was lights out. And maybe we're getting a little bit too deep into 2024 quarterbacks.
No, dude, no. Look,
but
it's
man.
As the guys are coming in, I'm going to highlight the players that we need to highlight. But you could keep talking about 2024 quarterbacks, honestly, because there's a lot of them on the top 100 that we put in the next mock draft machine update. So there's going to be a lot of different quarterbacks for people to choose. Some people are asking about Cam Ward. Do you like Cam Ward?
So he's interesting. I think it's too early to really tell. I think the hype really got out of hand because when he was in high school, he was in a triple option offense, right? He went to Incarnate Word. It's kind of a late riser, just like even getting offers. Went to Incarnate Word and just did not know much about football. Like I remember, I think he just learned what play pass meant when he was at Incarnate Word college. Didn't have anything to do passing-wise in high school, so it was a very bad situation from him there, and so he had to go to Incarnate Word develop. Then he went to Washington State, which is like the exact opposite of all that. And you very much saw like that schoolyard play style that he did at the FCS level for a Power 5 program, and it went kind of rough. But you talk about athleticism, you talk about arm talent, he's got it. I mean, there's no denying that. It's just about piecing it together and developing it. So I'm going to be curious to see if he even comes out. It's just, I think he's got a lot, it just needs more reps under his belt just because he very much got a late start in the entire process. So I think he's going to be one to watch this year, and he's going to get a good go at it because the Pac-12 is kind of deep. Our boy Michael Penix at Washington too. Like that offense, like when Seth was here, we broke down that offense. We were just watching it in PFF HQ here. It's like, it's the concepts are simple. Like everybody knows them. They're in everybody's offense, but they're not easy to run. I mean, and he was operating it at a high level, just getting through his reads, just delivering. I mean, just the velocity he can put on it. It's just beautiful stuff. He had a backside dig, just my favorite backside dig I've ever seen at the collegiate level. He has bouts of inaccuracy, but it's just the ability to get the ball out quickly. Like his pocket presence, I think, is the best I've ever seen at the collegiate level. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. And it's not like he's escaping because he doesn't really have that escapability. It's just, the movement in the pocket and also getting the ball out on time, making sure you're not holding on to it. Like he will take the hit. He wants to make sure that ball is out of his hand and getting close in the vicinity of his receiver.
Andrew Voorhees just got picked by the Baltimore Ravens, and it's just
Baltimore Ravens
to a T. A Baltimore Raven. Voorhees isn't going to play this year towards ACL at the Combine, so that sucks. But one of the more powerful interior offensive linemen in the class, and I think it's a great scheme fit for him.
Loves ball.
The guy
does love
staying
ball,
on
no
2024, question. The guy who impressed me the most while watching other prospects, Alabama edge, Dallas Turner.
So you like Dallas Turner a lot?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, all right. What about
what a football player? No, I didn't watch him. It was always like, you're watching Anderson, you're watching Byron Young, you're watching someone else, and he just pops off every time. So I didn't no close look at him, but like, he's a bad man. He's a bad man.
He's a 4- or 5-star recruit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, him on one side, Will Anderson on the other seemed like it was unfair. So a lot of people are asking about Joe Alt as well, potential top offensive tackle from Notre Dame. Him and Olu Fashanu, who, Olu Fashanu might have been offensive tackle one in this class, opts to go back another year. So might be a good year to need a tackle at the top.
Yeah, I was talking with Max Chadwick, does a lot of college work for us about it. Like Blake Fisher, too, with Joe Alt. Those two Notre Dame tackles could go top 15, if not top 10 next year. Like those are supreme talent. I think Joe Alt people expect to be there, but Blake Fisher, do not sleep on him. If he wasn't a 5-star, he's close to it. But man, he's got everything. It's just all about being more coordinated with that skill set, and I think he's getting that season at Notre Dame, and you really started to see that development last year after the first couple of games, not what he wanted. But I think about week 4, week 5, he really started to get that turning point, and he was cooking. He really looked sharp there. Could be 2 Notre Dame tackles in the first round with Fashanu, who could be a top 5 pick next year.
Yeah.
No doubt.
There's a lot of good offensive tackle options, I think, coming up next year. I know we always say, like, the grass is always greener, like, oh, wait for next class. But honestly, next class does seem pretty sick.
You know who I got one plug, Kalen Bullock, safety USC. He had an interception as a true freshman against Wazoo. It was the best interception I've seen from a freshman ever.
I'm going to look it up.
Look it up.
And
look
I'll
at
be the
just
judge.
look at
You
the
look it up,
Look
and
at the
I'm going to
movement.
bring up, while you do,
Yeah.
let us know your thoughts. I'm going to bring up, Amy's asking about Blake Corum. Blake Corum, if he was healthy, because obviously he ended the year with an injury, if Blake Corum was in this class, he'd be RB3 for me. He'd be behind Jahmyr Gibbs, he'd be behind Bijan Robinson, but he'd be RB3 for me. And
like
he'd be
that.
a top, 75 player, just to be safe, probably 75. But he'd be picked somewhere, I think, in the first 2 rounds, probably in the second round. So I like him a
love
lot to say. That was not enthusiastic enough to say I like him a lot.
I'm right there with you. When we talk about like balance and flexibility, like we hit on it earlier at the running back position, it's just perfect. Like his ability to get low and change directions and maintain like a healthy speed is just absolutely special stuff. It was crushing to see the injury kind of happen to him, but I mean, Michigan could single-handedly make a run at the national title because of Blake Corum returning. I love Donovan Edwards, but like Blake Corum's an insane runner on the ground. If you get that development from J.J. McCarthy, and they have good receivers too, sky's the limit. I mean, that's going to be a good offense. So I'm with you. Like Blake Corum, like I typically don't say I'm going to take a running back even day 2. Like he's a guy who would take day 2 because I think he's that good, and I think he has the most important traits at the position and checks those boxes at a supremely high level.
What about defensive guys? Missing any defense guys? Who's the kid from Ohio State? The JT kid?
Oh, yeah,
like
yeah.
the number 1 overall
JT
recruit?
Yeah, go ahead and say it.
No, I'm good.
Do you know how to say it?
It's Mula or whatever.
Yeah.
Tuamula?
Yeah.
You just got to say it with confidence.
He had an insane game against Penn State.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that was the one that I watched.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Oh, he's good.
Make you feel old.
Okay, what are you pointing me for? The hell are you pointing me for?
It's not defense, but Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
Like, could be a top 5 receiver.
Kalen-
Probably is a top 5 receiver.
Kalen King.
Is he good? I've heard a lot about him.
I noticed him a lot watching Joey Porter. What?
Did you watch the interception?
I did, but I'm
Is it
ready
the
for the
greatest
next
interception you've
player.
ever
I have
seen
another
from a
player.
from a freshman?
It's very good. It's very good.
As a true think about it. As
Like
a true
he's
freshman.
looking, turns, he finds it. Good
Yeah,
job.
it's just
Okay.
It's sick. Love it.
Brock
Go ahead.
Bowers is the one that's going to be the most interesting because of where do you take a tight end, right? You
He's
had
gonna-
Pitts. You had
He's
Pitts at
also
4
not,
or whatever.
Am I mistaken when I say when I look at him? Obviously, he's incredibly talented, but it's not like he looks physically imposing. He's a taller player.
Yeah.
Am I thinking this wrong? What's he listed at? I
But
guess I
he's
gotta look
bigger
it
than
up.
Pitts, though.
Yeah, he's pretty
Is
big.
he bigger than
I think
Pitts?
he's bigger than
Big.
Pitts. I think he's bigger than Pitts. Yeah.
He's pretty.
Doesn't look on it like it on
Pretty
TV.
good.
He's pretty like. Yeah,
He's pretty good.
The acceleration he has
Yeah.
is ridiculous.
Yeah, I
You saw it on
probably
slip
take
screens
him
all the time.
Top 10 for sure.
Okay.
Well, here's-
you guys are full of shit. Kyle Pitts is 6 foot and 5/8, 245.
Height's pretty close.
Brock Bowers is 6'4", 230.
Oh,
Yeah, 6'4".
He's way
I thought he
smaller.
was taller than that.
Yeah, he's not like a move 6'2", 6'3" kind of guy. Like
Yeah.
he's got.
But if he's 6'4" and teams lie,
I don't think.
is he
I think he's
is he
6'4".
shade under 6'4"?
I don't- he doesn't look-
I'm
he
totally
looks
nitpicking.
6'4".
I'm not saying that Brock Bowers is not a good prospect. Obviously, Brock Bowers has been unbelievable the last couple of
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
But when Bowers measures in at the combine, that's when I'm going to wonder what do we exactly do with him. Because the tape's going to be fantastic. He's got unbelievable production. He's a great wide receiver that's playing in a big body on the line of scrimmage.
Okay, I'm with you now.
He is going to measure in smaller than you think. This is not a 6'5", 250 tight end who's doing this at Georgia. He's going to be around 6'4", and he's going to be like 230, 235. He's going to be a lot smaller of a tight end.
He's going to be the guy that it's going to get annoying by the time April rolls around, just like the arguments about Brock Bowers. It's like,
let's start it up right now.
we literally are.
I think he's a top 10 guy.
I'm looking up percentiles for weight.
Really, really good. I really like.
So if Brock Bowers measures in at 235, okay, he's in the second percentile of tight ends. That's 5 pounds above what Georgia has him listed at.
That's interesting.
If he measures in at 240, okay, that's 10 pounds higher than what Georgia has him listed at. It's the 6th percentile. He's just not a big dude. If he's 6'4" flat, if he comes in at 6'4", that's just the 38th percentile. I think Brock Bowers is going to be sub 40th percentile in height, and I think he's going to be sub 10th percentile in weight. And that's fine. He's still really good. But every time everybody talks about Brock Bowers being a top 5 pick in next year's draft, I'm always like, I don't know about that.
I wonder if they're going to try and have him put on weight.
Do you think that Georgia hasn't thought of that? Every single time I think about the put on weight scenario, I think this guy's already on the field in a college program. If you wanted to put on weight, why would you would have put on weight?
Well, that's the same argument, like, you know, NFL, college, like that push pull between like the scheme, just like not developing the player. It's like that. It's like we saw it with Michael Mayer too. Like, why would you tell him to cut weight when he's dominating at that size? Same with Brock Bowers. Like, why would you tell him to add weight when he is literally wrecking games at that size?
No, and that's I agree with you 100%. Yeah. Brock Bowers has been one of the most dominant players in all of college football over the last 2 years. But it's going to be a topic.
Yep.
Because I don't think enough people realize that
I didn't realize
that he is a smaller player. Yeah. So, still very good. You're still taking him in at the top 15 at least. But.
A couple prediction questions here.
Okay.
Is Georgia going back to back to back?
No.
Quarterback, I think we're like, I did a study on this, and it's still up there. If you type in like my name, PFF.com, like Stroud, Uyunglele, and Young, you'll get it. It's like the odds of these highly regarded, even these guys that are going to Bama, going to Ohio State, just these highly regarded recruits panning out, it's really, really low. Like, eventually they're going to end. Like, we saw it with DJ, right? He didn't pan out. Clemson suffered from it. It's like eventually that run's going to end. It's not going to be continuous flow. I think with Georgia, that's still very much up in the air. Like, I could be wrong. Like, nobody knows. Anybody that's saying that they know Georgia's quarterback situation is going to be stable next year is just lying. Because nobody knows.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they have a good idea internally, but nobody has a good idea. And it's like you have to err on the side of caution with that and thinking like, okay, they're going to be like the best. With last year, at least, you just like they did it with Stetson Bennett. Maybe the defense can be a little bit better, but then Stetson Bennett got better.
Los Angeles Rams QB1 on their board.
Yeah, round 4 pick. Our boy Stetson Bennett. Yeah. Like he got.
Let's not go that far.
He objectively got better. I think the interesting team is Michigan, man. I really do.
Me too. I think this is the year they finally get over the hump.
If they can't get it this year, it's going to be hard to imagine like which year. And like Alabama, they're kind of in a down bad spot.
Yeah, quarterback situation is weird there.
It's very weird. They
Milroe is the quarterback, right?
They also just brought in
your boy.
Tyler Buckner.
Your boy.
Who struggled at Notre Dame. He struggled.
Yeah, he's a good athlete.
You know who's going to be a good college football team next year, and it pains me to say this is a Florida Gator. Florida State's going to be really good next year.
Yeah, Florida State. Dude,
I think
Jordan Travis
Florida State's going to be really
has
good
that
next year.
Profile of the guy you want to take in the draft, man. I'm telling you.
So first overall pick.
He's got the profile. Like he just and I admit, you know, a lot of this is based on well, I did watch a lot of his film in 2021 and then watching him in the LSU game to start the season. And they're going to play LSU again to start this next season. He has that escapability in the pocket, man. And he's getting better as a passer. So there's something to like about
he is getting a lot
Jordan
better.
Travis.
And also they had some key returns like
Yeah.
Jared Verse. That was
Johnny
shocking.
Wilson's coming
Probably
back.
first
He's
round
like
pick.
Wilson's
7'2".
Johnny
No.
Wilson's a
Not 7'2".
big-ass receiver, man.
He's big.
Florida State does seem like the team to me where it's like they could be really good, but are they going to be national title good?
That's tough. That's tough.
Yeah,
I don't know. But
that's
hey,
the
you can
difficult
win
part.
that. You can win that conference though.
And I also think there's like this immeasurable aspect of it where it's like, okay, to compete in a national title, I think you almost have to be there. And I know we saw TCU have the Cinderella run, but we saw what happened in the championship game. And I think everybody's in agreement. Michigan, TCU play that game 10 more times. Michigan's going to win the next 9.
I needed it. I needed it for my bank account. I needed it that one time.
I remember you wouldn't respond
That
to
was
anybody's
tough.
messages for a while.
That was pretty tough.
It was, but
Yeah.
like,
Because you just, unfortunately, all due respect to TCU, they mean well.
yeah, they do mean well. They had a lot of good guys.
They had no shot against Georgia.
No shot.
If TCU plays,
I'm not
that
sure
TCU
Michigan would have
does
had.
your
I don't
Stackhouse,
think so either,
That's going to be a
but-
good prospect.
If TCU plays that Georgia team 100 times,
They lose 99.
genuinely, how
Yeah.
many do you think they lose?
Every single
Because it's
one.
in the
It's-
90s.
It's in
Every
the
single
90s. Yeah.
Every single one.
Yeah.
I don't even know what outside of Max Duggan playing out of his mind for maybe 1 or 2 or 3 games
Yeah.
that gets it to 93 out of 100.
Yeah.
There was never going to be a prayer. At
agree.
least Michigan, 70s, 60s maybe.
The one thing I get concerned about with Florida State, and this is like getting into college football talk instead of draft talk, because it's completely different to talk college football as opposed to draft. Because all that matters is like, what does a player do for the team to help him win? Like a Brock Bowers, dominant. What's his draft status? It's like, well, he's the weight.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. I was worried about their schedule. I'm looking at it. It's very much like there's very few mid-tier teams. It's like bottom or top. I mean, they got LSU, got Clemson on the road, they got Miami. Close
LSU
the
also
season in
wins that
Florida.
game. The game in New Orleans last year. LSU wins that game 7 times out of 10 that they play.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Nate Pitts just keeps saying Duggan 2 and then the team that's on the clock. Just literally, I think he's been doing this for the last hour. Because every time I see it, I go, oh, did Duggan get picked?
Yeah, my
And then
favorite-
I'll look over and he hasn't, unless he actually did it.
Forget
It's
who
really
did it,
funny,
but they did like build a perfect quarterback in this class, and
It was just Duggan?
Well, no, like you know how like they'll do like an arrow to the head,
Yeah,
or,
yeah,
like,
yeah,
little
right.
processing whatever.
Right.
There was one, and it just said grit, Max Duggan.
Wow, there it is.
I mean, it's true.
Guy loves ball.
Loves ball.
We'll get deep into Max Duggan if he gets picked.
Loves ball.
Next question, prediction question.
Please.
Who is winning tonight? Tampa Bay Lightning or Toronto?
Oh,
No,
okay, we
no,
can't switch
no.
to sports here. We can't switch to sports here. Anybody that's still watching the
I
show.
couldn't name one player on either team.
Well, it's because you're not cultured.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a
because
lot
it
of-
doesn't matter here.
There's a lot of the Lightning are winning. There's a lot of people who are asking about Corey Trice still being on the board, and
Definitely medicals.
We
Yeah.
said this about 30 minutes ago. At this point in time, when you've got multiple punters being picked and there's good football players that are still left, it's medical. There's something up with Corey Trice, and maybe it's the ACL, maybe it's the groin. There's something wrong with him medically that takes him off the board. I think the same has to be the case with Ivan Pace Jr., with Moro Ojomo, with Anthony Johnson Jr. from Iowa State.
Emil Ekier?
Is he still there?
Yeah, he's still on the board.
Yeah. I thought he was going to be a late day 3
I
pick.
thought
but
someone might have taken Raheem Jarrett at some point, former 5-star, like #1 recruit in the nation type of thing.
Oh,
at the
yeah.
yeah.
position.
Lonnie Phillips was a Senior Bowl guy, the edge rusher from Kansas. He's still on the board. He hasn't been picked.
Jalen
Picks we
Marino
have-
Cropper.
We have, see, I'm very
I like
surprised
the-
that Puka Nacua came off the board when he did, and Jalen Cropper Moreno wasn't like somewhere
Right.
after. That to me was just a case of this is our guy. We're banging the table for him. Give me Puka Nacua, because they're very similar players. So if we were at that point of the wide receiver portion of the draft, it felt like he was going to come off the board soon after, but that didn't happen.
The Raiders pick, Nesta Jade Silvera from Arizona State, came from Miami previously. He's a player that I really, really want to think is going to be good in the NFL, but I just think he's going to be just a good college player, just the way he plays. Because like the way he wins, just his frame, just playing with leverage, just in college, like we're talking about, with guards and interior defensive linemen, that's going to help you win. But problem is that his rushes die on contact. He has no moves to speak of.
Not great.
Yeah, slow to react to the ball carrier. You go to the NFL, it's not the way you win is not going to fly, and I think that's the big thing when you're looking at these prospects. Like evaluating from a college sense, it's like, okay, you don't have to look at how they win, it's just how often they do it.
Yeah, to a certain degree, yeah. I agree. I kind of
and
agree
then
with that.
draft, it's like, do the way they win translate to the next level?
This is why PFF gets certain positions right, because the one-on-one positions, O-line, D-line,
edge and tackle.
It's like, did you win one-on-one or not? That's production. That's like real production at a very micro level that we can pinpoint, where it's like tougher to do that. And Steve said it yesterday, tougher to do that at corner, certainly at quarterback, et cetera, et cetera.
And that's when you really have to weigh in like scheme and stuff like that. And I think we're getting better, and I hope we're going to continue to get better at it, just like adding more nuance and analysis on what kind of scheme it is and how that can hinder or help a certain player translate to the next level.
Everyone is now screaming about taking Max Duggan.
The Rams had Max Duggan as QB2, so it's too bad they already got their QB1.
It's tough. It's just a tough draw for Duggan.
The cool thing for Max Duggan, though,
he was also QB2 in the national championship.
He was
amongst the two.
He was also QB2 to start the season for TCU.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
dude.
Which says a lot.
Look,
you guys are both like.
We've talked
Max Duggan.
We have talked Max Duggan for 5 years. We have talked about this.
You guys have no idea how much we've talked about Max Duggan from 2020 on.
Before that, he's been there for a minute.
He's been your boy?
Since you started. Literally since the week you started, we started talking
about Max Duggan, and he was really bad that year. And I have to give him credit because he turned into a really good college football player. Because he was tremendously not good for the first year of his existence in college football.
This past year was fun.
And he became really, really fun.
His completion percentage his first year was 53%.
It was so bad.
That's like some 1980s bullshit.
53%?
Yeah.
Damn.
But yeah, it was cool.
That's tough.
It was cool this year because I was prepping the game for the national title. It was one of our network stuff, and was looking at it and like, okay, like why did they bench, or why did they not start Max Duggan? And they went with Chandler Morris. And then Chandler Morris got hurt, Max Duggan came back in. And you could see that it was more of a confidence thing. Like they just didn't believe in him. Because like when Max Duggan came in, like those first 4 games, I think, like literally 33%, like a third of his passes were just screens. Just no trust in him to do anything downfield, to do any complex read. And that system by Garrett Riley is very simple and friendly for the quarterback to really operate. But you did see a turning point, like week 8 or week 9. I can't remember which game it was, but like Garrett Riley started like folding some stuff in. It's like, okay, maybe you could do some complicated stuff. And he started to have some like actual quarterbacking things. It's like, wow, didn't really expect this for him to do this. Are they still screaming Max Duggan?
Nate tweeted Duggan to the Seahawks. The Seahawks are on the board. I think they took Kenny McIntosh.
Oh, that's
which
fun.
I'm very surprised at. Unless
now I just want Max Duggan to get back.
No, maybe did they take Kenny McIntosh? Maybe they didn't. Maybe they're just showing him on the board. Okay, they did.
They did.
There you go. Kenny McIntosh. Sure. Receiving back off the board. National champion. Speaking of national championships, Max Duggan. On the board. Max Duggan to the Miami Dolphins.
You know what happened in that national championship game?
No, what happened?
Got eaten up.
Yeah, not great.
I still haven't watched it.
You never watched it?
You didn't watch it live? What were you doing?
Playing hockey.
You were actually playing?
Yeah, playing.
Or were you playing the video game?
No, my pickup league. I was playing hockey in my pickup league, my Monday pickup league. And I was like, I'm going to tape it and I'll watch it when I get back. And then I was like, let me just check the score first. Because I'll still watch it if it was a close game, even if I knew the score. Mm-hmm. It was like halftime and it was like blowout. And I was like, I'll never need to know what happened in this game.
An underrated player from that game that I mentioned earlier that I think's that's going to be a really good run defender at the next level is Nazir Stackhouse. He was really pivotal to that Georgia defense. Jalen Carter gets a lot of respect and a lot of credit, and as he should, best pass rusher by far. But in terms of like run, it was Jalen Carter plus Nazir Stackhouse.
As I said, I saw Duggan when he was in high school. He got destroyed by my school, Cedar Rapids Xavier.
go.
Ever since then, I've been a hater.
Yep. That's the best origin story of haterness.
Yeah.
Just like
Now we've got love in the chat for Tyson Bagent. Somebody said Tyson Bagent over Max Duggan, and now we've got Bagent to the Dolphins propaganda.
Well, the Dolphins did not take him. Took Ryan Hayes, Michigan.
Oh, okay.
too bad.
Who,
Not bad. Good selection.
He's high cut.
You're high cut.
Sounds like a piece of meat.
What's your
meat
favorite?
and
What's your
beef.
favorite piece of meat?
Oh, ribeye.
This is where we're
Why?
at.
Yeah. Are you a ribeye guy?
No.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I'll be a ribeye guy.
Oh, no. Yeah, I need more conviction than that.
I'm more like a
Filet.
New York strip type of person.
Okay, interesting.
Filet only.
You are
Oh
so
yeah, I'm
stupid.
such a
You are
piece of
so
shit. Yeah,
stupid.
yeah. I don't know anything because I like fillets.
He took that personally.
I did.
Not enough.
Can we get some nonstop ribeye love in the chat, please?
Can someone order me a ribeye steak and
I
deliver
just
it
want-
to,
I want
so
me
hungry.
right now?
I just
I'm
want
starving.
my triple chicken Chipotle bowl. That's just what I need.
I'd eat 2 George Karlaftis Chipotle bowls right now.
Oh,
What-
Max Duggan.
Did he
no!
get There it is! Come on, where's the chat?
Future starting
What up in the
quarterback for the
Los Angeles Chargers.
Max
Chargers.
Duggan.
Wow. All right. So
Nate
Max
called
Duggan.
it, dude. Nate called it right here. Nate was like Duggan to the Chargers.
Didn't he also say Duggan to every other team?
Right, that's the joke. That's
right.
the joke.
All right. So let's leave. I'll read
Look
my
at the
report.
chat going
That's the end of the
crazy
draft.
here.
The draft, all the prophecies have been fulfilled.
Damn it! We needed this bit to continue to
I know.
pick 259.
I know. That would have been the one.
To
That
make
would
it
have
last.
been the one.
Mr. Irrelevant. Everyone would be like, oh, Brock Purdy 2.0, Max Duggan.
Now
Justin
the
Herbert
bit's
gets hurt.
dead.
I am concerned with his accuracy, even though it did improve still, and how he handles NFL pressure and the different complex looks it brings.
Can't believe they picked Max Duggan.
He was improved last year.
Wait a second.
Rushing ability was
Wait a
great.
second. Hold on.
What?
TCU also picked the Chargers also picked the TCU wide receivers.
Oh wow, that's true.
Did they only watch half the game?
Yeah,
They just didn't watch the national title.
yeah, that's it.
They watched every other game besides the national championship in SoFi Stadium.
It's true. It's true.
Maybe they're just trying to help him out, and it's like, guys, we got to get over this. This is how we're gonna cope.
Tom Telesco was walking by his
This was their
office
last
in the
pick, too.
stadium as the game was going on. It's like, what? Oh,
Dude, wasn't he on the
Well,
field
that's
for
good.
that game? I'm pretty sure he was I'm pretty sure he was.
well, I didn't watch it.
I cannot believe that.
We need to
Chargers took
investigate
3
this.
Dude, if you
TCU players,
again, I'll say this
including
again.
Max Duggan.
The first year that we watched Max Duggan together,
Yes.
if you had told me he would be drafted in the NFL, even the 7th round, I would have not believed you. So, good on him.
If
Great on him.
Chandler Porras didn't get hurt, you'd be
I know.
working in
But here
some
he is.
And
Job.
instead, he's a member of the Los Angeles Chargers.
for now.
All right, we got our final guest of the show here on the line with us. Before we bring him in, got to remind people about our friends over at Game Time. This is the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States, and the reason is because they can guarantee the lowest prices for you. Sometimes up to 60% off, whatever you're looking for. Could be a sporting event, could be a concert, could be a comedy club, theater tickets, whatever it is, you can get it on Game Time. Go download the app. On the App Store, use promo code PFF when you sign up. Get $20 off whatever your next purchase is. They've got great features like the ones where you can see exactly what your view is for the seats that you're about to purchase. Before you purchase them, you know exactly what you're getting. And best of all, you know you're getting the lowest price because they have a lowest price guarantee, 110% of your money back if you can beat the price somewhere else. So that's why Game Time is fantastic. Go download it on the Apple App Store or anywhere that you're downloading your apps. Game Time app, use that promo code PFF and get yourself $20 off. Coming towards the end of the draft, and we know people are turning the page. We were turning the page a little bit more towards 2024, but what happens before the 2024 NFL draft is we got a lot of fantasy drafts to get to. And for that, we have our fantasy guru, the one and only Nathan Yonke, here with us. Nathan, thank you so much for joining the show, my friend.
Of course, thanks for having me. Happy to be on right after Max Duggan finally gets picked. So I know you have nothing else to talk about now that he's been off the board.
Yeah, so what do you think?
Glad to be here.
What round do you think you're drafting Max Duggan in fantasy? You think 2, or can he go up to 1 with all the elite wide receivers? What do you think about? No, I'm totally kidding. Please don't even attempt to answer that question. I do want to ask you, about Bijan Robinson. Bijan Robinson, the running back now with the Atlanta Falcons, he does go in the first round of the NFL draft, but where in your mind are you picking him? Really great pairing with Arthur Smith, but what's the usage like for a team that was already fantastic running the ball last year? What do you think?
I think he should be an early first-round pick in most fantasy leagues. I think he landed in the best-case scenario for him, being in a team that ran the ball the most out of any team last year and behind a top 5 offensive line. They were also a team that were willing to use 2 running backs significantly. They had multiple games where both of their running backs ran over 10 times. So I think Tyler Algier is still relevant in Atlanta, but I think Bijan Robinson easily could see 20 touches a game, and there's not many teams that have a running back that can do that. So I think he should be, right now I have him 3rd on my list of running backs.
There we go. What do you think about Detroit and Seattle's situation? Both of these teams, they've added running backs here in this draft. They already had running backs we felt like that they were going to lean upon. We know DeAndre Swift is out now in Detroit, but they still signed David Montgomery. The Seahawks had Kenneth Walker. So what are you making now of these teams drafting some running backs here in this draft, and what to make of those running backs and where they are in your rankings?
Detroit, I think, will be very interesting, like David Montgomery that they added to their team, and then adding Gibbs as well. I think Gibbs can do what Swift does. I think Montgomery can do what Jamal Williams does, but I think both of their new running backs are a little more well-rounded than their previous running backs. So I think it'll be very interesting to see exactly how these two split up. It was a situation last year where both of their running backs were capable of having top 20 performances in the same week. It happened, I think, 5 times last year. So I think both of these players are still going to be very relevant. It'll be hard for either of them to be a top 10 running back just because there's 2 guys there, but I think definitely top 25 is well within the possibilities for both players.
What about wide receiver? Because we were told that this is a little bit of a down wide receiver class, but we knew that we were going to have a handful of them go early. We had 4 of them in the first round. You know, you had Jackson Smith and Jigba, Quentin Johnston, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison. Are any of them immediately fantasy football relevant to the point where you want to prioritize them in your rankings and your draft, things like that? What would you think of this wide receiver class and some of the fits now that we know where these guys are going?
I think the first player that should be picked for redraft leagues is Jordan Addison going to the Minnesota Vikings with Adam Thielen leaving. I think that leaves a big hole in the offense, so I think Addison will be able to fill that, be the number 2 wide receiver in a pass-happy offense with a good quarterback. So I think that's the best fit this year. I think the other wide receivers that were drafted in the first round, probably better in dynasty leagues. I think they definitely have a chance to do well. But with Seattle, with the Los Angeles Chargers, both teams have 2 very good wide receivers at the top of their depth chart. They'll definitely make an impact on their first year, but there's just so many targets to go around that both teams could lose some of those wide receivers in 2024, 2025. It'll just be hard for them to see enough targets in 2023.
What about the quarterbacks? I mean, the quarterbacks, 3 of them went very early. We had 3 of them in the top 4 of this draft. You had Will Levis going at the top of the second round, but all 4 of them kind of projected maybe be getting on the field next year. Or is there one of them that makes them a little bit more fantasy relevant than the other? And do you think that there might be, I guess, multiple from this group that you could depend with your fantasy team?
Sure. The first 3 that were picked in the first round, I think all are worth draft picks late in drafts just to take a flyer when you're trying to get a backup quarterback, trying to get someone with high upside, because there's at least a dozen starting quarterbacks in the league that we know who they are and we know that they're not fantasy starting quarterbacks, where these guys at least have a chance to be. And Anthony Richardson with the Colts, I think, should be drafted highest from the group simply because of his rushing ability. We've seen plenty of cases where rushing quarterbacks, just with that production and how fantasy scoring works, are able to be fantasy starters, even if they're not the best throwers. So Anthony Richardson could be the next Jalen Hurts, but even if he's not, we've seen guys like Taysom Hill, when he started at quarterback, be a fantasy starter. So if you have that rushing ability and are a starting quarterback in the NFL, you have a shot at being a fantasy starter.
My last question for you is just, it's total skill position kind of a thing, but we heard that this might not be the most star-studded draft when it came to those skill positions. Running backs, wide receivers, tight ends. So that goes into the fantasy football world. It might not rock the rankings this year, but it feels like there were still a lot of players who went to some unique spots, and they might not be rookie sensations, but could be in good selections for any keeper leagues, developmental leagues, Devy leagues out there that might have that keeper format for players. Is there maybe one or two players, could be any of those positions where you say, I like where they landed. It might not have a ton of volume early on, but I really like where they landed and what their future can be.
Yeah, I think Dalton Kincaid probably is at the top of the list. I went into the draft having both him and Dawson Knox in my top 12 for fantasy going into the year. Now that they're competing for snaps with each other, it's going to be hard for either of them to be fantasy starters this year. Knox signed a big contract at the start of last season, so I think they'll probably be stuck with Knox on the roster at least for this year, maybe another year as well. But pairing him with Josh Allen for the long term, I think will be huge for him. I think he has a chance to be a top 10 fantasy tight end for several years. It just might not be in 2023. And then a day two guy who I think could make an impact both this year and long term. Rice with Kansas City losing some of their wide receivers.
Sure.
They don't have a clear number one guy. Kadarius Toney, if he's healthy, could be that. And then Travis Kelce, of course, is the best tight end in the NFL. But he is 34 years old now. I think will be 35 by the end of the season, if I'm remembering right. So he can stay a productive tight end for the next couple of years, but we typically don't see tight ends playing that well for that long. So Patrick Mahomes is going to need a new number one weapon at some point of time, and there's at least a chance that Rice can be that guy.
Everybody follow Nathan's fantastic work. He does such a great job covering fantasy football in the league from a fantasy football perspective. As you guys can tell, already updating the rankings with where these guys in the 2023 NFL Draft have landed. Nathan, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course, thanks for having me.
All right, while we were chatting with Yankee, we had Corey Trice finally come off the board, and it had to go to the team that I feel like is already an A+ in the draft in the Pittsburgh Steelers. What a freaking pick here.
Him and Joey Porter are just like
unbelievable.
They
Could be the starting duo for them if whatever Corey Trice is.
I will say that we have to remember that for him to go pick 241, if it's an injury thing, it's possible that it's not something that's gonna lead to success.
What do you never know. Like Trey Smith.
Well, I love him. I love the tape. Wow, I just went
take a
crazy there.
harpoon to the chest.
Me, I love the tape. Me, I love tape. I love tape. I love tape.
But don't forget Trey Smith. Same thing. Fell all the way to what was it?
Oh, we forgot him.
Round 6, round 7.
Trey Smith, Kansas City.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because people were concerned about blood.
I will say that if they do,
and so the recognition
it's
for him
it's starting to hit me hard.
If they do a Kansas City, if the Pittsburgh Steelers do a Kansas City O-line from 2 years ago and get Humphrey in the second round, they got Humphrey in the second round and they got Trey Smith later, and they both started and they rebuilt their offensive line. If they do Joey Porter Jr., Corey Trice, second round pick, Joey Porter Jr., late round pick, super late round pick, Corey Trice, and they both start and they rebuild the cornerback room. That's sickening.
Also,
Packers took Anthony Johnson from Iowa State.
Yeah.
Chris loves him. Chris loves him.
My big note on him, football guy. You can tell it.
He loved to pick the guys that absolutely love ball.
No, he's one of those he never gives up on his play, gets on his horse when he needs to. Types of guys just scouts love him. I would refer to him as his number 31. Just can't quit.
Do that. The whole rest of the show, just call them by their number. Don't even mention their name.
I should have done the whole show like that. Wear my glasses
ball.
instead of my contacts. Wear them on my nose. Just chew the entire time. Just continuously spitting. 31, loves ball. No, but legit, he is explosive. Flies in like a bat out of hell, closing in on underneath stuff. Movement skills aren't great. I think tackling was a little bit of a concern. It was an issue, probably going to be an issue. Kind of inefficiencies in his movement too. That's kind of the big concern there. But I mean, Chris loved him. I think he probably should have gone a few rounds before this, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Played outside corner for Iowa State every year until this past year when he moved to safety in that 3-high safety system. Which I want to get your opinion because you said it's not in the. Yesterday I was listening. You said it's not in the NFL yet. You think that'll ever come to the NFL?
What?
That 3-high safety system?
Probably not. Yeah.
Why? Players or coaches aren't going to want to do it? What's the reason?
Well, so one of the issues with the 3-high stuff is the pass rush. I've always said this is you often have to play without an edge, a literal without the edge, right? We see it in college all the time. NFL teams do not want to play without edge rushers. They do not want to play without edge rushers.
So how do colleges mitigate that why it wouldn't work in the NFL?
There's not always a stud edge that you need to have all the time on the field if you're a college team, like if you're Iowa State. Which is funny, and here's the funny thing with Iowa State: they have a top 15 edge player who played a lot inside. As we know. Like, they were okay with it.
He played
they were just okay with
lot.
it.
Yeah.
So that I think is always to me going to be the main difference. But I think it's
just so much easier to
3
get.
high safety, cover 2, or like cover 3 double cut from 3 high safety is like the best defense in football right now. And it would work in the NFL, but you'd have to give up the pass rush. And the thing is, the quarterbacks.
So when you say, I'm very curious here. When you say that it would work in the NFL.
Well, now I'm thinking about it. I don't think so because the quarterbacks. So one of the things that why the 3 high safety and why putting 8 guys in pass coverage works at the college level, because they're a lot more robotic the quarterback's a lot more robotic. So it's like, 1, 2, 3, I throw the ball. 1, 2, 3, I throw the ball. Where it's like NFL quarterbacks are so much smarter in saying, you're dropping 8, I got time, I can chill in the pocket because you're only rushing 3 guys, and I can make it play. So, because you see a lot of deep, like you can still get people open against 8 guys down the field, 8 guys in coverage, especially if you buy time. And quarterbacks are going to be okay with buying time against an 8-man rush.
And if the NFL level, if you're dropping 8, it's going to come in like creative fashion. Like you're going to probably have a lot of guys up at the line of scrimmage dropping.
Though I'll say, the famous AFC Championship, the first Bengals Chiefs one, where the Bengals came back in the second half, they're just dropping 8. I'm just like,
well, they're doing, and they also have like guys up at the line of scrimmage, and
they were, but I think there was a lot of because they dropped Hubbard. I think so he was like edge, and then they would drop him. But like really, it was pretty basic stuff. They're just trying to get more guys in the passing windows.
It makes a lot of sense to your point, like why it works at the collegiate level, just because like quarterbacks aren't smarter.
No, that's it.
They're not as smart, and also it's a lot easier to get pressure at the collegiate level with no like blitzer game up front, Because if you have a Will McDonald, that's why like pass rush is very important, even more important at the collegiate level and NFL level to like team success. Because quarterbacks struggle more under pressure, and offensive linemen are not as developed. And if you have like freak athletes,
you try your best. I mean, you see it in the NFL too. But like, what I'm seeing more, and I can't get like the Wisconsin tape. Watching Benton, watching Herbig, out of my head, because it's like, man. Jim Leonard, who's not going to be coaching this year, but Jim Leonard is like he's on it. He's on his stuff when it comes to trying to find free rushers. Still sending 4, trying to get a free rusher from somewhere. That's the game going forward on defense, I think.
In the future of that too, like that's a good point because of the transfer portal. They're going to be picking guys that are like fit for that exact job. Like, okay, we want just an explosive athlete that can take advantage.
That is a really good point. With the transfer portal being as open as it is, you're almost going to see coaches kind of pick and choose the traits that they want that might be available, right?
You can do that if you have a PFF Ultimate subscription.
Yeah, and it's only going to get better too. Like, I'm excited about it.
Are you telling coaches out there to go get PFF Ultimate?
They all have it. So they all have it.
I was going to say. If you guys out there want PFF Ultimate,
they can't have it.
Yeah, you gotta work for PFF. So.
Draft 40. You gotta put a lot of cash in my pocket.
Draft 40 is gonna get you 40% off of a PFF subscription, but it's not gonna give you PFF Ultimate.
I actually did have this thought.
Giving away PFF Ultimate?
No, I remember I was actually walking and I've had this thought. I was like, all right, with the transfer portal though, are we gonna see a downtick in like development in college players because there's so much movement and they're not really getting that continuous development within one system, and it helps their understanding kind of develop of like an overall theme of the game. And if they're moving to a new system, it's a completely different ballgame. Like that's difficult for such a young player to kind of grasp. Are we going to see like that development hindered?
I'm curious to hear what you think about this, but I don't think as much as maybe that argument would suggest on the surface, because coaches also change pretty regularly now, right? I mean, like, how rare is it for a player to have the same defensive coordinator for 4 years?
Yeah,
right?
even more specifically, a position coach for 4 years.
Oh,
That's tough,
dude,
right?
position coaches, I feel like change every year no matter what, because so many of these position coaches are recruiters. It's basically what they are. You've almost got like coaches that are literally just there to be recruiters, and they're like, you're here to recruit for us, just coach running backs. And then they figure it out from there, but then they go, okay, well, our running backs maybe weren't as good as we wanted. Now we need an actual running back coach in there. You get somebody else. So I think that that's a great observation as well.
I mean,
I think the one thing, I really like what you said there. The one thing I'll flip it and I'll say that I think development can happen a lot faster when you're kind of in the same environment, probably. So like the player staying at one school, even if the coaches are changing, I can see development, especially if you keep the same strength and conditioning coach and stuff like that. But yeah, I think it's interesting to think about the potential lack of development as you're moving around. And I'm all for player movement. I think this is one of the best things to happen to college football. But
I mean, so somebody logged into the chat and asked if Max Duggan is available, and Nate said in all caps, "Heck no, Duggan isn't available. Dude got drafted forever ago." Nate, this is my favorite bit.
Thursday night.
He said, "I called it. You should have been there."
Oh man,
this is great. We've got about what are we on? Pick 245.
247 apparently.
Oh,
240 TV over there.
Oh wait, yeah, we're on 248.
You can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We've almost got just 10 picks remaining.
My contacts are fried right now.
There's only 259 selections in this year's NFL draft due to the 2 that were forfeited.
I wonder, so this is probably
Lucky
dumb.
us.
Yeah, this is probably dumb, but I wonder if Mr. Irrelevant, who has Mr. Irrelevant? The Rams. All right. If the Rams take court after the Brock Purdy thing, you're like, oh, we want to do
Who's he going to be? Let's see
Todd
it.
Centillo, James Madison.
Did you say Tapatio, the hot sauce? Is that what you said?
That's what he said.
Is that what he said?
Colorado State Ram.
What are you saying to me right now?
Graded highly.
Yeah,
I believe.
Sam Adams is like QB8. He's
small.
He's
best
so
available
small.
that we have at the quarterback position: Malik Cunningham,
Oh, my guy.
Tyson Bagent.
Never heard of him.
Both Senior Bowl quarterbacks.
I like Malik.
Do you?
I'm into Malik.
Is he your guy?
Dude, he hyped him up.
First round player?
I honestly was expecting a really good campaign this season from Malik Cunningham, and it just didn't materialize. So I was wrong about him going into the season.
Is there a reason it didn't materialize?
I didn't really watch, but I did watch
Okay.
him. I watched his 2021 tape, like all of it, and I was like, oh, there's a lot to like here from a decision-making perspective, and he's an athlete too. But
He ran a fast 40.
Yeah,
what was it?
but it just didn't work out for
It was
whatever
pretty
reason.
fast. Hold on, let me look.
Louisville also is just like, that's a rough place right now, man. Every 5 years, Louisville has a great team, and you're like, oh my God, Louisville's back. And then the other 4 years are not very good.
He ran a 4.53.
It's fast.
That is fast. He also weighed 192 pounds, which is in the 0th percentile of quarterbacks.
0th. I love
That's
when
a
people
tough
say
look.
0th.
What am I supposed to say?
No, you're right.
If you
Nil?
catch a 0th
Nil. You have to say
percentile,
nil.
if you
whole
catch a
soccer
0th
game,
percentile, then it's probably like it's over, bro.
Oh, really?
It's
'Cause
over.
Let me tell you what Emmanuel Forbes' weight is, and he was the 16th overall pick. 0th percentile.
What is he weigh?
I like him so much.
166.
I like him so
And
much.
how tall? 6'2"? 6'1"?
What's his playing weight though? That's different.
It's 166.
No, that's
His
combine
play-
weight. That's combine weight.
Okay, well, it's not like.
Well, no, because
everyone's weight listed as their combine weight.
What do you think he
because-
lost weight for
no.
the combine?
No, it won't be because as soon as the rosters are imported from the season, the weight's going to go up, and then that percentile's going to go up, right?
I
I
don't
don't
think
know.
so.
I could be wrong.
I don't know how that works. Okay, yeah, he's the 0th percentile for weight. Let me see who the next closest corner is, because he's 6 feet tall.
Don't do it to me.
I'm gonna do it.
I
to
like
you.
him.
I'm gonna do it to
Don't
you.
ruin the pick.
Weight. All right, it's already ruined.
Who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant?
Marvin Love was 164.
Never heard of him.
Cedric Williams was 168.
Never heard of him.
Hamp Cheevers was 169.
I've heard of
Morgan
him.
State
Hamp
Beaver.
Cheevers.
Yeah. Go Beavs.
Jack Jones was 171. A good football player.
Marcus Jones is probably around there too,
played well
right?
for a little bit. Where is Marcus? No, Marcus Jones. Marcus Jones is 174. Marcus Jones almost outweighs. Marcus Jones is 5'8", and he almost outweighed Emmanuel Forbes by 10 pounds.
Get off my ass. I like Emmanuel Forbes.
So do the Commanders. They absolutely love him. It's just wild to me that a guy with a 0th percentile measurable is getting picked in the first round. It's pretty crazy.
That's a fair take. Like, you can't, if somebody says, I don't think Emmanuel Forbes is going to pan out because he doesn't have anything in his frame, like, you can't disregard that because it just hasn't worked. Oh, Howie's cooking.
Howie is cooking.
What happened?
High five.
Moro?
No, you don't get the high five.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you're not on board the...
Yeah, you're not on the Ajomo hype train.
Yeah.
Okay. Eagles selected Moro Ojomo.
right,
So
let's
we've been
break this
talking
one
about
down
him for
in depth.
forever.
I don't know why he fell, but he is a legit run defender. Like, in my opinion, play right now run defender. So, I don't get it.
He's got length.
Oh, good thing the
huge
Eagles need him to play right
hands,
now.
Just smart.
I can't believe he's a 7th rounder.
Yeah. He's not a great
That
pass
is
rusher right now.
silly.
Not a great pass
Yeah,
rusher
but
right now.
still.
But what a run defender. Yeah.
I got to think that if he just fell because of his tweener size and weight,
Right.
silly. To me,
Exactly.
very
I
silly.
That's probably why
But-
he fell too.
But he is. I think over the course of his career, he's played. Like, one year he played more 3-tech, the other year he played more 5-tech, the other year he bounced back onto the interior. It's just, he's been all over the place. And it is kind of funny that some teams go, oh, look at that, he's versatile. And other teams go, oh, look at that, he doesn't have a home anywhere. It's just, every team's going to be so different when it comes to players like this. But I am very surprised that maybe not the entire NFL was going to be in on him. Nobody before the 7th round.
No, it's crazy.
Like,
It's crazy.
even from like a technique
How he
sense,
continues to cook.
It makes sense why like Philly would want him, like would take him, because Nolan Smith, like, very similar in like different ways. Like, not similar at all, but like just from a
So is
technique.
he similar or not similar?
I don't know.
I mean, he's similar in
You get
different
off my
ways.
ass,
I mean, they're not
too.
similar at all, but
I'm doing my best right now. No, but like Ojomo, like just from a technical standpoint against the run, you reading the flow, just reducing your strike zone, holding the point. He's got the explosiveness. He checks all those boxes. I like it a lot. That might be my favorite pick of round 7.
who do we want Mr.
Okay.
Irrelevant to be?
Oh, like you quantified that.
Who do we? All right, call the shot. Call the shot right now. Los
Andre
Angeles
Carter.
Rams.
Andre Carter.
You know what I actually want?
I'm gonna get up
I want
and
somebody
like, salute
to
the
trade
flag.
up back into the 7th round for Mr. Irrelevant. That would be
Next year,
That would be
6th round pick.
electric.
Yeah.
Yes.
I need it.
I would love to see it. As of right now, the Los Angeles Rams are scheduled to pick.
Yeah.
Pick number 259.
I'm gonna tell you something. They're probably gonna make that pick.
Don't count them out. Don't count the Saints out. Loomis loves to get aggressive.
Loomis,
Loves to go up.
he
and
got
get his-
excited watching Brock Purdy last year.
So
do
Los
it again.
Angeles Rams are picking at the very end of the draft. Chat, I want you to call your shot now. It can't be Max Duggan. Max Duggan's already off the board.
Yeah.
Nate called it. He was off the board for forever ago. Don't mention it. The best available. You guys tell me who Mr. Irrelevant's going to be, and I want to hear from the chat as well.
It's not going to be best available. That's for damn sure.
Well, no, I'm saying the best
I'll
available
say-
on the tracker.
I
You could use it
think-
as a point of reference.
I'm gonna say Andre Carter, Army defensive end.
All right.
He's got to work on his calf strength. I mean, his legs.
Well, this is why he hasn't been picked yet.
His legs look like a 55-year-old man.
Yeah, but you know what? I'll say that like, it's not great.
I'm going Jonah Tavai from San Diego State.
Fun player. Fun
I
little
know.
bowling ball
They're
player.
kind of
Yeah.
they're kind
I
of
could
they're
see
kind
that
of
too.
player.
That's a good route.
I'm going Jonah Tavai.
Yeah.
The 3 players I'm kind of surprised that have not been taken. Emil Ekir. I'm kind of surprised no one
Yeah,
took
but
a swing
who's
on
a
Eli Ricks.
Mr. Irrelevant type of player? For
Ivan Pace. Those are the 3 guys.
It's so harsh, isn't it?
It is harsh, but it's like it's what you want. It's a ball player.
Yeah, you're drafting a guy that loves ball.
So who is your pick?
I'm getting there.
Hold on. All right, I'll read some from the chat while you got time. Shaq Vid says Sean Tucker.
Oh yeah, okay, that's a good guy.
We got a Tyson Bagent. We've got Eli Ricks,
Nah.
Sonny Weaver Jr., Michael Turk.
Ooh, Thomas Inkum.
Michael Turk, like punter.
I don't know. People have been spamming Michael Turk's name.
I think he's the
Spamming.
he's the punter. And he's the son of the the Pro Bowl player.
Okay, fine.
Tywin Mullen.
Andre Carter,
Good boy.
Tyson Bagent, Keaton Mitchell, Malik Cunningham, Ivan Pace. Yeah, I would love that one. Anthony Orji.
Michael Turk is the nephew of Matt Turk, who was a punter in the league for a long time.
I got the winner. I'm sorry, chat. Carlton Marshall, Troy.
Okay, go ahead. Who is he?
You serious?
I've heard the name before. But
Carlton Marshall from Troy.
He's like the super undersized off-ball linebacker that has like the most tackles ever.
So just not Ivan Pace.
All right, whatever. You guys don't know ball. Me getting all the fence. He's 5'9", 210. Oh,
Ronnie Bell.
I'm
5'9", 210. He's a linebacker.
He's played 3,400 snaps. He has
What?
over 500 tackles
What?
in his career. He's played 5 seasons.
Nobody's
Never
picking
had a run defensive grade lower than 83.5.
Nobody's picking him. I mean, all due respect. The young man means well.
Hey,
He does.
let's look this up. I think he's near the top of the NCAA tackle leaders.
He has to be. With
Yeah.
500, that's insane.
In our database, and our
That's
tackles
insane.
are different. It's close.
Our tackles are different. They're
Yeah,
better.
he did.
They're better.
He's a former walk-on. Set the NCAA tackle record.
That's pretty
this year.
incredible. Okay, now I want him to.
Yeah.
Now I want him to get it.
That's the guy I think.
Never mind. I want you to be wrong. So I still want me to win, but like it'll be cool if you're right. Who's your guess?
Andre Carter.
Oh, that was a real guess?
Yeah.
Okay. There are a couple of Andre Carters in the chat. Some people were with you.
He was another guy was projected to be like a first-round pick for a long time, and then everyone actually turned the tape on.
Yeah. It was a really tough week for him in Mobile.
It's some of the worst Senior Bowl tape you can
Now,
find.
I'm going to be completely honest. He had to go up against Darnell Wright, who is the 10th overall pick in the draft, and DeJuan Jones, who is as big as a mountain. So, like, neither of those players are his, like, I'm gonna be able to show you anything on this one. And, in fact, when it comes to the one-on-one run blocking / hold the point of attack drills, he's going up against both of those dudes. It was never going to end well. But it was tough. It was tough to watch.
That's a.
He is a unique speed rusher who played in the widest of 9 alignments you'll ever see.
Yeah.
His lower half is just like.
Well, hold on, don't go too hard on it because I got to.
Well, no, you got to think about it.
I'm team small caps, unfortunately.
Who made this point to me? I think Sam did. We were talking about it. He was like, I mean, you got to think. Played for Army. I mean, he's training. You know, he's probably running a shit ton more than like most people do.
It's true.
It's probably hard to keep that
For
kind
sure.
of like muscle on there, which is like completely fair. I mean, the fact that he's able to play in the NFL is cool.
Nick Jones went from Ball State. Let's go. Let's go. I like Nick Jones.
You're the only person on the planet.
Dude,
that
he's
said-
feisty. What, do you not like that attribute in the corner?
I do like that attribute.
Thank you, Seth. Wow, an actual ball knower over here.
I feel ganged up on. You guys know ball.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It would have really hurt if we ended the show and you didn't tell me that I knew ball. That's who I think is going to be Mr. Irrelevant. Jonah
waiting.
Tavai.
Can we get a res round right pick so we can get both Oregon State corners off the board?
Yeah,
in
you'd
the
like
last
that.
10 picks.
You would like that.
No, Dave would love that.
You know, speaking of guys who were
Dave
at
so
one
far
point
would love to be two corners coming
suggested
on.
top 50 picks, Brandon Joseph from Notre Dame, man. When he was
Yeah.
at Northwestern, he had a ton of ball production.
Oh,
but
yeah, I forgot about
I just
that.
don't think he's athletic enough to play free safety. He's not big enough to play strong.
Oh, Ronnie Bell
he's-
just got picked.
Oh, okay.
Good.
So
That's a good pick.
There were a couple of people who put Ronnie Bell in as their guest for Mr. Relevant. You got to put in a new guest now.
Yeah, with Brandon Joseph, it was mostly like run support. There's like a sense of, there was a lack of urgency. Like you saw some bad missed tackles coming downhill. And Trav, to your point, like, yeah, just middling speed. Just doesn't really have the explosiveness or the physical nature to really like survive at that position.
Which, other than Bryce Young, which quarterback landing spot was your favorite? You can go all the way down to Jay Kaner being a pick for the Saints.
It's got to be Richardson.
Stetson Bennett.
Who picked Stetson Bennett?
The Rams.
Oh, yeah, the Rams
Yeah.
did. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Think he's going to dethrone Stafford?
Well, he's going to dethrone
probably
John
gonna-
Wolford.
Dude, is he going to have to start this year because Matthew Stafford's hurt? Is the question.
That's rough.
There's
That
a
would be
real chance.
something.
There's a real chance Stetson Bennett's starting
Week 1.
Week 1 for the Los Angeles Rams.
Wow.
They probably picked a guy. They're like, hey, we need somebody that's can play right now, NFL ready. I looked at Stetson Bennett. He's like, that's our guy.
That's their guy. Could be. So, okay. Do you think it's, who do you think-
Genuinely, I do like that pick. If we're talking just like the big, like we'll go 5
You don't
quarterbacks.
have to. I mean, you said you like Stetson Bennett, but
I mean, I was never big on this quarterback class. It's interesting. I also thought about this too. It's like, I think a lot of people making boards just like publicly, there's like a lot of consensus mindset from it because it's like, there's no team that thinks of like, okay, you have those 5 quarterbacks, like, you know, I'm talking Young, Stroud, Richardson, Levis, Hooker. There's not a single team that has those 5 guys as like top 15 prospects. They have like maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I get that.
And it's like kind of thinking towards that. It's just trying to figure out like what you value because every team's different. Everybody's situation's different.
well, a situation included.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah. I was just thinking like overall, like overarching, just like the quarterback evaluation process. I want to say Young. Like, I guess I got to go Hooker because like nobody reached on him. Like, I think 3rd round's fine.
Okay.
Like, I flat out wouldn't have taken him.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
I said, he's like QB9 for me. I just wouldn't have taken him.
I agree.
But just considering like what was talked about, and like honestly, if I had to pick any team for him to go to, it would have been Detroit.
They liked him a lot, I was told, during the interview process. Like, they
That's
just
good.
absolutely loved him.
I guarantee it. He seems like a. I was gonna say he seems like a nice guy, but
No, he does, actually.
No, he does.
But like, genuinely, he does seem like a nice guy.
I've heard great things about him.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, you're about to kill the kid.
No, I'm not.
Oh, no.
Dude, I was rooting for Hendon
Oh,
before when
no.
Joe Milton won the starting job. Remember that? And I was like, Hendon Hooker's got a little spunky in him.
He
can win.
had some good play at Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
Dude,
did.
did you bring up Joe Milton? Did I hear that name?
Yeah. It was a big ordeal. I remember
Joe
best-
Milton is going to have like a
Best
great
arm
season
I've ever seen.
because he plays in that offense, and everyone's going to be like, well, I don't know what to do with him. And it's like, we haven't learned.
Go ahead. Go off.
So,
We got 4 picks left.
Yeah,
We got
yeah.
time to kill. Go off.
Yeah.
Tim Couch,
Yeah.
1999 first overall,
Taking us back.
or 2000 first overall, 99.
I won't correct you.
I think it's 99. Played in the air raid, right, under Hal Mummy and Mike Leach at Kentucky. Put up astronomical passing stats that I think Joe Burrow only recently broke his like touchdown passing record, like SEC touchdown yards or passing record in 2019, right? So like 2 decades later. People could not understand what to do with that, all those yards in an era where no one was throwing the football, right? And it's like, oh my God, look at this production. It's unbelievable. We've never seen anything like that. First overall pick, bust, right? And there's a few more guys in that area. I think Ryan Leaf played in a similar-ish type of offense, bust. So we finally decided, oh no, if you're playing the air raid and we're not going to pick you anymore because we've learned our mistakes. We haven't learned our mistakes yet. We haven't learned our Bryce Petty mistakes, our RG3 mistakes, our blah, blah, blah mistakes in this particular offense. It's too bad.
I take
Good
that.
for Hooker. Good for Hooker to go in the 3rd round. And you know, when he was mocked at the 1st and 2nd round, cool. But like, we haven't learned. We see this production. You know, Hyatt won to Blitnikov. He was a Heisman finalist, or would have been a Heisman finalist, whatever. I don't remember. We cannot separate. We just see the production, and we're like, oh my God, he's amazing. And it's like, yo, you put Jake Haener in that offense. Then we're talking about Jake Haener as a potential 1st round pick.
I got news for you guys.
What?
The PFF mock draft simulator has officially turned over.
No,
His turn. I'm
To
gonna
2024.
do a mock real quick.
Dude, I got it fired up right now. 1 and 2.
They're taking Spencer Rattler.
They have the Bucks at 3? This is disrespect. Who do I need to talk to? Did you do this?
I did this.
Did you
Yeah.
pay somebody to do this?
Yeah, I did this.
Oh
The
wow! I
Bucks
forgot.
picking 3?
I forgot Chicago also has 2 first rounders. Of Carolina.
Oh.
They do.
Forgot about that.
Pick number 10 and 11.
I
This
forgot
is gonna
about
be
that.
fun. Caleb Williams, Marvin Harrison, Joe Alt, Brock Bowers, Olu Fashanu, Jared Verse. Look at all these guys. Man, this is fantastic. You guys can all see this over at PFF.com. If you just go to the mock draft simulator page, it's right there. It's fully updated. This is incredible.
3 more picks.
All right, Caleb Williams is pick 1.
To me, 100%.
Yeah.
He is
Wild.
special. I think he's special, man.
Yeah, I agree.
His arm talent is nasty.
I took Caleb Williams and Spencer Rattler 1 and 2.
Breeds competition, and you don't release Kyler.
No.
You just keep.
We're gonna have the
may
best
the best man
quarterback
win.
room ever.
Best man win.
That's gonna be the best competition.
They're gonna
ever.
bring back Josh Rosen.
What's he gonna do? Play tight end?
Just
He's
for
gonna push
vibes.
them. Yeah, he's gonna play tight end.
He's gonna push them. Oh man. Liam said, so we can't do the mock draft for the last 4 picks. No, you unfortunately cannot.
Yeah, sorry, buddy.
3 picks now. Grant Tubodger's also one.
Okay, three picks here. The last picks in the draft. But
Seems like
yeah,
an Ivan Pace team.
you guys can go over to the mock draft simulator and you can start running mock drafts for 2024. The Bucks at number 3 is just absolute slander.
And if you take Spencer Rattler in the first round, send those screenshots Trev's way.
To the
2
Bucks
picks
at
left.
3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alex Forsythe, I like that pick.
We're at 258.
I like that pick.
What do we got? What do we got? 250.
This mock had Bo Nix going 5th overall.
Like both eggs.
I can hear Tantilla just yelling up there.
Man, this is
Dude,
gonna be
Texas is going to be fun next year with A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy.
I can't believe they got A.D. Mitchell. Xavier Worthy, a couple of
Yeah.
people were asking us about him, and obviously I think he had a little bit of a down year, but he's still extremely talented. He's so good. Him and A.D. Mitchell are going to be fun. So
Remember Tyler Van Dyke?
Yeah, he almost went to Bama. That's what I got.
wait, did the
concerned,
Saints trade this pick
I guess.
to the
I guess
Broncos?
so.
Yeah.
Because the Saints did have the pick.
I think.
Oh, Alex Forsythe. Okay, there it is.
I have notes on him. Do we want the scouting report on Alex Forsythe?
2 more picks.
No.
I
Steve
really
Powell,
liked his hand usage.
Steve Palazzolo's official entry for Mr. Irrelevant
Doesn't
is
play
Ivan
with power
Pace.
though.
It's Ivan Pace.
I'm telling you, it's gonna be Carlton Marshall.
I'm okay with that if it's Carlton Marshall. I just want to salute the troops with Andre Carter.
I mean, you can still do that, even if he gets.
Priority free agent.
Yeah.
Would you
priority.
rather be Mr. Irrelevant or
No, you'd much rather
undrafted?
be a priority free
Priority
agent.
free agent.
Yeah.
You get to actually pick where you're going.
Yeah.
And if you're a real priority undrafted free agent, you could
Yeah, but
bid
nobody
against
cares.
other teams,
Like
little extra money, little
if
extra
Brock
quiche.
Purdy was undrafted, wouldn't be as like fun. But because it's like Mr. Irrelevant, it was like, oh, Mr. 259.
Does it?
Yep.
All right. Well, I need you to buy more time, so keep that bid going.
Yeah, I'll break down Alex Forsythe.
Yeah. You got notes?
His jumps were really bad. He had a hammy issue during the vert. 3rd most penalties among Power 5 centers over the last 2 years. Thin lower half. I think he's going to have some play strength issues if he ever sees the field. But again, hand usage, very, very important at the position. And I think he checks that box. I liked it. All right,
Seth, take over.
I don't think hand usage is as important as other things.
In
That's
what?
it. What he's a center or
in terms
or
of being
tackle?
good at the NFL level.
Yeah, like that's like the last. I think hand usage is like the last step, right? Like let's get everything else under control and then we can do hand usage.
I would say with tackles, it's more important.
Right, he's a center.
For sure. Yeah, he's a center.
Okay, yeah. Then it makes more sense because you're just trying to get that leverage and like because it happens so quickly that you need to be able to
Yeah.
to
But like,
get that leverage and torque people.
yeah, you have to have like,
Torque people.
if you don't have a good base and like a good thick lower half, that can really hold its own.
Favorite pick of the entire draft? Mine's Darnell Wright. I love the Darnell
Really?
Wright pick. No, not the Darnell Wright pick. Sorry, Darnell Washington pick. For them to get Darnell, well,
I was about to say, I was like, that was your
I
favorite?
also love the Darnell Wright pick. I think it was
Yeah,
fantastic.
it's good.
He's
But I was
great.
like, of all picks, that's your
Darnell
favorite?
Washington, I think, is my favorite off the top of my head. Them getting him at 93.
Mm-hmm.
I had Darnell Washington as a top 20 player on my board.
Really?
Yeah, I loved Darnell Washington.
How many targets do you think he's going to fetch a game? I don't think he's getting like more than 2 or 3.
To
and
me,
it's going to be on some like gimmicky
it's not that
BS.
that doesn't matter, but I believe that Darnell Washington can be a true all 3 down player for you. Like, okay, yes, the blocking isn't as consistent as you want it to be. He has the frame to be able to to be able to develop into that. We saw the above the rim catching ability with him playing behind Brock Bowers. I think even in a rotation, he gives you plenty there. He's going to be an unbelievable red zone target for you, I think, if you make him a specialized player in that regard. And when you know that you are getting matchups against smaller linebackers, guys that are going to have a difficult time covering them, like if a team primarily uses their safeties to cover tight ends, especially their tight end twos, you can use them on leak plays, you can use them on all sorts of different routes up the seam. Like, I just feel like he's too much of an alien for him to go 93 overall in the draft.
Mr. Irrelevant pick is in.
Oh, here it is. Okay.
I like that
Wait,
analysis.
who did the Bears pick? Who did we get here?
Kendall Williamson, safety from Stanford.
Okay. Come on, what is it?
I'm gonna have to pull that analysis deep. I did not think you'd get drafted.
Kendall Williamson.
Is that Matt Stafford?
I have it somewhere in here.
Yeah, that's Matt Stafford. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Kendall
Rams.
Williamson, sharp tackler, experienced player, do-it-all safety, really excels coming downhill, physical player, 6 known in it, command up slot receivers. Very underrated player. Just didn't think he would get drafted.
Good.
Let it be known.
Good.
Let it
God,
be
they're
known.
gonna drag this out, aren't they? They're gonna drag this whole thing out so they can end the broadcast at 7 p.m.
hours have really flown by.
They have not, actually.
Have they? Which hours?
The first one, maybe. After that, it's a rough
I think
scene.
hour 2, 3, and 4 were fast.
I will say it doesn't really feel like 7 hours.
Now we know what Scott Hansen feels like.
It's insane.
We didn't have a single commercial.
At least he's watching like live football compared to like what we're doing. I do like the draft.
Yeah, but he's also alone.
I like actual football.
He's up there
better.
alone.
Dude,
That's
it makes
true,
me
You're with your friends.
hungry for actual football.
Yeah.
Don't say hungry. I haven't eaten in like 10 hours, dude.
Yeah.
Trevor's gonna go up there and start munching on some stale
Dude,
bacon.
literally
I got beans in the fridge, baby.
Stop. This dude out here eating beans. No, literally any snack that's upstairs, it's going to get absolutely destroyed.
Destroyed.
I'm telling you, they're going to drag this thing out. They're going to be like, oh, let's wait till 2:59.
Yeah, they do a whole thing. Maybe it's like Brock Purdy's family who does the pick.
He didn't die. In loving memory.
Oh, his elbow. His elbow's kind of.
And they are in a tough situation there with Brock Purdy. All right, get your final Mr. Elwin picks in.
We got it. Remember that guy that I said, I looked at my note and I just went past it and it said, this guy loves ball? Desjuan Johnson, Toledo.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Came back full circle. That's like one of the first names I dropped on the show.
Absolutely loves ball.
Yeah.
Tiny.
Literally.
Tiny player.
Look, right there. You can tell this guy loves ball.
Do you know him?
Yeah, he's good.
Okay.
He's from Toledo. He's down the road.
He's a workhorse. Hardly came off the
Mitch's
field
best
for him.
friend.
Cannot believe Ivan Pace Jr. is.
Puts
Yeah,
everything
that's
into his
crazy.
moves.
Come
He's quick,
on,
explosive,
folks.
efficient.
Yeah, can win with moves and quickness.
He doesn't have a lot of ways to win, though, like refined ways.
He's a smaller player.
He's super small.
good, though.
He can't wrap up. Tackling's an issue.
Some of the best
All right,
available
let's
that we
wrap
have
this
here.
up.
Hold on. We got to do it with a good-looking bow. Ivan Pace Jr. still available. Andre Carter, Eli Rick, Sean Tucker, Keaton Mitchell. Man, I'm surprised Keaton Mitchell didn't get drafted. Jalen Cropper Moreno, somebody that we like here. Jackson Kirkland didn't get drafted. Lonnie Phelps, very surprised about that one. Bryce Ford Wheaton, Jonah Tavai, Cam Jones, Ekior from Alabama,
Yeah.
Levi Bell from Texas State, Jacob Slade from Michigan State. These guys didn't get drafted. I'm surprised Rakeem Jarrett from Maryland did not get drafted either. MJ Anderson, Travis Dye. Man, look at all these names out here. Isaiah Land, Malik Cunningham, Brent Cox Jr., Trevor Reed. There's a lot of guys that are going to be priority undrafted free agents. There's going to be a ton.
Yeah, they're getting some
There's
cash.
going to be a lot of them. Well, before we wrap things up, I got to say a ton of thanks. First and foremost, I want to thank all of the data collectors. The people out there at PFF that collect all of this incredible data for not just us to use on this show, but you guys out there who have PFF subscriptions, all the premium stats that you can see. They work their butts off all year long to put out a phenomenal product. So shout out to the data collectors. We truly could not do this without you guys. We're actually hiring data collectors right now, part-time data collectors. So if you guys want to get in on that part of the industry, you can do so by going over to pff.com. You can absolutely do that. I want to shout out all the incredible producers that we have to put on this show, the guys behind the glass. You guys have done an unreal job. And sure, we're sitting on these seats for a long time in front of the camera, but you guys are doing the same behind the camera and much longer as well. Y'all put in so many hours and so much work to have all of these graphics ready, all of our great guests ready, so much of that stuff. So shout out to you guys. We could not do the show without you. I wanted to shout out the guests as well. The people that joined us here on the show today made day 3 a lot more fun. You guys as well. This was a ton of fun. Seth, Tresh, this is great. Day 3 is an absolute grind. You guys conquered it. Seth's already got the laptop shut. The second I say these words, this man is out the door.
Hang on. We have to thank you because you haven't peed in 8 hours, and I don't know how. I've gone multiple times.
Dude, Scott Hansen,
I'm
man.
peeing right now.
All right, it's too much.
Yeah.
We got to get out of here. Shout out to our sponsor, Game Time, who is the presenting sponsor of all 3 days of the draft stream. They are the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States for a reason. That's because they give you the absolute lowest price guarantee no matter what tickets that you are looking for. We have a draft recap coming to you guys tomorrow. Seth's hopefully going to not pee in the seat tomorrow when we do it, but it's going to be an hour or two long, and we're going to talk about our favorite fits, the best draft hauls, so much stuff. We're going to go through all 32 teams in the NFL, so we're going to recap the draft that way. You know that Sam and Steve on the NFL show are going to be back with you recapping the NFL draft. I'm going to be back on NFL Stock Exchange doing the exact same thing. So shout out to everybody who watched the show all 3 days. You guys are incredible. You made the chat so much fun on day 3. So many people to thank. It's unbelievable that the 2023 NFL draft is already over, but as we said, we're already moving on to 2024 as well, which you can do over on the Mock Draft Machine. Love you guys for watching the show. We appreciate it. This has been PFF's 2023 NFL draft coverage. We'll see you next time.